There were many at this event who should not have heard the dialogue that was now taking place. The beautiful girl with pink hair, hearing that she was being asked to give a divorce, gritted her teeth in anger and pressed her lips together. And her black-haired husband said that it should cost her nothing to return to her Brighton estate, to her father and sick brother. Imagine the lady's surprise when the guy offered to pay her generous compensation for fulfilling his request. Moreover, he was selling it for not the largest sum, so that the miss even clenched her fists from her complete dissatisfaction. Unable to believe what was happening, the girl declared that her name was Rosalina Felsden for a reason. Her eyes sparkled so brightly with quiet rage that it was noticeable to everyone around. But the husband himself in this situation did not show a single emotion on his cold and calm face. While his wife screamed loudly and hysterically that everything around belonged to her and swept away the divorce paper, the heroine, who was reading this story on her phone, blinked angrily several times because Rosalina was making her life difficult. In this novel, the pink-haired lady was a real villain and did a lot of bad things. After such an unfavorable proposal from her husband, Felsden refused to divorce and then began to behave even worse. As a result, the Villainess was rather quickly sentenced to death, although she did not want this at all and did not expect that everything would end this way. The heroine read to this point with a sigh and thought that Rosalina was a real fool because everything could have been done differently. The girl read this novel only because it helped her escape from reality, which was quite good. Here she noticed that all the people had almost crossed the road, while she was greatly distracted from this by the novel, and she lingered. Then the girl ran as fast as she could across the crosswalk on the remaining green light, and did not notice the car approaching. It was only too late that she turned her head and discovered that the huge minibus wasn't even trying to brake. Unexpectedly for herself, the heroine suddenly woke up from the fact that someone was calling her over and over again, discontentedly and persistently. Raising her head, she saw in front of her a completely unfamiliar, dark-haired guy who wanted something from her. The lady was more than sure that she had been hit by a truck, so she could not understand what was happening here. The girl froze in place for a moment out of surprise, looking at her new body out of the corner of her eye. After which she guessed to look in the mirror that was standing nearby and discovered that she had become an incredible beauty. Only now did the heroine realize that in the mirror she saw the very same villain from the novel, whose name was Rosalina. So it turned out that Miss had somehow entered the body of a character from a novel she had just read. The heroine tried to remember the latest events in order to figure out what exact moment in history it was now. At that moment, the black-haired guy in front of her reminded her that there was no point in wasting time and sitting silently in place. New Rose heard that if they quietly divorced, her ex-husband would pay her 5 times more than he had initially offered. This came as a huge shock to Lady Felsden, who had been a very ordinary, poor student in her previous life. Noticing that his wife suddenly began to tremble slightly and lowered her head, the husband approached her and said that there was no point in crying. Leaning down, he whispered mercilessly that the girl's tears had no effect on him anyway, so it was useless. But in fact, the current Rosalina had no intention of crying at all, since she was now barely holding back her joy. She couldn't even imagine that she could get such a huge sum of money just for divorcing this man. The guy, meanwhile, continued to grumble and remind that every person should be where he belongs. Suddenly, Lady Felsden smiled incredibly happily for some reason and said that she understood everything perfectly, after which she, just as cheerfully, asked where exactly she should sign in order to finally get a divorce right now. When he explained, the lady quickly signed all the necessary documents and immediately handed them over to her now ex-husband. At this point, all the heroine's business in this estate was finished, so she smiled and said that she would now go home. In complete shock at the speed of what was happening, the divorced husband looked through the papers, not believing his eyes. He called out to the girl, as he still expected some kind of trick from her, since that was what she always did. But in response, Rosa stated that she had no intention of behaving inappropriately today, and therefore signed everything necessary. Felsden couldn't believe that his crazy wife had given him a divorce so easily, and even waved goodbye to him. The girl herself was interested in living freely now because she was not the same as the previous Rosalina. At the exit of the estate, an assistant was already waiting for her, who readily offered the lady to take her anywhere. With a confident smile on her face, the miss asked the guy to go to the mansion of her father, whose name was the Duke of Brighton. Rosalina herself was very similar to her beautiful and also pink-haired mother, whom the Duke loved very much. But with the birth of the girl, everything began to collapse in the estate, which is why she was quickly nicknamed the Scourge of Brighton. As a result, the little girl had to fight throughout her childhood to be loved and at least somehow noticed by someone. But everyone around just kept whispering about how sinister and frightening a child little Rose was. So, having become an adult, the girl completely renounced any love in her life, deciding that it was complete stupidity. And the only person she couldn't refuse was the young and handsome Arzentian Felsden. However, right now his soon-to-be ex-wife was driving back to her home because she would end up divorcing the guy. The heroine understood perfectly well that there would be a lot of fuss around this divorce, but she couldn't fix anything. She remembered that the real Rosalind had been executed for trying to poison one of the girls in the novel, but Miss had no intention of dying either. The bright sunlight suddenly blinded the lady a little, but she promised herself that she would definitely get a divorce until the end. At that moment, the Brighton mansion was in full swing, restoring antique and broken expensive items in all the rooms. The butler reported to the master with great pleasure about the servants' successes in this difficult and stubborn direction. The Duke of Brighton listened calmly to his assistant, although he sat with a tired look since they had been working since early morning. Then a maid unexpectedly knocked on his office door and, bowing politely, announced that a visitor had arrived. The man was noticeably surprised by this, as he was not expecting anyone, when suddenly the girl announced that his daughter had arrived. Hearing this, the Duke's face instantly changed, because such news was never good for him. Looking angrily at the undeserving servant, he demanded that his daughter be sent back to her husband immediately. At this, Mr. Brighton was so angry that the whole atmosphere around him seemed to become very heated and sparkle. However, the assistant was forced to say that Rosalina had insisted very much on meeting her father. With a sigh, the man noted that the lady was still as impudent as ever, and said that she would have to wait for him until he finished his work. He asked to convey that the miss should wait for him in the main hall, but ordered that under no circumstances should she be given water or chairs. The maid obeyed and left, and many hours passed before the Duke finally finished his work. Brighton sighed wearily and told himself that he should stop for today, so as not to get even more tired. Then he noticed out of the corner of his eye the butler, who for some reason was approaching hesitantly, and asked what was the matter. The assistant leaned over and awkwardly whispered that Rose was still there, which greatly shocked her father. The heroine herself was indeed still obediently waiting in the main hall, as she expected to anger the Duke with her arrival. She knew exactly how her family had gone bankrupt, so she wanted to appear confident so that she would be heard. The girl was going to help the Brighton family at all costs, since she had all the necessary information. The lady knew that even if these particular negotiations went badly, all would not be lost for her. However, Rose was not sure that the Duke would still show up for the meeting with her, when she suddenly heard his voice. However, Miss was too happy too soon, because the man, although he came, was in an extremely bad mood when he saw his daughter. However, the heroine decided not to give up, but instead smiled sweetly and stated that she had a small request. She knew that in this world women had virtually no rights, which made life very difficult. It was for this reason that Lady Felliston needed permission to divorce from both her husband and her father. And for the sake of that huge sum that her possible ex-husband promised her, the lady wanted to try to be strong and patient. But even so, Rose couldn't help but feel nervous, so she clenched her fists to give herself at least a little confidence. In order not to drag things out for too long, the heroine immediately told the Duke that she wanted to get permission for a divorce from him as quickly as possible. In response, Mr. Brighton immediately declared that his daughter was clearly crazy to be so brazenly asking for something like that. He recalled how, literally 3 years ago, Miss was so crazy about Arzentian that she didn't listen to anyone. Before leaving, Rosalina declared that she hated this rotten place, so she would get married and never return to it again. After these words, the previous Rose stole the family seal that same night and ran away, and now she has returned for a divorce. To all this, the man declared that he was no longer surprised by anything, after which he turned away, having lost all interest in the lady. Suddenly, the girl said to him from behind that she was not asking him to take her word for it, but in fact wanted to make a deal. These words made the Duke turn around in surprise, as he became curious to know what the miss meant. Felsden noticed that her father had become a little more interested, so she loudly announced her plan again. Not knowing what to expect from this girl, Brighton turned to her just in case, but was wary. And at that moment, Rose, folding her arms across her chest, promised that if her father gave her the divorce she so badly needed, she would revive their family. The heroine swore on Brighton's behalf that in just 1 year, she would be able to help the Duke in managing his affairs and greatly raise the duchy. The butler, looking at all this, only became more angry at Brighton's daughter, who was still so brazenly confident in herself. Imagine the assistant's surprise when the master suddenly asked him to prepare a nice room for his daughter. The old man tried to object, while the heroine herself froze with her mouth slightly open in surprise. But in the end, slamming the door, Mr. Brighton declared that he would not repeat it twice, and the butler had no choice. So he bowed and told the Duke's daughter that he would accompany her when he had finished all the preparations in the room. Finally, after a short time, Rose was finally able to fall with relief onto the soft bed in her old room. The lady turned from side to side to feel the pleasant bed, and only after that did she feel much better. In her past life, she dropped out of university to work because she was in debt. And now the girl has a completely unexpected chance to live her life again and make everything much better than it was before. The heroine understood that if she did something wrong, she could even die, so she was going to avoid it. The current Rose diligently convinced herself that she would definitely succeed if she tried. The lady understood that all she had to do was not to follow the events from the novel that led to death. So, stretching contentedly, Lady Fellisden cried out that she would definitely succeed in everything soon. The next day, the butler was helping his master with tea and asked why he had suddenly changed his mind. The Duke himself did not fully understand the reasons for his behaviour, so he looked seriously at his reflection in the cup. He finally admitted that he became interested because Rosalina would never have waited so calmly before. It was only necessary to ask the lady to sit still for a little while, and she immediately began to break and smash everything around. So Brighton, having ordered his daughter to wait for him, was sure that he would again see a huge mess. It was only for this reason that the Duke decided to give Rose one last chance, in the hope that she would eventually justify him. At that moment, the heroine herself had just woken up and was yawning sweetly, sitting on her soft and comfortable bed. One of the maids, her hands shaking with fear, asked if she should prepare a warm bath for her awakened mistress. Lady Brighton agreed, and the assistant immediately collected water and even decorated it with flower petals. Very slowly, the miss began to undress, and only when she was ready did she hand her clothes to the maid. But at the same time, they accidentally touched fingers, which none of the girls expected or planned. Feeling the touch, the assistant immediately jumped away from the mistress in fear, as fear overwhelmed her. The heroine could not even imagine that the maid would suddenly fall to her knees and beg for forgiveness after such a trifle. The poor maid brought up so many arguments in her favour that the lady didn't even have time to say anything in response. The assistant herself stated that she had committed a mortal sin, but did not want to do it at all, and therefore it would not happen again. Trembling all over, the maid begged again and again to spare her, at least for the sake of the small and hungry children, of whom there were many. But then Rosalina was finally able to answer with a smile that nothing terrible had happened, so the girl could be free. This surprised the maid so much that she froze in place with her eyes wide open, although she looked stupid. A few seconds later, so that the mistress would not have time to change her mind, the maid jumped out the door, still in shock. Others noticed her condition and asked what was wrong, and the assistant told her what had happened to her. At that moment, the heroine herself was happily relaxing and bathing in warm water and a large bath, thinking about her own things. The Duke of Brighton's daughter looked at her reflection in the water and could not understand whether she was really that scary. Deciding to test this theory, Miss furrowed her brows as much as possible and sternly distorted her mouth, still looking at the water. Eventually, Rose came to the conclusion that she really shouldn't make that face, so she began to smile as much as possible. But for some reason, this behavior of the mistress made the servants even more wary, so they fell silent in shock. One of them accidentally dropped a magazine on the floor, and Felisden became interested in examining it more closely. It turned out that various gossip was discussed in it, including about the heroine's divorce from her husband in the novel. Arzentian Filesden was introduced as the youngest swordmaster, so he was greatly admired in the magazine. It was also said that this divorce was like another war for the guy, in which he had to win again. The lady read all this with great interest and was not at all angry, despite the panic fear of the maids. However, a little later, it was clear from Miss that she was frowning much more than usual because of the information she had received. Rosalina had a hard time understanding what to do next, since it was far beyond her power to eliminate all such gossip. Here one of the assistants cautiously handed the letter to the lady, and Rosa carefully studied it, not yet knowing who it was from. Quite quickly, the girl discovered that the Duke of Felsden himself, with whom they were trying to divorce, was writing to her. The Duke's daughter could not even imagine why he suddenly decided to write to her, since it seemed like they had already decided on a divorce. Unexpectedly, when opening the envelope, a cheque fell out of it, which Rose did not expect at all, so she dropped it on the floor. But as soon as Miss looked at the piece of paper, she discovered that it was a receipt for a huge pile of money, as her husband had promised. It turned out that Arzentian sent 20% of the original amount immediately, which greatly shocked the heroine. The letter expressed the hope that the lady had not changed her mind about divorcing him, to which Rosalind only smiled. In fact, all this was only to the advantage of the Duke's daughter, so she immediately called the maids and was about to go out into the street. The first thing the young lady did was to go undercover to the premises where the expensive and famous auction was being held. The presenter almost immediately brought out the product she needed, which the lady was going to buy right now at any cost. This item was a healing elixir called Tears of the Wind, which the heroine had read quite a lot about in the novel. As soon as she saw the much-needed bottle, the lady immediately became eager to buy it as soon as possible because she knew its purpose. She had incredible hopes that with this remedy, she would be able to help her sick brother Leodor. Besides, the girl was very happy that she now had enough money to buy this thing back. So for Rose, the elixir called Tears of the Wind was already in her hands, which Miss could not stop rejoicing about. Only literally a few minutes later, the lady realized that she had jumped to conclusions too quickly. There was a guy standing next to her who, for some reason, kept naming a higher amount than she did. This made Rosalina incredibly angry, since the mysterious stranger stubbornly prevented her from finally winning the auction. She couldn't see his face, so she didn't know what kind of person was trying so hard to get the Tears of the Wind. Initially, Rose had a whole 1,000,000 gold coins in her hands, which the girl was incredibly happy about, because she had never had that kind of money before. But right now, because of the actions of this unknown guy, the Duke's daughter has almost no money left at all. The man in the cloak seemed to not care at all about anyone around him, as he raised the price again. Realizing that she had absolutely nothing left to do, Rose raised her number and named a sum equal to all her money. In the end, this led to the desired result, because the miss was able to obtain the elixir of wind tears that she needed so much. Before the young lady had time to return to her estate, she heard a man's voice behind her offering a deal. The heroine did not expect anything like this, so she turned around with interest, although she did not intend to conclude anything. The guy suddenly declared that the lady had more than just a beautiful thing in her hands, and he needed it much more than she did. He even unexpectedly offered a whole 5,000,000 gold if the miss agreed to give him the elixir of wind tears right now. But even having heard about such huge amounts of money, Rosa did not believe it, and therefore immediately refused everything that was discussed. After which the Duke's daughter reported that it was very suspicious that the guy himself did not win the auction with that kind of money. For some reason, the stranger couldn't answer this, so he just continued to awkwardly look at the girl. Rosalina suddenly declared that she knew perfectly well what the elixir was for, so there was no need to consider her stupid. Carefully squeezing the bottle in her hand, the heroine confessed that she wanted to help her brother, who was consumed by a curse. It was for this reason that Lady Felliston was not about to give in, and suddenly grabbed the guy by the front of his cloak. Holding it tightly in her hand, the young lady demanded that the stranger give in and stop demanding the elixir from her. The guy was about to answer, but suddenly he broke out in a sweat, so that he instantly lost the gift of speech and the ability to think. It was at this inopportune moment that he began to suffer from an attack of incredible madness from which there was no escape. Images of him hurting this girl, taking out his anger on her, flashed before the guy's face. The next picture that appeared next showed the lady helplessly trying to protect herself from his blows. The stranger was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that he could hardly suppress this terrible attack of madness. Suddenly, Rosalina's voice, asking if he could hear what she was saying, pulled the boy out of his terrible thoughts. He clenched his teeth in despair as the aggression passed, but it became clear to him that the girl would never give up the elixir. Therefore, pulling his hood even tighter, the unknown man asked for forgiveness for taking away the Duke's daughter's time. He specifically reminded that the lady was already waiting for the carriage in order to quickly end this unpleasant dialogue. To the guy's great surprise, the miss did not run to her room, but for some reason instead handed him her handkerchief. Rosalina noticed that the stranger had managed to sweat for some reason, and therefore decided to share the cloth so that he could wipe his face. But, not wanting to accept such help, he declared that he was perfectly fine and turned away to quickly walk away. However, Rose continued to insist on her own, arguing that the mister had essentially given her the elixir, so she would give him the handkerchief. Despite all the guy's protests, the girl still managed to touch his face with a handkerchief, which forced him to take the fabric. Lady Felliston said it was too late to deny anything, as the stranger had already used the item. Suddenly the boy again felt severe pain, as if he were going crazy, although he could not explain this phenomenon to himself. But literally a few seconds later he suddenly felt better, which greatly surprised the gentleman, who did not expect this. Rosaline, pleased with her successful trick, went to the carriage and said that the gentleman would give the handkerchief back when he could. Only after the girl left did the guy take off his mask, and underneath it was that same Arzentian, who did not recognize his wife at all. That same evening, the Duke, as usual, listened to reports from the butler, and this time they talked about extinguishing a fire within the duchy. Suddenly, a maid knocked on the door and said that Lady Rosalina had again made some noise near her brother's room. Out of anger at the latest antics of his daughter, who had promised to behave normally, the Duke even broke his pen. Unable to bear it any longer, Brighton shouted in displeasure and slammed his fist on the table because he thought that he had been reckless in trusting the girl. Now the man thought that he had been very stupid when he had given Rose a chance after her previous cruel betrayal. The young lady now seemed to him like a treacherous and impudent creature who had maliciously conceived such a plan. So, abruptly throwing open the doors of his office, the Duke went to the miss, who for some reason was once again causing trouble. Many years ago, the Brighton family lost Beatrice, who was the master's wife and the patron of their family since ancient times. This happened because little Rosalina accidentally broke a branch of the fairy tree while playing carefree and happily in their forest. The girl didn't want anything like this at all, but it was too late, since it was impossible to glue the branch back. As a result, the angry fairy could not forgive anyone and therefore placed a terrible and horrible curse on Rosalind's brother. And from that very moment, Leodor plunged into an eternal sleep, from which no doctor has yet been able to rescue him. Then the fairy wanted to put a curse on the little and stupid girl, but she couldn't do it for certain reasons. All because Beatrice unexpectedly protected her beloved daughter, taking the full brunt of her former patron's magic. After the shock, she went into premature labor and died, leaving the Brighton family divided from that moment on. Moreover, after everything she had experienced, Rosalina herself lost her memory and could not even understand why everyone began to treat her badly. The only person who survived was Eliza Mulliot, who was a close friend of Beatrice. And it was she who had become the Duke's wife, who now demanded that the heroine give her the elixir of the tears of the wind. The woman said that she could not allow Leodor to drink anything suspicious, because he was like her own son. In response, the young lady stated that she could prove that she had not brought anything suspicious with her, but only wanted to help. Realizing that she couldn't handle the lady on her own, Eliza asked the maid for help, which made Rosalina frown at the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, the Duke of Brighton, who was incredibly angry, burst loudly into the corridor, completely forgetting about decency. But before he could say a word, his current wife suddenly ran up to him and began loudly complaining about Rosa. Despite all this, the whole company entered Leodor's room, who lay as motionless as before. To prove that she had no evil in mind, Rosalina opened the elixir and drank some of it in front of everyone. Since nothing happened to her, the miss raised the bottle above her head and explained to everyone that there was no poison at all. The girl really hoped that this medicine would definitely help her sleeping brother and remove the curse from him. Eliza immediately screamed hysterically that they couldn't believe all this because there was too little information. To this, the young lady stated that she had read about the elixir in the Felsden Library, which meant that it could be trusted. In fact, the heroine learned about him from a novel, but she couldn't admit it to anyone, so she made up a story. Mr. Brighton was surprised when the girl said that she had spent 3 years alone and learned a lot. Hearing about the library, the Duchess asked how a lady could gain access to a place where only the head could go. But, to the woman's surprise, the Duke suddenly raised his hand and asked her to immediately stop being indignant about this. He said that his daughter always gets what she wants, so he let the girl go to her sleeping brother's bed. Although Rosalina was glad that they finally believed her, she actually doubted inside whether she would be able to cope in the end. More than anything in the world now, Miss wanted to save Leodor and win the trust of her father, who had an incomprehensible attitude towards her. So the heroine now placed all her hopes on this medicine, trying not to think about what would happen if nothing worked out. Rose opened the bottle of elixir and, with one confident movement, poured the contents into the mouth of the eldest heir. After which all she could do was sit next to the guy's bed and mentally pray that he would at least open his eyes. To the great surprise of everyone present, a few moments later Leo's eyelids began to flutter and he opened them slightly. In amazement, they approached the guy, who had not yet said a word, although he was able to suddenly wake up. After looking at everyone who was in his room, the guy then slowly raised his hand and extended it towards his sister, calling her name tenderly. The girl immediately touched his fingers, asking what exactly Leodor wanted to tell her so much after so many years. And the guy, looking at Rosalina with a sad smile, suddenly quietly whispered that his sister had already managed to become a real lady. After this, the heir's body was enveloped in the magic that had once cursed him, and he again fell into another long sleep. The heroine was very upset, realizing that her efforts helped only for a while, and yet she wanted to help so much. In her emotions, Rose declared to everyone that she would definitely do everything to ensure that Leo woke up as quickly as possible. At that moment, the young lady was truly full of desire to save her brother at any cost and lift the curse from him. The girl did not notice this at all, but the Duke listened attentively to everything she said and watched his daughter. That same evening, Eliza stood in front of the mirror and, without the least embarrassment, almost cursed Rosalind's actions. The woman didn't like the fact that the lady appeared out of nowhere and began to ruin all her long-planned plans. The next morning, the father called his daughter to him from the very early hour and began to ask what she wanted to receive in return for helping her brother. The man seriously offered the lady any dresses and jewelry she chose for herself. But the heroine didn't want anything and was scared because the Duke looked dissatisfied with her refusal. Unexpectedly, Brighton even offered to give Miss what she wanted in her distant childhood, hinting at a summer house. Eventually, Rosalina got tired of hearing all these suggestions, so she declared that she had done what she wanted and no reward was needed. Since this was the end of the conversation for the young lady, she stood up and said goodbye to her father for now. But before the heroine had time to reach the door, she suddenly changed her mind and said that there was something she would still like to ask for. Lady Fellisden said that she knew about her father's busy schedule, but she would like him to spend more time with his brother. These words greatly surprised the Duke, who had expected that his daughter would be as selfish as before. When the lady left, the man approached her childhood portrait and asked himself if she had changed for some reason. Then the Duke heard the maid begging him not to kill her and turned around to see Rose kneeling next to her assistant. But the young lady only smiled kindly and said that everything was absolutely fine, so there was no need to worry about anything. Watching his daughter, the man continued to think that her behavior now was wiser than ever before. He remembered how hard the lady was now trying to help her brother, and he felt sorry for her, who had endured a lot during these 3 years. At that moment, Eliza Mulliot was smashing everything in her room with incredible fury, unable to believe what was happening. The woman was maddened by the fact that Rosalina eventually returned to the Brighton estate, where she was already in full control of everything. The Duke's current wife did not believe at all that the young lady really just wanted to help her brother. To better think about her dirty plans, she deliberately put the maid on her knees and placed her feet right on her back. Eliza wanted at all costs to drive the useless and disturbing Rose out of her native estate as soon as possible. Noticing that her assistant began to tremble under the weight, the Duchess kicked her hard in the side to vent her anger. Then Mulliot grabbed the whip and said that she was seeing this servant for the first time, so now she would teach her everything. The woman promised to free up her time specifically for this, which made the assistant's throat tighten with fear. The Duke's wife meanwhile announced that after each blow, her maid must say words of gratitude. Eliza's eyes were so empty and merciless that the assistant realized that no one would help her anyway. After dinner, Rosalind came to her father, as he had called her, and was very surprised that the Duke had given permission for a divorce. The man thought about this decision very carefully, and therefore did not postpone it in order to help his daughter. The heroine was glad to hear that Brighton had returned her surname and all the family rights that she had been deprived of with her marriage. Moreover, the Duke suddenly looked at the lady and said that he would wait until she suddenly started calling him father again. Finally, returning to her room, Rosalina could not stand it, and, due to the emotions that overwhelmed her, even jumped up and down joyfully. But then she suddenly realized that the remaining monetary compensation for the divorce would clearly not be enough for her for long. In this world, divorced women were not respected, so the young lady had to come up with a plan. Miss knew that after only her first marriage, all the property of the girl from the family remained entirely hers. But if she married a second time, then her husband would rightfully take all her property, which Rosa did not want to allow at all. So the heroine decided to buy herself a title, which would instantly allow her to become independent. But for what purpose would money be needed? Before the lady had time to figure out what to do next, a faint glow suddenly appeared in the air above her. Rosalina was not one to be easily frightened, so she stood there with interest, trying to understand what exactly was going on around her. To the heroine's great surprise, a sign popped up in front of her, which said that Rose was being awarded the status of a summoner. The girl did not expect at all that she would be given the task of accumulating the energy of fate and completing missions. Only after a few minutes did she realize that, in addition to a novel, she had also gotten into a fantasy romance game. Miss clenched her hands tightly, grabbing the blanket, and promised herself that she would definitely use her new powers correctly. The young lady had already imagined her future beautiful road, which would be completely covered with rose petals and gold. In the meantime, the heroine remembered the situation in the novel when Rose brought the sweet main character to the abandoned mines. She said with a malicious smile that she had been given this mine for her 14th birthday, although it was now abandoned. Rose then gave Daisy a document confirming the complete transfer of the abandoned mine to her alone. The Duke of Brighton's daughter had no need of all these empty and unprofitable territories that had long been abandoned. But the lady herself asked how she could accept something so dear, since she had done nothing in return. Seeing her friend's doubt, Rosalina leaned towards her and angrily whispered in her ear for her to take it while she was offering it. After which the girl turned away contentedly and said that this whole place was actually of great value. Rosalina led Daisy to a lake in the center of the cave and told her that it was said to be a place imbued with the power of fairies. Completely unsuspecting, the lady walked to the edge of the water and reported that the surface of the water was very beautiful. At this moment, Rosa decided to take advantage of this and began to approach her friend from behind as quietly as possible. After which, without a second thought, she pushed the girl straight into the water, expecting that she would not get out again. In the end, Daisy couldn't even resist such a vile move, so she immediately fell into the cold and deep lake. The Duke's daughter herself watched carefully to make sure that the miss went to the bottom and did not float up after this fall. And literally a few seconds later, air bubbles began to appear in the water, indicating that Daisy had indeed run out of oxygen. This circumstance brought a malicious smile to the pretty face of the pink-haired girl, who wanted it that way. Leaning over the lake, she whispered that even if Daisy could get out of the water, she would be lost in the cave. It so happened that the lady, due to her gullibility, fell into a cunning trap of cold water and tangled passages of the mine. But instead of dying, Miss safely sank to the bottom and found many magic stones. Literally a few hours later, the hero Calix came to her aid and ultimately saved the poor girl. It was at this point in the story that the boy noticed what evil deeds the Duke of Brighton's daughter had been doing unnoticed by everyone. The heroine slapped herself on the cheeks, thereby stopping remembering the story from the novel, since she did not want the same ending. She understood perfectly well that now her every choice would determine how her future destiny would turn out. And right now the game gave a quest in which the young lady had to go into that very lake and get money for it. To calm herself, Rosalina took a deep breath, hoping that it would eventually be enough. After which the girl pushed off the rocks and resolutely jumped into the lake so as not to change her mind in the end. Only at the very last moment did the lady think that something could very well go wrong in the end, but it was too late. Literally a second later, a quiet splash was heard on the water, and the heroine easily sank into the cold water, going to the very bottom of the lake. At the same time, in a secret guild called Hennes, one guy was desperately clenching his hands, trying not to hurt anyone. It was Duke Arzen, who had chained himself to prevent the possible consequences of another madness. Next to him stood an assistant who could only silently watch the gentleman, since no one could help the guy in any way. When it was all over, Duke Felisten sat down wearily at the table and asked if the results of the research had become known. To this, the butler immediately took out papers that contained important data about the materials of various wizards and shamans. They all said that the handkerchief the boy provided was completely ordinary and no different from the others. Hearing this, Arzen undeservedly angrily ordered his assistant to leave immediately and leave him alone in the office. The gentleman had to think about what had happened in complete solitude, since he did not know what had happened in his life at all. A little later, he opened the cabinet in his desk and took out the very same handkerchief that Rosalina had given him for just a short time. The Duke could not understand what exactly the girl had done with this fabric, since it was now unusual for him. Just by putting the handkerchief to his head, the guy immediately felt much better, as if the madness had never happened, even though before this he had consulted with many of the best wizards and shamans in the Empire, who were famous for their power. But none of them could help the young master who suffered from this terrible and magical family curse. Time after time, at a certain point, Arzen felt as if his heart was freezing, and then his body was slowly being torn apart. He squeezed the paper with the research paper in displeasure, since he did not want to believe at all that it was all true, and the fabric was no different. Rather, it seemed to Duke Felsden that the young lady had clearly used something that could not be detected. This lady was a real leech and used her husband to gain as much power over people as possible. However, at the moment when she gave the handkerchief, the miss looked like a completely different person, which still greatly puzzled the guy. Because of all this, Arzen even began to doubt how well he knew his own wife. Suddenly, Morris ran into the room and shouted that Rosalind was in the living room right now, waiting to meet him. Greatly surprised, the Duke quickly put on his mask and left the office to find out why the lady had suddenly come to see him. Imagine his surprise when he saw the miss in the living room, who was sitting wet from head to toe, but was acting absolutely confident. The girl smiled sweetly at the sight of the gentleman, as she was glad that he had eventually come out to meet her, since he might not have reacted. After which the Duke's daughter, still smiling, said that she had come to finally pick up her handkerchief. Felsden was so surprised by the appearance of his wife, who was trying to divorce him, that he awkwardly asked why she had come. Sorting through the wet strands of hair on her head, Rose calmly and leisurely replied that she was simply creating the foundation for her future. But the lady decided to keep all the details a complete secret, smiling slyly, since the plan was not yet ready. The guy didn't expect the miss to suddenly talk about something like this, since she usually never played with riddles. He suddenly remembered a situation that had happened to him about 2 years ago during the war on the borders of the Empire. At that time, the guards guarded the military camp very stubbornly and absolutely did not allow anyone to see the master. The Duke was confident that no one would interfere with his activities, so he calmly gave instructions to his assistants. Suddenly, among the guards, although with great difficulty, a messenger nevertheless broke through and handed the gentleman a letter with a message from the estate. Frowning, Arzentian read the information and learned that his wife was suddenly dying for some reason, so he needed to return. The guy initially didn't even believe what was written, since Rosalina was completely healthy at the time of his departure. Due to the anger that flared up within him, the Duke immediately burned the letter, realizing that the lady was actually just playing with him. However, Felsden decided to urgently return to the estate to personally find out what was going on there, since the letter had arrived. When a few hours later the gentleman arrived at the house, he immediately noticed a huge commotion among the servants. For some reason, all the assistants were running around the estate in panic, following the instructions of the young Duchess. Rosalina herself stood in the center of everything and screamed that blue curtains were absolutely not suitable for the illusion of her death. The servants bowed their heads pitifully and said that they could not find the time to find the black ones. The girl immediately asked menacingly if they really all wanted to convince her that it was impossible to do. Frightened by her menacing appearance, the servants immediately ran around the estate even faster and replied that they would find black curtains. At this moment, Arzentian watched his wife closely and saw that she was absolutely alive and well. The Duke concluded that the letter was some kind of trap, which was what he had been thinking about all along the way to the estate. As soon as the guy turned away to leave, he suddenly heard Rose's voice, who said that she had been waiting for him for quite some time. He didn't expect that the girl could sense his presence from such a distance, so he was noticeably surprised. Since there was nothing else the Duke could do, he stepped out of the shadow of the building and asked what all this spectacle with the lady's death was about. In response, the Duke of Brighton's daughter smiled sarcastically and said that she simply wanted her husband to come to her as soon as possible. Approaching him, the miss bowed her head with a smile and said that this was the only way she could attract his attention. Rosalina handed the Duke a flower that she had specially picked for him, but the boy only glanced sideways at the offered gift. But the Duchess was not at all upset, as she then said that they were definitely connected by fate. With both hands pressed to her husband's body, Rosalina asked him not to go to the battlefield, but rather to stay with her as long as possible. But instead of reciprocating her feelings, Arzentian suddenly rudely pushed away the girl, who was completely unpleasant to him. For him, she was a truly selfish and unbearable woman whom he almost hated, although he was married. Felsden even thought about killing her, and never having to deal with such cunning and impudence again in his life. The guy managed to imagine that in order to kill his wife, it was enough to just squeeze his fingers around her thin neck. But quite unexpectedly, Miss grabbed Arzentian's face with both hands and asked if his insomnia had only gotten worse. Without waiting for an answer, the lady passed her hand in front of her husband's face, after which she whispered for him to fall asleep quickly. For some reason unknown to himself, the Duke was unable to resist this obsession, and so he obediently closed his eyes. It was only the next morning that he woke up in his bed and jumped up in horror when he remembered what had happened yesterday. Realizing that for some reason he had suddenly fallen asleep so unexpectedly, the guy looked suspiciously at his wife lying next to him. Only now did Felsden realize for himself that this woman was extremely dangerous, because he did not know about all of her abilities. The Duke suddenly thought again about killing the lady right now, while absolutely no one was watching. But then Rosalina turned over onto her other side, finding herself with her sweet and beautiful face right in front of her husband. This circumstance made Arzentian change his mind, and he abruptly pulled his hand away from the Duchess, who was sleeping peacefully at that moment. After which, to prevent such thoughts from arising again, the guy quickly got dressed and left the room as quickly as possible. When he jumped on his horse in the estate garden and rode back to war, he didn't even notice that he was still being watched from the balcony. It turned out that Rosa was no longer sleeping at that time because she felt sad that her husband, for some reason, did not stay with her. Then suddenly the girl waved her hands in front of the guy, asking if he was listening to her at all or if he was in the clouds again. This instantly brought the Duke back to reality, causing him to open his eyes wide, trying to throw the past out of his head. Only a few seconds later, the head of the secret organization was able to remember that his wife had come to him and wanted a divorce. He coughed awkwardly, still trying to recover, and remembered that the lady had come to him for her own handkerchief. The heroine confidently confirmed the fact that she needed back that very scarf that she had recently given for a while. Imagine the girl's surprise when the gentleman suddenly said that, in fact, he no longer had the scarf. At that moment, the butler was walking down the corridor and even flinched in fear because of Rosalind's indignant scream that came from the office. In fact, getting into Hennis's shadowy organization associated with owls was very difficult. To begin with, this required finding the furthest and most inconspicuous store at the end of an inconspicuous street alley. You had to go into one of the doors of this store and find a chessboard from which you had to take absolutely any piece. If you put the figurine on the cash register and say that you have come to see the head of the Shadow Guild, you will be let through almost immediately. This is exactly what Rosalina did, knowing all these rules because she had read about them in a novel once. And the heroine was extremely surprised and puzzled when she learned that her handkerchief had actually been lost. The girl shook her head negatively from side to side since she absolutely did not want to believe what was happening. After which the lady, with despair on her face, asked whether the guy had really thrown it away from the very beginning because he didn't need it. She specifically included the actress and stated that this was the only gift from her beloved husband. Arzentian, who was sitting right in front of his wife under the mask, could not remember when he had given her this handkerchief. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the box in which the fabric lay, the guy remembered that it was without any embroidery. Moreover, the guy was worried about the question of whether, if the scarf was so dear to the lady, she had given it away at that moment. In order to clarify the situation for himself, the Duke asked the miss how exactly and under what circumstances she received the gift. In response, the Duke's daughter suddenly fell silent, demonstratively folding her hands in a closed pose, thereby showing her displeasure. After which, Rosalina tilted her head to the side and thoughtfully asked if gathering information wasn't the job of the secret guild. Smiling insincerely, the heroine approached the gentleman and said that he did not look like the head of the best bureau. As a result, an extremely tense atmosphere was created between the boy and the girl, which even Maurice felt behind the door. Finally, Arzentian gave in first and, sighing heavily, said that he really could not give up the handkerchief in any way. However, in return, he offered the lady to sit on a chair, since he allowed her to use any services of his guild. Rose was immediately delighted by this amazing opportunity because the Shadow Organization really could do a lot of things. However, the heroine tried to pretend that she was not so impressed by such compensation for her dear loss. Having delicately sat down on the offered chair, Miss said that she could not refuse since Mr. insisted so much. Proudly raising her head up, the Duchess closed her eyes and brazenly declared that this time she would give in to the guild leader, but that it would not happen again. The Duchess's demonstrative behaviour caused a barely noticeable smile on her husband Filesden's face, but he tried to hide it. A little later, after drinking tea brought by an assistant, Rosalina said that she wanted to get a title to protect herself after the divorce. Her eyes sparkled incredibly when she talked about how she would like to live richly under a completely different name. But what pleased the heroine most was that the gentleman understood her intentions perfectly, and there was no need to talk for long. The Duke of Brighton's daughter saw this white mask at the auction and immediately understood what it meant. After all, only the head of the best secret organization, which could be relied upon in any matter, wore such a thing. The only difficulty was that these people could refuse to help, even if you offered them a lot of money. So now Rose was incredibly glad that she had finally managed to win the favor of such a grumpy and selective mister. With her eyes wide open, the lady emerged from her thoughts and began to openly examine the guy in front of her. The headman's appearance was very handsome, and for some reason the girl felt as if she had seen him somewhere before more than once. Suddenly the Duke asked if Lady Felliston was listening, and she jumped in fright, for she had been lost in her dreams. Because of this, the cup fell out of the miss's hands, but the head jumped up and pushed the girl aside in time to prevent her from getting hurt. Rosalina didn't even have time to understand what exactly happened before she turned around and saw that the guy was very close to her. At that moment, Morris burst into the office, causing the couple to jump away from each other in confusion. To ease the awkward atmosphere, the Duke tasked his assistant with creating a list of all available titles. The butler was immediately horrified by this, since it was an extremely labor-intensive and time-consuming job. And the chief himself turned to the lady and asked how she would pay, since he still thought that it would be fair. This surprised the miss a little, who knew that the guild's services were not cheap, although she was prepared for this. However, Rosalina smiled happily because she was well prepared and had money for almost everything. Therefore, the heroine poured out the diamonds that she had collected from the Lake of Fairies onto the table, since she knew their value very well. A little later, when she had already left the guild, the heroine thought about why the leader was wearing this strange mask. Moreover, nothing was said about this character in the novel, so it was difficult for the girl to judge him. But the lady was interested in the guy's personality, which surprised her very much, because it was impossible to think about it. So Miss tried to get the guild leader out of her head as quickly as possible and finally pull herself together. Rosalina knew perfectly well that right now she needed to think about completely different things, such as money. So she sat down by the window in her room and thought hard about what could be done in this life situation. What interested the Duke of Brighton's daughter most was the system window, which only she could see. This item indicated that Miss had her summoner abilities unlocked, albeit at a lower level. In order to study this status, the Duchess began to try to summon different objects, but they were all too difficult for her. But Rose still tried not to despair and asked again and again for a real bronze ingot to appear. However, after a few hours, the lady was completely exhausted as she was unable to summon anything, although she really wanted to. A few minutes later, when Miss had completely calmed down, she arrived at the cafe and began to drink tea in order to think further about what to do. The heroine understood that she needed to summon something small, but at the same time useful for her, but she didn't know what it could be. Here the girl heard the words of other aristocrats who were easily and casually discussing her divorce from the Duke. Those ladies were sure that Rose was simply kicked out, which she was embarrassed to talk about, so she talked about the divorce. Having declared that such a grand title was not suitable for the Duke of Brighton's daughter from the very beginning, the ladies immediately laughed. Among these ladies sat one girl who told everyone that it was she who was to become the Duke's wife. It was not entirely clear to the heroine whether all these aristocrats were aware that she was sitting very close to them. And the lady who was to become the first wife was called Hannah Bronze, and she, supposedly out of sadness, laid her head on her neighbour's shoulder. But the girl had no intention of crying because she forced everyone around her to participate in her cunning plan. Hannah was counting on the fact that Rose, who was sitting next to them, would explode upon hearing the dialogue and start scolding them. After all, such terrible behaviour of the Duchess with her violence will completely destroy her already dubious reputation. Therefore Bronze, believing that Rosalina would behave extremely predictably, arranged this whole performance. The girl really wanted to become the wife of Duke Filesden, so that he would be only hers and no one else's in this world. So Hannah was not going to forgive the fact that Arzentian had not ultimately chosen her as his wife when he decided to get married. The lady didn't know exactly how long she would have to cry like this, but she was ready for anything, just to get a result. Suddenly the aristocrats looked around, and to their great surprise, noticed the Duke of Brighton's daughter standing very close by. The heroine heard everything perfectly well, but didn't even think of answering, so she reluctantly turned around when her name was called. At the same time, in the eyes of the other girls, she looked cold and suspicious, despite her good mood. Someone managed to whisper a phrase about Brighton's misfortune, and one of the friends began to defend everyone else, as if they hadn't said anything bad. Rosalina didn't really understand what all these ladies wanted from her, when suddenly they declared that the divorce was nothing to be proud of. The Duke's daughter did not understand this phrase at all, because she did not want to hide from everyone and sit at home, since others were saying so. At this point, Hannah tried to pretend to calm the aristocrat down, but she was waiting for Rose to start getting angry. But the girl who had started this accusatory conversation merely pointed her finger at Lady Brighton and continued speaking. She stated that the poor and unhappy Duchess had first been abandoned by her own family, and now so suddenly by her husband himself. Her friends picked up these words and remembered the old 60-year-old Duke who wanted to get married. Hannah specifically asked the girls, with a pitiful look, to stop talking like that because no one knew the truth. The answer seemed very rude to the heroine because the aristocrat said that feeling sorry for her was too stupid behavior. Rosalina didn't expect that all these words would somehow make her feel pain in her chest, as if it concerned her. The only thing Lady Felliston could assume was that somehow the feelings of the previous Rose remained in this body. So, to make sure no one had any doubts, the girl said out loud that she really just wanted to get out of there. Bronze, who had just wanted to anger the Duke's daughter, secretly smiled maliciously because she had achieved her goal. And the Duchess herself suddenly said that it was wrong to discuss simple rumours without checking whether they were true or not. When Lady Felliston asked if the aristocrat would be held accountable for her words, the girl's face twisted. Rosalina herself unexpectedly declared that she could fully answer for her words and decided to deal with the culprit. She turned to Hannah and asked if it was true that she had once planned to get engaged to Arzentian several years ago before her. When the heroine noticed that Bronzine had absolutely nothing to say, she realized that she was simply spreading rumors. Then, very frightened, the lady said that 4 years ago the Duke came to her and seriously talked about marriage. This was exactly the false information that Rosalina wanted to hear, so she smirked contentedly as she listened to the story. The Duke's daughter confidently stated that Hannah was deliberately spreading false information, playing the innocent lamb. Bronze realized that she had been completely exposed and immediately began to demonstratively cry, but the heroine had no desire to scold her. Instead, Rose, with a sweet smile, suggested that the girl simply lacked the knowledge of how to behave properly, after which she carefully tucked a strand of the tearful lady's hair behind her ear, pitying the miss for such a sad fate and life. All these kind actions made Hannah incredibly angry, and the tears in her green eyes instantly turned to rage. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bronze completely lost control of herself and raised her hand to hit Rosa. Unexpectedly for herself, at this dangerous moment, the heroine for some reason felt some strange and incomprehensible feeling inside. It seemed to her as if some of the memories of the past Rosalina had suddenly somehow ended up in her head. But this lasted only a couple of moments, so the Duchess came to her senses and managed to intercept the hand of the arrogant girl in time. After which, without any doubt in her actions, she slapped her herself, because she wanted to teach her a proper lesson. It was only a few seconds later that the Duke of Brighton's daughter suddenly realized that she had accidentally overdone the blow. However, Rose still pretended that this was her intention and ordered the aristocrats not to bother other people in the future. As a result, the girls were so scared that they didn't even think of saying anything to the Duke's daughter after what they saw. And Lady Felliston herself quickly ran to her estate before anyone present suddenly decided to confront her. However, the girl didn't think that all this fighting right now was a waste of time for her. It was all because the lady had finally figured out how exactly she could use her item summoner skill. She was already about to get to the estate in her joy when suddenly the head of the Dark Guild called out to her. Rosalina was so taken aback that she froze in place and asked what he was doing there. The guy explained quite calmly that he personally brought the drawn-up contract, although the miss could have come herself. Here, the gentleman noticed that there was some kind of commotion in the cafe, and the heroine immediately began to push him as far as possible. At the same time, Rose tried her best to make cute eyes, trying to convince her friend to get away from the noise in the cafe. However, the Duke suddenly became so eager to see what was going on that the girl had to call a carriage and go with him. So they both ended up going for a walk around the city, trying not to talk to anyone in particular because they didn't know them. Rosalina hid almost her entire face behind the report, as she was unhappy that she had only been given interim information. Suddenly she felt some warmth on her back and, looking back, noticed that the mister had hugged her. The Duchess even thought that the guy might have come here because he liked her, which flattered her. But in reality, Arzentian was trying to understand why the lady's handkerchief had such a strong effect on him, since there was no magic emanating from it. So, stopping in the middle of the street, the guy and the girl looked at each other silently for a while and thought about their own things. In the end, Rosalina smiled and, returning the papers with the report to the mister, allowed him to call her by her first name, not her last name. This greatly surprised the Duke, although because he was wearing a mask, his real emotions were almost invisible. However, the guy suggested until the very end not to get personal, despite the fact that the lady herself allowed it. In the end, the Duke could not stand it and said that he was a very cautious man, so he did not want to say anything prematurely. The guild leader's face darkened, and he said that he would only call the lady by name once the divorce was completed. Although the heroine was very surprised by this, she decided not to show it and calmly agreed to these conditions. But even under these conditions, Miss could not understand why the guy was worried about this and decided that he did not like her. While Rosalina was feeling offended, not knowing what else to do, Arzentian secretly glanced at her and thought that this was not like normal behavior. At that moment, the heroine decided for herself that she would consider Mr. A business partner and was distracted by the smell of food. The girl didn't expect that her favorite chicken kebabs would be in this world, so she was delighted. Noticing the lady's interest in this food, Arzentian immediately took the shashlik and asked the seller how much it would cost. But Miss didn't want to remain in debt at all, so she declared that she would pay for everything herself, since she decided to eat. Having paid for everything, literally a few minutes later the Duchess discovered fruit juice on the shelves. But most of all, she was impressed by the strange and scary figures that many masters created in this world. Excitedly looking around, the lady quickly bought a variety of items that were fascinating to her. Seeing that Rosalina was incredibly pleased with everything around her, the guild leader also found and showed her a strange fruit. It worked, and the Duke's daughter stood there, amazed, staring at her food, trying to figure out what it was. Since the lady did not dare to buy any fruit, Arzentian did it for her. Miss saw his actions and immediately encouraged the guy for his desire to join her numerous purchases. In response, the masked man just smiled, as he was pleased that the girl supported the purchases. As a result, when the heroine returned to her room, she had a lot of fruit from the masked acquaintance. The fact that the guy was behaving rather strangely greatly angered the lady, who didn't know what to think of him now. In the end, Rosalina decided not to think about all sorts of nonsense, but instead to concentrate on her important matters. She finally decided that she could admit it, and it had to be a rose, very popular in this world. Moreover, almost all aristocrats interacted with these flowers in one way or another because of their incredible beauty. So, if an item was at least somehow connected with roses, its price immediately increased by about 2 times. Miss noticed that even those girls who had recently discussed rose in the cafe also had a rose-shaped decoration with them. So the Duchess set out to summon some unusual flower that did not exist in the Empire. Knowing all this well, the lady chose the most comfortable position for herself and tried to perform the spell of summoning flowers. She put all her strength into her hands and voice in the hope that in the end everything would work out and one of the most beautiful roses would appear in this world. How happy the girl was when, as a result of her efforts, delicate flowers actually appeared from the portal. But this joy was premature, because for some reason there was only an artificial flower on the lady's bed. For the heroine, this situation seemed very offensive because she tried so hard but in the end got so little. Miss couldn't have imagined that her summoning abilities wouldn't be able to bring even a real item into this world. That same morning, the Duke of Brighton, together with his assistant, was, as usual, solving various business issues. However, at some point the man looked up from his papers because he felt like it was too quiet around him. The butler was of the same opinion, so he confirmed with a smile that nothing had happened yet today. Having nothing better to do, the father asked how his daughter was, but the old man said that everything was perfectly fine with the girl. Then someone knocked on the office door, and Rosalina, who had just been mentioned, looked inside, somewhat awkwardly. Lady Felliston decided to discuss something with the Duke, and so she told him about it right from the doorway. This behaviour of the Miss, who had never before come to her father first, greatly shocked the assistant. The heroine immediately noticed that the Duke and his servant were very surprised by something, but she could not understand what exactly. In the end, the Duchess decided that the whole problem was that she forgot to knock, and she immediately corrected this issue. But before the lady had time to knock properly, her father called out to her and asked why the girl had suddenly come to him. Imagine the surprise of the owner of the estate when his daughter, completely unexpectedly, started talking about his birthday. The heroine herself was too embarrassed to bring up the subject, but she had no intention of backing down so easily. She admitted that she suddenly realized that she had never given her father any gifts before and decided to make amends. So the girl showed the pen in a beautiful package, which she had been hiding right behind her back all this time. The Duke was noticeably surprised when he began to examine this golden object, which was given to him for the first time. Noticing that her father had decided to try to write something, the lady explained that the pen was made of gold and not real. However, the girl hoped that even in this case the man would like the gift, which she enthusiastically asked him about. And the owner of the estate was sincerely impressed by this idea, so he was not lying at all when he gave a good assessment. Rose smiled and said that she used to be extremely immature, but now she decided to show how much she had changed. The father did not say another word, but was very happy that his own daughter had given him something for the first time in her life. But the man wasn't sure that he deserved such gifts from Rosalina because they didn't communicate well. Mr. Brighton remembered how he kept turning away from the girl, and she herself had never behaved like that before. He thought about it and realized that all his life he had been the parent who could not be relied upon, which was sad. Suddenly, someone knocked softly on the door of his office, causing the Duke to break out of his thoughts. Somewhat guilty, since she had distracted the gentleman from his work, the assistant looked inside and said that she had news. The Duke of Brighton had just begun to treat Rosalind better when she suddenly began to cause another mess. At this moment, the heroine tried to get into the room of her long-dead mother, but the maids would not let her in. And even the reminder that this estate was also her home did not affect the servants at all, who were still standing in place. And Rose herself could not understand why there were so many of those people in this place who stood in her way. The girl pretended that she really wanted to just decorate her mother's room with roses, but she was not allowed. The assistants were adamant that no one was allowed into Beatrice's room, and there were no exceptions. One of them smiled wickedly to herself, as she believed that the lady had no power, and they just had to wait. She expected that when the Duke arrived, he would see a very absurd situation between the maids and his daughter. Since Rosalina had a period when she broke quite a lot of things, she is unlikely to be allowed into her mother's room. Moreover, the assistants did not understand how angry one had to be to ask a maid to pick a bouquet of roses. Rose didn't know that the girl was cursed because of the roses, so she behaved calmly and asked who the servants were waiting for. Approaching one of the assistants, the heroine asked with a brazen smile if she was really looking for the Duke. Without worrying at all, Rosa suggested that they wait together, since she was sure that her father would not touch her. Noticing that the woman was scared, the heroine smiled contentedly because she hadn't done anything bad today. But at that moment, she heard her father's loud scream and jumped up in fright, not knowing what she had done. Turning around, Miss saw the Duke at the door of the corridor, who was clearly out of breath from running so fast to this place. Since his face was full of anger, Rose asked in confusion what bad thing she had done that she herself did not know about. Suddenly, running up to her, the man did not swear, but carefully hit the bouquet of roses so that it fell from the lady's hands to the floor. After which the Duke asked in confusion if the girl was feeling okay and if anything was hurting her. Lady Fellisden was extremely surprised by her father's behaviour, since she had expected anything but his anxiety. So for a while the girl froze in place, not knowing what to do or what to say to the man next. In fact, the heroine didn't just want to get into her mother's room because she had a goal to learn more about this world. The thing is, she read how one day in a novel, Rosalind invited the very same Daisy she had pushed into the lake to visit her at her estate. At the same time, the Duke of Brighton's daughter pretended to be incredibly happy about the girl who had arrived, which made the girl noticeably frightened. The lady only came because Rose's letter said that she urgently needed help at the estate. In response, the Villainess stated that she simply wanted to show her house and apologize for the misunderstanding in the mine. A little later, Daisy noticed with concern that Rosalina did not look well and suggested that she take a rest. Instead, the Duke of Brighton's daughter spoke about the moment she pushed Miss and said it was an accident. And now, remembering that incident, Rose admitted that she was madly envious of Daisy, although she had endured a lot of suffering. The girl said somewhat shyly that everything ended well only because Rosa finally found help. Although the lady was not looking for any help, she still thanked him for these words and said that she wanted to give something to her friend. Lady Fellisden quickly brought the girl to her mother's room, where there was no guard at that moment. Standing up straight in front of the mirror, Rosalind told the lady what kind of place it was, which she really didn't value at all. Daisy was surprised to hear that Beatrice's room was actually off limits to anyone but the Duke. Suddenly, Rose turned sharply and pushed the girl, whom she had lured to this place specifically for this purpose, very hard. Daisy was completely unprepared for such a setup, so she didn't even have time to properly protect herself from such a sudden blow. Since Rose hit hard enough, the lady couldn't hold on and fell right onto the statue, which moved unnoticed. The Villainess herself did not notice this at all, as she was in a hurry to close her mother's room in order to lock her rival in there. Rosa's plan was to shift all the blame onto her friend, for which she called her father to the room. Imagine the lady's surprise when she realized that Daisy had gotten lucky again, and something had gone completely wrong as planned. The fact is that a precious and powerful fairy artifact had been hidden in Beatrice's room for a long time, and Daisy accidentally opened it and found it when she moved the statue she fell on after Rosalina hit her. Noticing that the door had opened, the girl approached it in confusion, as a fairy mark suddenly flashed on her face. At the sight of this, the Duke gasped in amazement, since he believed that this sign had disappeared many years ago and was only now found. And in the end, this thing suddenly finally chose a new owner in the form of Daisy, whom it will now guard with all its might. According to history, the fairy sign was a family heirloom of the Brightons, which they tried never to let go of in their lives. And the heroine, who read the novel, knew that this very jewel was still in Beatrice's room. But to do this, she needed to somehow get there, which she was unable to do at the moment. Unexpectedly, the man explained that Anthony's assistant was ill from the rose curse, which was common in the Empire. Rose had no idea that for such people any touch of the flower was practically fatal. The girl was very shocked by the fact that one touch could create such a huge threat to health. Here the maids began to whisper that Rose not only forced Anthony to touch the flowers, but also tried to brazenly enter her mother's room. The woman said that they met the lady at the door only today, but she could have come on other days. They reported that items had been disappearing from Beatrice's room recently, but it was unclear who was responsible. The heroine felt hurt when she heard the words that people never change in life, and she cannot be trusted. But then the Duke, unexpectedly for everyone, asked the maid what she should actually be watching first and foremost. He announced that everyone had to watch over his daughter's safety, as she also had the rose curse. Since nothing was said about this in the novel, Rosalina did not even suspect that she had this illness. Meanwhile, the owner of the estate stated that the maid had neglected her duties, which surprised her. So the Duke ordered that this woman be sent to prison as soon as possible until he decided what to do with her next. Looking at all this, Rose thought that she did not expect such behavior from her father, but she did not mind. The girl bent down and began to pick up the flowers, regretting that her plan to get into the room had ultimately failed. However, the lady was not going to give up on this, so she picked up the flowers from the floor, which were actually artificial. She did this to show Mr. Brighton that he didn't have to worry about her because of the curse. The man was very surprised, since he had never seen anything like it before, and only then did he take the rose to take a closer look. And the girl took advantage of the moment and, sweetly blinking her eyes, asked if she could leave it in her beloved mother's room. To the lady's great surprise, the father suddenly silently took one of the flowers from the bouquet, which she could not have expected. After which the Duke of Brighton called his daughter to follow him, and Miss immediately guessed where exactly they would now go together. The Duchess's joy knew no bounds because her plan had succeeded, so she smiled happily. Entering Beatrice's room, the daughter and father looked at the only painting where a woman was holding little Rose in her arms. After which the girl began to carefully and beautifully arrange the flowers throughout the room, creating beauty. She had to look as carefully as possible behind the statue, where, as it was written in the novel, the fairy artifact was kept. But before Rosalina could take even a couple of steps towards the statue, the Duke grabbed her by the collar. For the first time in his life, the man decided to talk to the girl about what happened in the past, revealing his true feelings, and the lady had to obediently listen to the man because she didn't know when they would talk to him like that again. Only at the very last moment was Rose able to take advantage of the Duke's distraction and take out the artifact. It wasn't easy for her, but the heroine was happy that she was able to do everything, and so she locked herself in her room. After which, since the miss was tired of looking at the thing, she immediately opened the box and looked inside. The entire contents of this rare family heirloom glowed with a faint glow that Rosalind liked. She smiled and, placing the fairy egg on her hand, whispered an offer of friendship, hoping that it would work. And indeed, right after these words, a sign appeared on the lady's forehead, indicating that she had become the new owner of the artifact. Rosalina was glad that the mark disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and no one would know about it now. That same evening, the girl went shopping, but she was caught in very bad weather in the form of rain. Rosalina didn't expect anything like this at all, so she didn't even take an umbrella with her and looked at the sky in confusion. Moreover, the lady was sure that there would be a quarrel at Anthony's estate because she had gone for a walk alone. Deciding to try to reach the carriage, Rose stepped forward when she suddenly collided with the head of the guild. The guy himself was surprised by this meeting, since this time he was not looking for a miss for dialogues about their cooperation. Rosaline looked at the gentleman and asked what he was doing in this place in such rainy weather. Unexpectedly, without saying anything to the Duchess, Arzentian leaned almost towards her face, which visibly embarrassed her. The Duke did this to check how wet the lady was, as he wanted to give her his cloak. As a result, when the heroine closed her eyes in confusion, the guy covered her from the rain, which greatly surprised the girl. After which Arzentian pointed his finger behind him and said that there was a carriage behind him and he could give him a ride wherever he needed. Rosaline was pleased with this care, and she did not refuse, asking to be taken to the Felsden mansion. When they arrived, the guild leader suddenly asked the lady to return his clothes, which she did not expect at all. Then Rose asked him directly if he had a close relationship with any girl, which seemed strange to him. The guy didn't expect such a question at all, because they usually didn't ask about something like that, so he froze for a while. Eventually, the Duke admitted that he was not in a relationship, and this visibly pleased Rosaline, causing her to smile. After which the Duke of Brighton's daughter explained that she would return the cloak as soon as she had washed it properly. But the head was not at all satisfied with this option, so he grabbed the clothes and demanded that they be returned right now. Rose asked why he was talking about this, and the Duke explained that at the time the lady was still a married woman. But this statement did not shame the miss at all, but for some reason only brought a satisfied grin to her face. Rosalina smiled with absolute confidence because she believed she knew something that her business partner did not. Only after all this did the Duke of Brighton's daughter declare that her freedom was actually closer than her friend thought. Hearing this, the guy thought hard because he did not perceive divorcing himself as gaining freedom. Literally a few minutes later, when Miss spoke to her husband, he suddenly announced that the divorce was off. Moreover, Arzentian demanded back the check that he had managed to pay, but Rosa spent it at the auction. The Duke explained that this check serves as notarial proof, and without it, it is impossible to get a divorce. But the heroine was not satisfied with this option, and she reminded that they both had already agreed to divorce. But to this, Arzentian replied that their entire wedding was a lie, so the girl had no right to say such words. The final argument was that Miss might change her mind and not get divorced due to the absence of that very check. All these words made the heroine incredibly angry, although she understood that there was some truth in them. Here the Duchess suggested writing a receipt, and the guy pretended to think about this proposal. Rosalina was eagerly awaiting a response from her husband, as she desperately wanted to finally get a divorce. But the Duke merely showed his wife the door and asked her to come back next time, only when she brought the necessary check. As a result, Rosalina couldn't hold back and screamed at the top of her lungs about how much her own husband annoyed her. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of the girl with a quiet sound, which appeared with different notifications. And this time she reported that Rosa was fined for failing to fulfill her personal assignment for divorce. Since the heroine did not want to receive any punishment at all, she immediately rushed to the guildmaster. Less than an hour later, Rose unceremoniously burst into his office and shouted from the doorway that she urgently needed his help. Since the guy didn't react at first, the Duke of Brighton's daughter came close, after which the gentleman noticed her. He asked quite calmly what the purpose of the lady's visit was, since he himself, unlike her, was in no hurry. Rose was pleased that the leader had gotten straight to the point, so she smiled before beginning the conversation. But quite unexpectedly, the Duchess was overcome by a fit of hunger, as she forgot that she had eaten nothing at all since the morning. Without any embarrassment, the girl asked her partner if he had any food before their conversation. Arzentian had food at the place, but he immediately warned that it might not suit the lady's tastes. But Rose only smirked in response, since in the previous world she was an ordinary student and ate poorly. So she asked the guy not to talk anymore, but to at least bring something so that they could have a snack. As a result, the Duke brought warm rye bread for the miss, which almost the entire empire was famous for. He said that according to the rules, this bread had to be generously greased with delicious butter. To taste, even honey was added to all this, but few people liked that, even though the guy brought the dish. In the end, Rosalina was almost in 7th place from happiness, since for her it was all incredibly delicious. The lady even thought that the guild leader would bring her mouldy bread because of his words, but that didn't happen. Moreover, for Rose all this food was very good, but she was not going to admit it at all. Since the heroine, due to her absent-mindedness, began to eat with her hands, Arzentian asked whether she had not been taught manners at home. But to stop the boy from grumbling anymore, Rosalina resourcefully stuffed one of the delicious sandwiches into his mouth. After which the girl with a sweet smile asked him if it was tasty, since she herself liked everything very much. But the Duke himself reacted rather coolly and even refused more of such delicious food. In response to all the insolence, Rosalina only laughed and harmlessly openly compared the mister to an angry cat. Arzentian looked at the girl with wide eyes and could not understand whether she had always been so cheerful and attractive to everyone. He thought that upon hearing about such food, the miss would become furious and even knock over the table, but would not eat such food. But in the end, this Rosalina acted completely differently from the one with whom the Duke seemed not to have lived at all for these 3 years. The guy couldn't understand whether the girl had ever been truly real with him or was pretending all the time. Suddenly, Rose lifted the keg of drink to clink it with the gentleman's keg and make a speech. The Duke of Brighton's daughter smiled and said that from that moment on, they were both officially starting their business. Since the gentleman was not at all against drinking to such a thing, he joined the restless lady's idea. Suddenly the heroine reached into her pocket and pulled out a rose, which Arzentian immediately knocked out of her hands. After which, with great concern, he grabbed the girl's face with his hands, examining her for damage. The Duke knew very well about the curse of his wife's rose, which is why he was so worried about the consequences. But Rose explained to the mister that the flower was not real, and he, instantly calming down, picked it up from the floor himself. It turned out that the Duke of Brighton's daughter came up with the idea of selling these roses because they looked real but did not carry a curse. Arzentian immediately calculated that the prices for this product, if it were made premium, would be incredibly high. The Duke couldn't pass up such business, so he offered the girl a contract with his Hennes Guild. As a result, the next morning Miss was extremely pleased with herself because she had been able to work very productively the previous day. True, because of this, Rose did not get enough sleep, so she barely got out of bed this morning, although she really enjoyed sleeping. Looking out the window, the Duchess discovered that it was almost daytime, but absolutely no one had woken her up. Miss found this very strange, and she went around the estate in her pajamas to look for her maid Anthony. Suddenly, the girl saw other assistants somewhere at the bottom of the stairs who were saying something bad about her. They tried to figure out which of them would go to Rose's room to finally wake the young lady from her sleep. Moreover, the younger maids were most afraid of waking the Duke's daughter, although they did not really give any reasons for this. Those who were senior in status stated that, except for the younger ones, there was no one to go to the young lady's room. Rosalina sat down on the steps of the stairs and began to listen with interest to the conversations of these assistants who did not notice her. It so happened that, although the head maid was in prison, those who hated Rose had not yet completely disintegrated. The heroine knew about this whole situation very well, but did not resolve it in any purposeful way due to the complexity of this matter. Suddenly, one of the maids looked up and saw the Duke's daughter, who was silently watching them from the steps. She immediately reported what she had seen to the other assistants without even trying to hide it from Rosalina's eyes. The girl herself continued to watch with interest what these evil maids would do next. Imagine the Duchess's surprise when those servants simply turned away from her and ran away, as if they had not discussed it before. The lady could not understand this at all because the maids did not apologize to her for their bad behavior. The heroine could not understand where these assistants got such a strong confidence in their own impunity. She had an unpleasant feeling, as if these servants had some kind of dangerous and powerful support for her. Here, unexpectedly, the lady suddenly called out to Anthony, which the miss did not expect, and therefore was somewhat frightened because of this. The maid immediately grabbed the young lady and dragged her back to the room, because walking around the estate in pajamas was not allowed. While getting ready, sitting in front of the mirror, Rosalina admired her appearance, considering herself beautiful. The maid, looking at all this, asked with slight concern if the mistress was tired of looking at herself like that. In response, the heroine quite sincerely exclaimed how the assistant could even think about such a thing and ask her. She said that she looked at herself anew every moment, but Anthony was not interested in all this. Suddenly, the Duchess stopped admiring the view and said that she wanted to discuss something, which surprised the maid. The girl admitted, somewhat confused, that for some reason she had been constantly having nightmares lately. This information really scared the assistant, so she worriedly asked for more details. It was not difficult for the heroine because the memories were fresh. So, after thinking a little, she began her story about these terrible dreams. Rose reported that every time in this dream, she opens her eyes in a completely unfamiliar place, which for some reason she sees for the first time. But the strangest thing was that for some reason she was shouting very loudly and angrily at some unknown man. He answered the girl somewhat sluggishly, and with each of his words her heart broke more and more, although the miss did not know why. As a result, when Rose woke up, she could not remember what the guy called her in his sleep. The assistant listened attentively to the young lady's entire story and was extremely surprised by the details. But then suddenly the Duke of Brighton's daughter changed her mind about listening to the maid's opinion and said that she urgently needed to go somewhere on her own business. Anthony watched Rosalina with surprise, unable to understand why she had run away so abruptly. The only thing is that the maid managed to ask a question about export, but the lady immediately refused it. Finally, Rose shouted to the maid that she would definitely be back for dinner, so she didn't have to worry. Lady Felliston smiled sweetly at the maid, as she was confident that she would carry out all her orders completely. In fact, the Duke of Brighton's daughter ran away in order to find the head of the guild, which was easy for her. The guy was busy with his own business at the time, so he wasn't entirely happy about this meeting, although he didn't object. He said that he himself wanted to talk to the girl a little later, so he extended his hand to help her down. After thinking for a bit, Rosalina accepted the help of the masked gentleman, although she could have handled it perfectly well on her own. The lady suddenly became delighted when she thought that her partner would like to talk about their common business. But Arzentian did not share the girl's joy at all, since he still did not like to show his emotions. The guy's coldness and lack of emotion greatly embarrassed the miss, so she immediately fell silent in embarrassment. However, literally a few seconds later, Rose came to her senses and asked to go for a walk with her friend. She said that she couldn't sit within four walls forever, so it was useful to look at the progress of things from the outside. As they walked, the heroine continued to chat cheerfully about how their business would definitely be very successful and profitable. Eventually, Duke Fellisden got tired of his wife's chatter, so he hit her right in the face with the papers containing the business report. After which he also tied the hood on the lady, asking her not to take it off under any circumstances, so that she would not be recognized. Even though the girl agreed with all the guy's rules, she still didn't stop talking along the way. At this moment, in the Brighton estate, Eliza, in all her anger, was smashing various expensive things, throwing them on the floor. The woman clutched her head and asked herself over and over again how it could have happened that Rose had interfered with her plans. The most offensive thing for her was that there was very little left before the completion of her intentions, but almost everything was destroyed. As a result, although Leodor did not come to his senses, the Duchess's right hand suddenly fell under the wrath of the master and ended up in prison. And Eliza blamed Rosalina entirely for all of this, believing that she had destroyed everything on purpose. The woman bit her fingers and lips nervously out of frustration, wondering what exactly she should do next. At the same time, she took out most of her anger on the poor maids, who did not deserve it at all. Lady Brighton was angry with them for being too slow in carrying out all the orders, which also ruined her plans. Since one of the maids ran away too slowly in fear, the woman managed to grab her by the hair. After which, screaming that she was of no use, the Duchess rudely threw the girl out of her room. Almost immediately, her friend, who had suffered no less, ran up to her with regret about what had happened. No one knew that Rosalina was secretly watching all this from around the corner, carefully remembering everything. She was sure that sooner or later Eliza would finally get what she deserved, because the lady would put all her efforts into it. The Duchess herself took out the potion that she had saved for an emergency and promised herself that she would deal with the Duke's daughter. The next morning, exactly as scheduled, the young lady was happily basking in the warm bath. Anthony looked suspiciously at Rosalind, who had recently developed a habit of running away abruptly. But the heroine herself had no desire to go for a walk now, since she needed to think carefully about the future. She was incredibly worried about Eliza Mulliot, who was clearly planning something bad for everyone. The heroine knew that after Beatrice's death, this woman received a huge benefit because she rose in status. And as the only witness to the death of the Duke's first wife, she blamed Rose for everything that happened. But the most interesting thing is that the Duke's new wife took care of the sleeping Leodor as if he were her own son. Moreover, she even pretended to be worried about her daughter, which often confused Rosalina. However, the heroine could not believe that the actions that Eliza performed yesterday were just a game. The Duke's daughter felt goosebumps of fear and anxiety when she remembered the woman's cruelty. But the lady understood perfectly well that she had to pull herself together, since there was absolutely no way to retreat. Mrs. entire life depended on her decisions, so the girl was very serious when she thought about the future. In the end, Rose decided to just start with the letter that was lying on the table next to her because it had arrived recently. It turned out to be an invitation to tea, and under other circumstances the Duchess would certainly not have decided to go. When Rosalina arrived, Eliza sadly reported that she had told everyone about her arrival, and people immediately changed their minds about coming. At the same time, the woman, barely holding back her tears, said that she had been preparing for this tea party all this time. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, she asked Rose for forgiveness for failing to fulfill her duties as a mother. In response, the heroine smiled cheerfully and said that they could very well have a party for just the two of them. The girl added that she liked this tea party anyway, so for her personally everything was perfectly fine. But then the Duke's daughter suddenly smiled slyly and said that she had heard something interesting just recently. Miss put the cup of tea on the table for now and asked her stepmother if she remembered the old incident at the fairy tree. Rosalina's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said that she would very much like to know the details of all this. To the heroine's great surprise, Eliza suddenly grabbed her hands and asked her not to take it to heart. Muliot lowered her head and said that people were so cruel, and Rose herself was still a child at the time. The lady even clenched her hands angrily, though imperceptibly, due to how unpleasant it was for her to listen to the Duchess's words about her mother. But she was able to cope with her emotions and declared that only Eliza could understand her, deliberately throwing herself into her arms. At the same time, the heroine noticed how carefully Muliot hugged her back, pretending to at least somehow feel sorry for the girl. Using false sympathy, Rose asked if she could call the Duchess her mother, as she needed to gain her trust. As soon as Eliza heard this, she immediately agreed, because she knew how beneficial this would be for her. But Muliot had no idea that Rosalina was watching her closely at that moment. The girl did this while looking at the reflection in the vase, where all the evil emotions on her stepmother's face were clearly visible. Suddenly, at that moment, one of the maids ran into the tea party looking for her mistress. She announced that the Duke would be coming to tea, which greatly surprised Eliza, who had not expected such a thing. And indeed, Mr. Brighton soon appeared, who was incredibly furious at the empty tables. The man demanded to see the guest list, as he decided to make them pay for not coming to his estate. But the Duchess peacefully reminded that it was impossible to put such pressure on social circles, so it was necessary to calm down. Suddenly, Rosalina smelled a strange aroma in the air and realized that for the first time in her life, she was seeing tea in front of her. The Duke drank it quite calmly, so the lady asked what kind of drink was poured into his cup. In response, Brighton explained that it was a medicinal tea that his dear wife always made especially for him. Eliza immediately suggested that Rose also try at least a cup, but the heroine replied that she didn't like medicine. However, a little later the girl could not find a place for herself, as she was afraid that the tea might actually be poison. Moreover, the miss suddenly remembered that Muliot personally always gave her brother, who was still sleeping, something to drink. This realization made Rosalina even more anxious, as she didn't know what to do. Eliza seemed to her to be a very terrible and cruel woman who was almost impossible to defeat. So the Duke's daughter continued to panic pointlessly, as no solution came to her. Suddenly, the very same fairy egg, the owner of which she had recently become, suddenly lit up in front of the girl. Rose noticed this and immediately began to pray that the artifact would not change its mind about activating and would ultimately help her in some way. And indeed, the glow emanating from the egg became brighter and brighter until cracks suddenly appeared on it. This circumstance both greatly frightened and surprised the heroine, who did not expect this. Since the glow from the egg became unbearable, the miss, despite her curiosity, closed her eyes. And she did the right thing, because the light unexpectedly spread so strongly that it even went beyond the room. As a result, from this very egg suddenly hatched a small and cute fairy who was still yawning sleepily, after which the little girl looked around in surprise and immediately saw the Duke of Brighton's daughter in front of her. She immediately flew up to the girl and asked why she woke her up only now and not much earlier. To the heroine's great surprise, the fairy suddenly hugged her nose and said that she had been waiting for their meeting for a very long time. But Rose didn't understand this phrase at all, so she asked in confusion what the little girl meant. In response, the fairy creature only smiled sweetly and cuddled with all her might into the hands of her mistress. The whole girl was like a pure cloud in the middle of a clear sky, which could always be trusted. But in the novel, for some reason, fairies were constantly described as evil spirits who were not going to help anyone. It was this little girl who gave the previous Rosalina bad advice, each time getting her into bad trouble. As a result, the poor girl was even sentenced to death for all her villainous plans, even if they failed. The fairy herself, looking at all this, laughed maliciously, saying that she had long been expecting such an end for the unbearable lady. After which she wished a painful death on Rose and flew away, having fulfilled her task perfectly. And right now, this same creature was supposedly smiling completely sweetly and harmlessly, but the heroine did not believe her. Instead, she desperately searched for something else after the broken egg, because she thought that she would get a secret weapon. When Rose lay down to sleep from fatigue, she looked anxiously at the fairy next to her, not knowing what to do with her. Having come up with nothing by the morning, the Duke of Brighton's daughter decided to simply ignore her new acquaintance, for now. But the fairy herself really didn't like this outcome, so she tried with all her might to attract attention to herself. However, Rosalina had already decided to pretend that there were no small creatures in this world, so she didn't listen to her. Then the little girl flew up to the Duke, with whom Rose had been talking all this time, because she was definitely visible near him. But even in this case, the heroine just smiled and replied that there were just some midges flying around, but there was no need to worry. Then the father changed the subject, for he had heard that the lady wanted to give a banquet, and Miss was surprised that he supported the idea. She was very pleased to understand that the man appreciated her efforts, because the girl really did a lot. She couldn't even hide her smile, which she noticed almost immediately in her own reflection in the mug of tea. Here the Duke began to drink his tea, and the fairy, suddenly noticing this, began to panic very strongly for some reason. She flew up to her mistress's ear and asked her to stop Brighton, because there was poison in his tea. After these words, Rose thought very hard, because this drink seemed very suspicious to her. However, the heroine did not think that she could completely trust the fairy, although she was quite convincing in her worries. Suddenly the Duke spoke and said that he wanted to fulfill any wish of his daughter, which greatly surprised her. But Rosalina did not lose her head and asked her father to share with her the remains of his tea, which Eliza called medicinal. The lady lied that she hadn't been feeling well lately, so she would like to heal herself a little in this way. As soon as he heard that his beloved daughter was actually ill, the Duke's expression immediately changed. He began to anxiously ask Miss for more details and immediately shared his tea with her to make her feel better. As a result, a few hours later, Rose brought a fragment of the drink to the Hennis Guild for detailed study. The head of the guild acted quite quickly and already reported that this tea contained a poison called acarosia. This plant was very ancient and had dangerous properties, as it had a cumulative effect. If you drink it for too long, even just a little bit, it will put a huge strain on the heart and the person will die. Hearing this, Rose thought that she herself had suspected something like this. And besides, the fairy had not lied this time. Since the lady was interested to know whether she could help her father, she asked the gentleman if there was an antidote. The little girl nearby reported that it was not there, when suddenly the Duke announced that there was a potion, and Rose looked unpleasantly at the fairy. After which the girl deliberately changed the subject and said that she was leaving her partner a lot of useful things. Arzention thanked the miss for her generosity, but still asked tensely why she had left such a pile. In response, Rosalina smiled and said that she simply had nowhere to put all these goods, so she shared. The heroine even prudently did not forget about the butler Maurice, who was incredibly happy with the gifts. The girl herself was very worried about the fact that the fairy pretended to help her, but was actually lying. The little girl tried to explain that she was telling the truth and that there was no antidote before, but the lady no longer listened to her. To stop the creature from flickering around her face, Rosalina looked angrily at the fairy, and she fell silent. And the guy in the mask himself said that he doesn't know if he will be able to use all the gifts he brought. But what interested him most now was where exactly his ally had found these rare and ancient herbs. In response, the heroine threw more goods on the table and said that the guy didn't need to know her delivery secrets at all. To the Duke's great surprise, the miss suddenly shouted loudly that she thanked him for everything he had done for her. After which, Rosalina, with the same sweet smile, admitted that she had a request as she needed a ticket to the fights. Finally, a couple of days later, one evening, Rose was able to get the necessary ticket and came to the event called Remember Death. The man at the entrance, with a poisonous grin, wished the girl a pleasant time in this evil place. All because the heroine went to a gambling house with gladiators, which was known for its cruelty. Rosalina had read the novel in her previous life, so she knew perfectly well how today's battles would end. As a result of all the fights, the winner will be the gladiator, about whom no one will ever know anything, except that he was a slave. In the meantime, a battle was in full swing in the ring with one of the strongest warriors who could ever be caught and forced to fight. When the ogre defeated another gladiator for the umpteenth time, he let out a loud and frightening roar throughout the arena. The people around immediately recoiled in fear, but Rosalina didn't even flinch since she wasn't afraid of anyone around her. Miss was eagerly awaiting the introduction of the next participant, whose eyes she could already see. This skinny, nondescript guy was called Kali's Strike, but no one knew how strong he was. The people around immediately began to whisper that this new fighter looked too weak, so he wouldn't be able to defeat anyone at all. Here, the host interrupted the aristocrat's comments, announcing that he had prepared a gift for his dear guest. He said that whoever makes the right bets will be given a valuable artifact called a fragment of healing. This greatly surprised everyone around because this thing could save even from a very serious wound and was extremely rare. At this point, Kali was released into the ring, and the host accepted every bet from everyone who wanted to take part. The man deliberately repeated the information about the fragment of healing several times in order to attract more people. Rose was more than confident that she would guess everything correctly, so she happily wrote down her bet. Most people bet on a gladiator named Bull, who had won many fights. But while everyone else was choosing other famous slaves, the girl confidently wrote Kali's name on the answer sheet. As soon as this seemingly skinny guy entered the ring, the atmosphere around him immediately changed noticeably. As soon as he heard the gong, Kali ran towards his enemy with all his might, realizing that he needed to win as quickly as possible. While they were getting closer, the host once again loudly asked everyone who would win this unequal fight. The heroine watched Kali's movements very carefully and noticed how fast he was. Moreover, despite his small size, the guy deftly used the giant's body for his own purposes. This only increased the new gladiator's agility, as he was already pushing off the enemy's body with lightning speed. The ogre clearly didn't expect such a powerful attack from the nondescript slave, so he punched the air in confusion. While Kali, taking advantage of the enemy's weakening, jumped high above him for the final blow. As a result, literally a few minutes after the start of the round, the strongest gladiator fell to the floor. This caused such great surprise among all the aristocrats that they stood frozen with their mouths open. While everyone around applauded the winner, the guy absent-mindedly looked around the crowd, not stopping his gaze on anyone. But Rosaline suddenly felt like he was looking straight into her eyes, which ultimately made the girl very embarrassed. Just in case, the Duke of Brighton's daughter quickly pulled her hood over herself so as not to meet anyone's gaze again. The lady could only hope that she had imagined it, and that Kali was not looking at her at all. This guy's name was actually Calix Blake, and he was the only heir to his family who had disappeared long ago. At some point, the heroine of this novel, Daisy, came to him and saved him from the gladiator fights. Since this is where the main plot begins, Rose thought not to come to this place with fights. The girl was very afraid that if she did something wrong, the meeting between Daisy and Calix would not take place. However, the lady was in dire need of a healing artifact, which she was able to successfully obtain at the end of all the battles. Unexpectedly, while the miss was calmly walking into the estate, a fairy suddenly flew up to her timidly, clearly worried. She reported with alarm that some strange and scary people had been following the owner for a long time. Rosalina instantly realized that those people were chasing someone, but she didn't know if she was their target. The girl guessed that the host could have sent bandits after her to take his artifact back. And indeed, the boys suddenly called out to Rosalina, after which she stopped to talk to them. But the Duke's daughter had no desire to interact with them in any way, so she was in a bad mood. But this did not bother the bandits at all, as they brazenly asked where the lady was going in such a hurry. Since she did not answer, the strangers simply demanded that the miss return the fragment of healing to them. Openly laughing at the girl, the guys asked if she really thought that they would give her such an expensive artifact. The heroine didn't say anything in response because she was still thinking about how to talk to these people. Then one of the bandits repeated once more brazenly, that the lady should quickly return the healing stone they had received. In fact, Rose knew that this would happen, so she offered to pay the guys more money than they had already been offered. Moreover, the lady very boldly suggested to the bandits to even triple the amount that they were promised. But in response, Miss received only a nasty smile from the leader, who brazenly asked what she was talking about. The boys declared that they would be faithful to their employer, which surprised the Duchess, who did not expect this at all. She understood perfectly well that she couldn't relax now, otherwise she would lose not only the artifact. And indeed, as soon as the girl thought about it, suddenly one of the bandits even pulled out a thin blade. But Rosalina had her own plan for this case, so she smiled slyly in response to all the mercenaries' actions. The Duke of Brighton's daughter took the very same artifact out of her pocket and asked if it was what the strangers had been looking for all this time. The lady specifically showed the healing stone to the guys so that they would definitely pay attention to it. After which the miss tightly squeezed the object in her hand and asked the mercenaries what would happen if they returned empty-handed. The trio did not expect such a turn of events, so they froze in place, confused, not daring to attack the miss. And Rose was glad that she was able to completely take control of the situation, so she tossed the stone in her hand. After which, since she had an agreement with the fairy, the girl swung well and threw the artifact forward. At the same time, the heroine tried to put absolutely all her strength into the throw, so that the stone would definitely reach its target. As a result, he flew right past the frightened mercenaries, who didn't even have time to properly catch him, although they noticed him. In fact, the healing artifact was being carried by the little girl at that moment, who was pulling it forward with all her might. Having reached the water, the girl only then released the stone from her hands so that the bandits could see that it had fallen. The guys were immediately horrified by what they saw because they didn't expect the girl to be so strong. They jumped into the water as quickly as possible because they had to find this stone at any cost. Rose took advantage of this and slipped away unnoticed, since absolutely everything was going according to her cunning plan. The healing artifact really did fall into the water. The lady really didn't deceive anyone in this. The only trick was that a fairy was watching the stone carefully, not allowing it to drown. When the mercenaries plunged into the water in search of the artifact, the little girl picked it up and swam up. This kind of work was difficult for such a valuable creature, but the fairy wanted Rose to finally acknowledge her. So, having moved away a short distance, the heroine began to wait until the girl returned to her if she did not deceive. Rosalina still didn't believe that the fairy was on her side, so she was a little worried whether she would arrive or not. Then the Duke's daughter saw the necessary stone shining nearby because the little girl had brought it after all. The girl was genuinely beaming with happiness and bragged to the young lady about her success because she was pleased with herself. But then, without saying a word to the fairy, the Duchess suddenly grabbed it and with a quick movement hid it in her inside pocket. It turned out that the lady noticed someone approaching, and it turned out to be her husband Arzentian, who heard something nearby. The girl stared at him in confusion, and the guy simply forgot to put on his mask, so he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the miss grabbed the Duke, explaining that they couldn't stay there, but she would tell him more about it later. At this point, the mercenaries became increasingly angry, as they could not find the artifact, although they clearly remembered the place where it fell. Turning around abruptly, the gang leader suddenly noticed Rosalina, who was quickly running away somewhere, which he did not like. So the guy swung and threw his weapon with all his might straight at the girl, confident that he would be able to hit. The heroine was so focused on escaping that she noticed too late the object flying straight at her. But at the very last moment, the Duke jumped out in front of his wife and thus took the entire blow upon himself. A few hours later, Eliza listened with a sly smile to stories about Rose, who allegedly stabbed her husband. Laughing loudly, the woman declared contentedly that it was the funniest story she had ever heard. After a few minutes of calming down, the Duchess sternly asked the maids if this information was really verified. But none of the assistants could give a clear answer to this, since none of them were sure. Noticing that all the girls were mumbling incoherently, the Duchess irritably ordered them to shut up immediately. Mulliot said that she was not really interested at all, since Madame had completely different interests. Instead, she picked up the letters from the small table and began to examine them one by one, in the hope of finding something useful. At the same time, at the Filesden estate, the doctor finished bandaging the accidentally injured Duke. At the very end, the old man strongly recommended peace and quiet to his master, so that the wound would not accidentally reopen. But Arzentian was not at all interested in this advice, so he said that the doctor could go free. The heroine remembered that the guy personally dealt with the impudent mercenaries after being wounded, so he really could be okay. At that moment, seeing the Duke's furious gaze, even the Miss was afraid for her life, although she was not in any danger. The only thing the heroine could not understand was what exactly Arzentian was doing in that poor and dangerous area. At this point, the guy turned his head slightly and informed his wife that she could go now that she was sure he was okay. At the same time, he muttered discontentedly that the lady would receive only a pitiful hope if she remained in this estate. These words greatly surprised Rosalind, as they were the last thing she had ever expected to hear. But the girl had other plans, so sighing, she went up to the Duke and called him to his own bed first. Arzentian was so surprised that he didn't even try to resist, and Miss reminded him that he really needed a normal rest. No matter how the Duke of Brighton's daughter treated her husband, she could not leave a man who was wounded because of her fault. The guy himself understood that he essentially exposed himself to attack only to protect the girl, so he didn't argue with her. Pouring delicious tea for the somewhat ill man, Miss said that she felt responsible for him, so she would help. Hearing this, the Duke asked with great surprise whether his wife had really said anything about responsibility. In response, Rosa was not at all offended, and proudly declared that she also knew this word and even its meaning. After which the heroine said that she was no longer the arrogant girl that the guy had once mistakenly married. She explained that she is still working on herself and hopes for understanding from those around her, including the Duke. Arzentian listened to the lady's speech in silence and looked at the glass of drink handed to him in confusion, as he had not expected this. Finally, the gentleman accepted the glass and asked what he would get if he treated the Miss better. This question puzzled Rosaline a little, so she remained silent for a while and thought hard about what to say. But the girl found the answer pretty quickly, so she smiled sweetly and said that she would provide her husband with a quiet and calm divorce. A few hours later, the heroine returned to the Brighton estate as she decided to visit her sleeping brother. What struck her most when she saw him was that the guy was cursed, and yet he slept completely calmly and peacefully. The heroine herself did not understand why, but this feeling greatly disturbed her, as if something was really wrong. Then a fairy joyfully appeared next to the girl, loudly called out to her mistress, and asked if she believed her now. Rosalina didn't mind hugging the little girl this time, since she really helped her a lot with the healing artifact. After thinking for a bit, the Duke of Brighton's daughter finally decided to turn to her little assistant for advice. The fairy understood everything from a half word, and therefore flew up to Leodor, carefully examining him from head to toe. After which the little girl confidently declared that the young master had been rewarded not with a curse, but with a blessing. And the family leaf fairy is trying so hard to heal the guy all this time that she can't even show herself in the end. Having completed the preliminary examination of Brother Rose's body, the fairy turned her attention to the medicines that were given to him. As soon as the lady asked what exactly Leo was given, her assistant immediately said that it was a very dangerous and rare poison. It was because of this remedy that people most often died in great pain because they were not able to help themselves in any way. The heroine would never have thought that in fact the fairy of their family was trying her best to cleanse the poison inside Leodor. After listening to everything, the girl looked at the healing artifact in her hands, as she was not sure that it would help. So the Duke's daughter was already sad in advance, although she tried not to give in to such negative emotions. Not wanting to waste any more time, the lady stood up and placed the hard-won stone against her brother's body. Her hands were shaking from the strain because the artifact was vibrating, but the mist did not retreat and held it firmly in the right place. The fairy assessed the situation and suddenly reported with alarm that Leo's strength was just a little short of recovery. So the little girl told her owner that she would also help, and instantly turned into a magical energy sphere. In this form, the creature touched Rosalina's hands in order to also create the necessary pressure on the artifact. As a result of such a tense struggle, after a few minutes, the guy suddenly opened his piercing green eyes. At this point, Eliza's faithful maids, fearing punishment from her, reported that Rose visited her brother's room every day. The woman asked angrily why the girl was doing this, and Anthony said that it was to impress the Duke. At the same time, the assistant sadly recalled the words of the young lady, who asked her to report any problems. The maid realized that she had not yet been able to put her safety above all else, as Rose had advised. At that moment, the Duke of Brighton's daughter smiled and explained why her stepmother still held the celebration, although Leo was sleeping. And right now, the maid repeated the words that Eliza wanted to show everyone that the Brighton family still had no heir. Having finished speaking, the assistant looked at Mulliot with poorly concealed fear, not knowing what to expect from her. But the Duke's current wife was so angry at Rosalina's actions that she forgot about the maid, clenching her hands in anger. Eliza's face twisted with anger, and she promised that she would never allow Rose to behave as she pleased. Approaching the window, the woman plunged into deep thought for a few minutes, and then said that it was time to play for big stakes. She informed all the maids in the room about this and smiled very slyly, pleased with her new plan. Unexpectedly for herself, Eliza remembered the events of 5 years ago, when she had just become Lady Brighton. At that moment, Mulliot could not be more pleased that all of Beatrice's jewellery was now completely hers. But what pleased the Duchess most about her new status was that now Mr. Brighton was hers too. On their very first night together, she touched the man, hinting that they were no longer just husband and wife. But suddenly the Duke recoiled from the woman's touch and jumped off the bed, although he asked for forgiveness for this. But the man was never able to return to bed, although he understood perfectly well how much the lady was waiting for him that night. And this was repeated every time the woman tried to get closer to her husband again, but he responded with coldness. Eliza could never understand why the Duke of Brighton constantly rejected her, because she had not done anything bad to him then. And right now, Mulliot was once again watching from the sidelines as Rosalina approached her father to talk about something. The girl really decided to disturb the man's privacy in the hope that he would not be too angry with her. When the lady called out to the Duke, he immediately agreed to listen attentively to everything she had to say to him. At this moment, unexpectedly for the owner of the estate, his daughter reminded him very much of his beloved and deceased wife. Eliza watched the dialogue between the two with quiet fury, as she knew she couldn't stop them right now. So all the woman could do was watch from the sidelines, but only until her plan began to take effect. In the meantime, Mulliot could only purse his lips in resentment as he watched the girl speak to her father. But in this whole situation, the only consolation for Madame was that this joyful smile on Rosaline's face was not supposed to last too long. Literally a few days later, the long-awaited day of celebration arrived, which turned out to be not so long away. As usual, the aristocrats almost immediately began to whisper about Lady Fellasden, who was soon to divorce her husband. Everyone really wanted to look at such an impudent person, as if she were a foreign animal and not a living person. Suddenly, among the invited guests, Baron Mulliot, who was the brother of the Duchess of Brighton, was noticed. The man was incredibly well prepared, as he planned to conquer Rosalina's hot heart today. His friend, as soon as he heard this, immediately sighed heavily and advised him to abandon this stupid idea as soon as possible. He recalled that the Duke of Brighton's daughter was famous as a demon incarnate, so no one was surprised that Arzentian divorced her. But the Baron was much more purposeful than his friend could have imagined, because he shook his head in response to the advice. He explained that he did this not out of great love, but out of cold calculation and attraction to the girl's huge money. Mulliot correctly calculated that if he married Rosaline, then her entire dowry would immediately become his property alone. And with the rest, taking the glass in his hands, the man was going to sort things out as events unfolded, since he didn't care about the lady. Lady Brighton's brother was more than confident that he could easily cope with the hot and explosive character of the Duke's stupid daughter. But as soon as he finished these words, the contents of one of the glasses of wine suddenly flew at the Baron. The man's top clothes were immediately ruined, and he angrily screamed at who dared to do this to him. Suddenly, everyone around heard the sweet voice of Rosalina, who did not even intend to hide her now empty wineglass. At first, the lady behaved calmly, but upon hearing the demands to ask for forgiveness, she immediately flashed her scarlet eyes angrily. After which the miss, proudly raising her head up, declared that it was the Baron who should ask for forgiveness here, and not she herself. The man could not stand such incredible impudence, and his whole face was distorted with incredible anger and humiliation. But at that moment, the girl did not even think of listening to the screams of the evil Baron, because she had a completely different plan in her head. The whole point is that the heroine has been changing her fate with her actions all this time, thereby accumulating game currency. So now, when she called up a window to request information, the game immediately obediently showed it in exchange for the girl's powers. But this suited Miss quite well, since she could have easily accumulated these forces in even greater quantities a little later. And right now, the Duke of Brighton's daughter asked her abilities to tell her everything about Baron Mulliot. As soon as the heroine submitted such a request, the search window thought for a bit, and then gave out complete information about this person. As a result, the girl learned so much new information that it would have been enough for several pieces of incriminating evidence at once, which greatly puzzled the lady. But what surprised Miss most was that this man wanted to get engaged to her, despite being related through her stepmother. Having carefully studied the Baron's entire biography, Rosalina concluded that she would never even look in his direction in her life. At this moment, Eliza's brother had already come to his senses and said that he agreed to accompany Rosa if she would first offer him her hand. In response, the Duke's daughter immediately reminded that she was the hostess of this event, so she did not need an escort. Moreover, the lady reminded that, as the head of this celebration, she did not at all need a partner, with which the Baron did not agree. Realizing that Mulliot was not listening to her words at all, Rosalina took a different approach and asked the guards to escort him out of the dance hall. In response, the man began to shout all sorts of nasty things about the girl, since he could not resist the guards who were taking him away. At the very end of his angry speech, the Baron declared that no one would ever agree to be the partner of this fallen woman. But, to his great surprise, for some reason the man found no response to his words among the other aristocrats. He noticed with alarm that everyone was looking somewhere behind him, which greatly frightened the quick-witted Baron. Slowly turning around, Eliza's brother discovered Duke Filesden, who was feared by many for his cold disposition, behind him. The boy, who had appeared so unexpectedly quietly, asked if the Baron had just scolded him as Lady Felsden's partner. Upon hearing this, the aristocrats immediately began to whisper in surprise that the couple should have divorced long ago. The only person who was not happy about the Duke's appearance was Rose, because she was sure that she had not sent him an invitation. However, no matter how much the lady inside herself tried to prevent this, the guy still approached her and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. After which he asked the Baron about a marriage proposal, which greatly surprised the heroine because she considered it a joke. And even Mulliot himself immediately stated that he was not serious at all when he said all this, and did not mean anything like that in reality. To which Arzentian, with an icy face, asked if many people really put their lives on the line, which really scared the Baron. Rosalina knew perfectly well that her husband would make such scenes, so now she tried to calm down with the help of breathing. Initially, she was going to deal with her stepmother's obsessive brother on her own, and so she called upon her powers again. Since no one except the heroine saw them, the Duke continued to put pressure on the poor man as if nothing had happened. Realizing that he couldn't get out of it, Eliza's brother began to ask Rosa for forgiveness for his behavior, hoping that at least this way they would let him go. But it was too late for the Duke of Brighton's daughter, so she threw her husband's hand off her shoulder and declared that she should have apologized earlier. Gradually getting to what she wanted to talk about, the lady asked about the Baron's brewing business, which he had recently opened. The man was shocked that Miss somehow found out that he had spent all the money to pay his huge taxes. But the heroine did not stop there, as she was incredibly angry because Mulliot was involved in human trafficking, which she then said, listening to all the accusations against him, which also concerned the kidnapping of people, the Baron became increasingly horrified. Rosalina asked how a man dared to do all this, since with such actions he was dishonouring his own sister's honour. The girl's eyes flashed angrily, and she declared that, as a representative of the Brighton family, she would make a decision right then and there. After which, without any doubt in her decision, the lady waited a few seconds and declared that the Baron was undoubtedly guilty. All this time, Arzention watched in amazement at the confident words and actions of his wife, since he did not recognise her at all. The Duke's daughter herself, at the end of her fiery speech, gave the order to find the kidnapped children in the Mulliot estate, which would serve as evidence. But then the Baron entered the conversation, reminding everyone that Rosalina had been banished from her family, so she had no right to represent them. Unexpectedly for everyone, the Duke of Brighton suddenly spoke up, confirming that he had given this right to his daughter for just one day. He declared publicly that if anyone disagreed with Rosa's verdict, they could very well try to argue with him. But, having heard about all this, the aristocrats immediately fell silent, since no one wanted to quarrel with the Duke of Brighton himself. Even Baron Mulliot suddenly realised that he had absolutely nothing to say against this turn of events today. And the owner of the estate himself, as if nothing had happened, smiled joyfully and said that he considered this day to be very wonderful and good. The girl immediately noticed her father's positive mood and therefore supported him with her joyful smile, because for her the banquet was a success. The fact is that literally the day before the banquet, the lady approached the Duke and said that something terrible would happen at the celebration. Miss understood perfectly well that it was very difficult to believe her words without evidence, but she still asked the man to listen. Imagine the heroine's surprise when Brighton suddenly said that he couldn't refuse her, because she had been helping him a lot all this time. Rosalina not only developed the family business well, but also found healthy tea for her father, whose health she had never even thought about before. So now, no matter what his daughter told him, the Duke said with a smile that he would believe every word she said, because she had proven to him that she had changed. So when the long-awaited banquet arrived the next day, Mr. Brighton was already on Rose's side and supporting her. When the proceedings with the Baron were over, the man took the floor to make a long speech to the assembled people. He prepared in advance because he knew how many watchful eyes would be watching him from all sides that day. However, the Duke saw how bravely his daughter had just defended her opinion, so he tried to keep up with her with a smile. The heroine didn't even suspect that her father would say something beautiful about her, among other things, so she was pleasantly flattered. And Mr. Brighton, at the end of his speech, asked everyone to enjoy the banquet that his daughter had prepared, and everyone around put on a smile. Rose noticed all this perfectly well, but before she could react, she heard someone softly calling her name, so she turned around. To the lady's great surprise, the Duke of Felliston suddenly bowed to her and asked if she would do him the honour of giving him the first dance. The Duke's daughter blushed unconsciously at the gallantry shown to her, although she did not want to at all. Since rumours spread very quickly throughout the estate, by this time the maids told Eliza about what had happened to her brother. The woman was incredibly furious at the news and accused her assistants of simply standing and watching it all. The maids immediately fell to their knees before their mistress, hoping that at least in this way she would spare them for their inaction. But these expectations were not met, as Mulliot, in her anger, immediately turned to action and began to use physical force. But after just a few minutes, the Duchess was exhausted because it was not so easy, and she told herself that she needed to calm down. After which, the lady returned to her favourite jewellery, since she already knew that her brother would be caught sooner or later. When Brighton's current wife ordered the maids to leave, one of them fell to the floor, begging to be heard just this once. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked Eliza to allow her to at least now see her younger brother, who was locked up. But before the assistant could finish speaking, a heavy box flew at her head, accurately thrown by Mulliot. After which the madam herself jumped up to the maid and began to beat her, while everyone else could do nothing to help their friend. Only after she had completely vented her anger did the Duchess repeat her order that everyone should finally leave her completely alone. It was at this moment that a completely different atmosphere reigned at the banquet, because Arzentian himself personally wished to dance with his wife. But Rosalina, contrary to her past self, was not at all eager to dance with the Duke right now, especially in front of everyone. So the lady bowed gallantly to him in response and declared that she had already promised to give her first dance to her father. But Arzentian was not so easily appeased, for gently grasping the lady by the elbow, he asked whether the order of the dance was important. Such impudent actions of her husband instantly angered Rosalina, who had hoped for a completely different outcome after her words. She wanted to refuse once again, but suddenly the guy pulled the girl along with him right into the center of the dance hall. Rosa was so taken aback that she couldn't even resist, and ended up in a hopeless situation in front of everyone, which embarrassed her. Seeing that the miss continued to stand still, the Duke asked if she had forgotten exactly how to dance on such occasions. The heroine tried to justify herself, but Arzentian suddenly did not even listen to her, and instead began to dance first. In the meantime, the guy delicately reminded the lady of all the rules of the ceremonial dance, without putting any pressure on her during the process. Smiling slyly, the Duke suddenly asked if the girl remembered, to which she replied with the same smile that she had not forgotten anything. So, no matter how much the Duke of Brighton's daughter didn't want it, she still had to twirl in a beautiful dance with her contented husband. Suddenly, towards the end of the musical accompaniment, the Duke called out to the girl, as if hesitantly, which greatly surprised her. And the guy, leaning as close as possible, asked what the lady would do if he wanted to get to know her a little better. This shocked the heroine so much that she abruptly moved away from her husband, pretending to perform a normal pirouette. After which, having finally returned to her normal position, the lady asked Arzentian not to talk such nonsense because they were getting divorced. The girl did not believe in the sincerity of the Duke's words at all, so she said that it was not necessary to remind him of the divorce in such a way. But Rosalina didn't finish speaking there, as she asked if the Duke wanted to get back together, which immediately surprised him. He nervously squeezed his hand on the girl's thin waist a little tighter and swallowed, because he didn't even know what to say to her about this. But Rose interpreted the guy's behavior the way she wanted and decided that he did not want to save the marriage with her at all. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, Eliza came to the event, having been very late because she had taken so long to get ready. The woman diligently looked for her husband among this whole crowd and was very happy when she finally succeeded. At this point, Rosalina had completely finished dancing and began giving a speech of thanks to everyone present. The girl once again reminded the aristocrats that it was she who represented this celebration and the Brighton family that evening. Unlike her father, the lady did not speak for very long, so after a few minutes she invited everyone to raise their glasses in honor of the banquet. Before drinking, the Duke thanked his daughter with a smile for her return home, because for him, everything had only become much better. The man, along with everyone else, raised his glass after Mrs. touching, albeit short speech, as he was glad of such an end to the celebration. After which, completely unsuspecting, Mr. Brighton drank his drink at the same time as the rest of the guests at the event. Only Eliza was watching him closely at that moment, since she had not come to this banquet for no reason. The woman knew very well what would happen next, and waited for this opportunity to take revenge for a very long time before she could carry it out. The whole point was that as soon as the Duke of Brighton drank the drink, blood immediately started coming out of his mouth, and he felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Without saying another word, the man unexpectedly fell to the floor, spilling the remains of the wine that no one needed anymore. At the sight of the owner of the estate, who was lying in blood on the parquet floor, everyone around immediately screamed in fear, not knowing what to do. And the one who screamed loudest of all was Eliza, who, pushing aside the crowd of people, rushed as quickly as possible to her husband, playing a role. The woman at that moment behaved completely shamelessly, as befitted a loving wife who was trying to save her husband. Not caring how she looked, Mulliot made sure to make her mouth sob so that everyone could see her tears. But after a few minutes, she suddenly stopped and turned sharply to Rosalina, starting to blame her for everything. At the same time, Mulliot did not forget that she had to continue lamenting about the Duke fainting. So, having squeezed out as many tears as possible, the Duchess turned again to her stepdaughter, demanding an explanation for this situation. The fact that she was once again called the Scourge of Brighton was not easy for the heroine, but she still endured this name-calling. And suddenly, shedding tears, the lady declared that no matter how many people condemned her, she believed her evil stepdaughter until the very end. The woman even gave an example of a situation when, allegedly because of Rosalina's behaviour, an exemplary senior maid was fired. After which, Eliza stated that until now she had convinced herself that there was some good reason for everything. At this time, all the aristocrats looked unpleasantly at Rose, who felt the sharp hostility in their gazes behind her back. And Mulliot suddenly admitted that she had ignored all the complaints of her assistants about the terrible behaviour and evil plans of the Duke's daughter. According to the woman, each time she scolded the maids for inappropriate behaviour, which she now deeply regrets. Madame carefully reduced all her words to the fact that it was Rosalind who was the cause of the Duke of Brighton's condition. Finally, Eliza couldn't take it anymore and screamed loudly, asking Rose how she could be so angry when everyone around her was kind to her. The heroine didn't say anything in response, not even changing her expression, despite the evil whispers from the aristocrats around her. Arzentian also did not interfere in this situation, since he was interested to know what his wife would do in such a case. Imagine the guy's surprise when he realized that the girl was not doing anything at all, but was just standing there, as if waiting for something. And indeed, at that moment, a confident smile played on Rosalina's face, as if she was not being accused of crimes by everyone in a row. The guy didn't understand how it would all end, but he was glad that he came today, because if things got really bad, he could help. Only a few minutes later, the Duke's daughter suddenly spoke happily, reminding everyone that the evil aristocrats needed to be crossed out. The lady then asked whether the mother who stole the children would be excluded from society just as she was. Hearing about this, Eliza was immediately horrified, but tried not to show it, because this was not part of her plans. But none of the people around believed Rose, because they decided that she was talking nonsense just to divert suspicion from herself. The boldest of the aristocrats stepped forward to order Rosalind to stop tormenting her own stepmother. At that moment, Mulliot herself carefully hid her face in her hands and pretended that she was still crying bitterly because of her husband. But in fact, the madame was anxiously thinking about how the girl could have found out about her dark deeds, which she had committed together with her brother. At this point, despite the attacks from the outside, Rose asked if the stepmother was no longer worried about her husband and the doctor was not needed. Remembering that she still had to play her role, the woman immediately called the doctor, and at that very moment he appeared from the crowd of people. This circumstance frightened Eliza, because to her it all looked as if this guy had somehow been invited to the banquet in advance. At that moment, unexpectedly for everyone, the doors of the main hall suddenly swung open and the ducal guards appeared on the threshold. One of them, who was in charge of the entire detachment, saluted the young lady and reported that they had carried out all her instructions. After which the knight announced to everyone that they had freed all the children from captivity in the dungeon of the Mulliot estate. As soon as the kids showed up at the event, one of the maids jumped out of the crowd and immediately ran excitedly towards them. It was the same girl who had recently asked to meet her brother, and now he was suddenly finally free. As soon as she hugged him, the boy came to life and burst into tears in response, since he had not seen his beloved little sister for a very long time. As a result, literally in a few seconds, almost all the assistants surrounded the children, because each one found her relative. The Duchess watched everything that was happening with horror and declared that she had absolutely nothing to do with all this. But the woman did not take into account the fact that now that the children were free, the maids could calmly speak against her. Here Rosalina suddenly spoke up, declaring that even this was not all and that everyone should listen further. The girl came closer to her stepmother and pronounced a sentence on her, as she had done to her brother Mulliot before, since she did not feel sorry at all. In response, the woman put her hand to her head as if she was very tired and said that she did not understand at all what was being discussed. After which she suddenly jumped up and painfully grabbed her stepdaughter's shoulders with her hands, demanding that she admit her guilt in everything that was happening. But then their conversation was suddenly interrupted by one of the maids, who, to everyone's surprise, fell to her knees right in front of Eliza and Rosalind. In tears, the girl confessed that the Duke had been poisoned by the acarosia that she had brought into the estate not long ago on the orders of the Duchess. Madam could not have expected that her assistants would suddenly start testifying against her, so she froze in shock. Everyone knew that such a rare poison as acarosia had a cumulative effect, which worked only with prolonged use. And as a result, for the Duke, everything would have ended with just one drop, which would have instantly stopped his heart. Moreover, the heroine managed to find out that her brother's medicine also contained this herb, which only made him worse every day. Realizing that she had completely lost, Eliza tried to appeal to pity and screamed that the maid could not be trusted under any circumstances. Running up to her assistant, the woman raised her hand over her to beat out the words with pain that everything said about her was untrue. But then, to Madam's great surprise, her hand was stopped by the Duke of Brighton himself, who rose from the floor, although he should not have. This shocked Eliza so much that she froze in place and couldn't even ask how he managed to do it. Then the man himself explained everything and said that he already knew about the poisoning attempt, so he prepared for it with all his might in advance. Without turning to face his wife, Mr. Brighton quietly said that he was incredibly disappointed in her after everything. For Mulliot, this was the real loss, so she obediently sank to her knees, no longer blaming Rose for anything. However, the Duke's daughter still kept an eye on her stepmother, and she was completely right not to let her guard down. And at that moment, Eliza loudly and with a mad smile admitted all her crimes, except for the murder of the Duke's previous wife named Beatrice. She stated that the girl killed her mother herself, to which Rosalina approached her and said that there was a witness that this was not true. At that moment, all the aristocrats gasped, because Leodor himself suddenly appeared at the celebration, now in perfect order. Inside the Brighton estate, there was a garden where only all members of the ducal family could enter freely and peacefully. And in the very centre of this garden grew a fairy tree, which for many years protected the Brighton families from trouble. 5 years ago, the Duke himself came to this place, softly descending from the steps of his carriage onto his native land. The man was looking around for his family members, as they should have been nearby, when suddenly something really scared him. For some reason, crows flew out of the forest in all directions, cawing loudly, which was a bad sign for everyone. Horrified by what he saw, Mr. Brighton even dropped the basket of strawberries that he had been so carefully carrying for his family all this time. But at that moment, due to the worries inside, the man did not pay any attention to the scattered berries, accidentally stepping on them. What worried him most now was what had happened to his wife and children, so he ran as fast as he could into the depths of the forest towards the fairy tree. But before the Duke had time to reach the right place, Eliza, who was Beatrice's friend, suddenly ran out to meet him with Leodor in her arms. Mr. Brighton immediately jumped up to the breathless woman, trying to find out from her what had suddenly happened in this forest. In response, Mulliot told with horror that Rose had broken a tree branch, which had made the fairy furious, and Beatrice had ordered her to run away with Leo in her arms. This information sent the Duke into a panic, but he tried to pull himself together for the sake of his wife and daughter, who needed help. Having quickly reached the right place, the Duke saw the lifeless body of his wife and the confused Rosalind, who did not understand what had happened. A few hours later, it became known that the girl had hopelessly lost her memory of what had happened and could not tell anything. And since then, the fairy tree has firmly closed all entrances to its forest, and now does not allow even the Brighton family to approach it. As a result of this incident, Eliza earned herself a good reputation for saving Leodor, so she quickly became the new Duchess. However, now, many years later, the words of the awakened heir of the Brighton family completely destroyed the entire reputation of the evil woman. Standing in front of a huge number of people around him, the boy suddenly loudly declared that Madame Mulliot had not saved him that day at all. Moreover, Leo revealed that it was this woman who caused his mother's death and his own curse. As hard as it was for the guy to remember the difficult past, he understood that it was necessary to justify his sister. So he told her that on that day, Eliza had caught him and dragged him under the fairy tree in the estate's garden without explaining anything. Then the woman cunningly calculated that threatening the life of her eldest son would allow her to open the way to the legendary tree of the forest fairy. Eliza had been preparing her plan for a very long time because she was going to get rid of her good friend Beatrice once and for all. The Duke of Brighton's wife only now realized that all this time, a cunning and powerful enemy had been walking right next to her. Since even in this situation Lady Brighton did not give in and did not lower her eyes, this angered Mulliot even more. She grabbed the woman by the hair very cruelly and almost screamed that she should be afraid of her and want to obey and not be rude. Leaning close to her former friend's ear, Eliza whispered that she would kill her entire family and take her husband for herself. After which, she threw Beatrice right onto the grass, despite the fact that she was pregnant and more sensitive to pain now. However, Lady Brighton was able to raise herself up on her elbows and plaintively asked why the woman had suddenly betrayed her so unexpectedly. In response, Eliza smiled and declared that she had always wanted to trample the ideal picture of the Brighton family happiness. In fact, Mulliot had long since gotten tired of pretending to be a good and obedient girlfriend because she was burning with envy. So right now she wanted the Duke's wife to experience all the despair that had been gnawing at her from the inside all this time. From a secret pocket of her clothes, Eliza suddenly pulled out the cursed scroll, which she had specially awakened to life only now. Beatrice realized that she would not survive, so she began to beg her former friend to kill her, but leave the children alone. In response, Mulliot nodded in agreement and said that she planned to put the boy to sleep in order to later make him her puppet. Then the evil woman saw little Rosaline nearby, who was trembling with fear, and wondered what to do with her. When the plan in Eliza's head was completely ready, she tore the seal, activating it, despite all of Beatrice's pitiful cries. This is exactly what Leodor remembered all too well about that terrible day, since he woke up only recently and saw everything as if it were yesterday. But even in this situation, Mulliot did not give up, and desperately began to scream that it was all a lie and that she was simply being accused for some reason. But Leo didn't even listen to his stepmother and instead asked Rose for forgiveness for the fact that she had been dealing with everything alone all this time. After which, hugging his beloved sister, the guy sincerely thanked her for her struggle and for his long-awaited salvation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Eliza suddenly jumped up and took out another cursed scroll, which she hid in the same way as the first one. The woman screamed that she would never forgive Rosalina in her life, preparing to activate the powerful curse once again. With a malicious laugh, Mulliot tore up the paper and shouted that right now the Duke's daughter would greet her mother. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, Arzention stepped forward to meet the cursed magic with a sword, since he knew how to fight against such things. The guy calmly explained that as long as Rose was still his wife, he would unquestioningly protect her in any situation. The lady reminded her husband of the moment when he had recently been wounded, saying that the Duke was not omnipotent. But then Mr. Brighton gave the order for the guards to seize his current wife, and the knights quickly began to act. So, literally within a few seconds, Eliza found herself captured and pinned to the cold, hard floor. But even in such a situation, the woman continued to curse Rosalina with all her might, with whom she promised to deal with. However, the heroine was able to read the order, which stated that Mulliot was sentenced to the death penalty. This was so shocking to Madame that she hit her head on the floor just to block out the whispers of the aristocrats around her. And suddenly a game sign appeared in front of Rose, informing her that she had just saved the Brighton family with her own efforts. But what surprised the lady most was that the game suddenly announced that her fate had just changed significantly for some reason. The next morning, everything was absolutely calm at the Brighton estate, as if nothing terrible had happened yesterday. Anthony was as glad as the other maids that Eliza had been sent away, but she tried to act calmly when she came to see her young mistress. Imagine the assistant's surprise when, as soon as she opened the door, a huge stream of artificial roses gushed out of Rosalina's room. In the midst of all this floral madness, the lady herself suddenly appeared and declared that the maid had arrived just in time. She handed her assistant a card with an address and asked her to send all these flowers there as soon as possible. After which, having thanked the maid once again for not refusing, the miss waved her hand and very quickly disappeared behind the door. Anthony's scream followed her, reminding her that she shouldn't run around the estate in her pajamas, but Rose had already fled. Hiding in one of the rooms of the huge estate, the girl could not understand why she could only summon roses. The heroine once again took the summoned flower in her hands and thought about trying to raise the summoning level. This was Rosalind's only hope of earning a living without any husbands, so she was not about to give up. Only now did the girl suddenly stop and discover that the little assistant had not been bothering her all this time. The girl looked at the still sleeping fairy and thought with fear that she could feel that bad. Hearing the heroine's call, the little girl suddenly flew up to her and said that she needed to recover near the forest fairy's tree. Rosalina nodded understandingly and apologized to the little girl for not trusting her all this time, but the fairy did not hold a drop of anger against her mistress, so before their temporary separation they said goodbye to each other very sweetly. Then someone knocked sharply on the door of the room, which made Rose look around with interest and automatically cover the fairy, invisible to others. It turned out that the servants, whose relatives were found in the dungeon of the Molliot estate, came to her with gratitude. The assistants, with tears in their eyes, confessed to the young lady that they were able to see their families again only thanks to her. But they came not only to express their gratitude, but also brought papers with statements of group dismissal. As Rosalind listened, the maid said they were extremely ashamed of their service to Eliza, even though it was forced. One of them even rose up after a deep bow and said that they were all ready to bear absolutely any punishment for their actions. Imagine the girl's surprise when the young lady suddenly, with a smile, tore their entire application to shreds. After which Rosalina greeted the children and reminded them that the maids were supposed to feed them, not quit. The assistants were incredibly delighted by such acceptance and support, as they had never expected anything like this. Even the boy was suddenly able to thank the Duke's daughter, although he addressed her without the proper form of respect. This surprised the heroine a little, and his sister explained that the boy was simply too young to know about the rules. However, the lady had no intention of being angry, but merely absent-mindedly rejoiced for the servants, for whom everything was now fine. For some reason, at that very moment, the gladiator Calix Blake, left in the fighting arena, popped into the girl's head. She knew very well that he had endured a lot of pain since childhood, but for some reason she stubbornly closed her eyes to it. Rose knew that the boy should wait just a little longer until Daisy finally came for him and saved him. The girl remembered perfectly well that in this book she was only a villain, so she did not pretend to play any other role. No matter how much she was older, the heroine repeated to herself over and over again that she had to follow the original story, which limited her. However, only now did it dawn on Miss that in fact this world was completely real, and the people in it were sincerely crying and sad. And at that very moment, Calix was in pain again, as he was being beaten with a whip for trying to escape once again. The master of his slave reminded the boy that he had invested too much in him to lose him so stupidly. In response, the heir of the Blake family once again said nothing, only wiping the blood from his face, which was flowing into his eyes. After which, choosing the right moment, the guy suddenly accelerated and rushed with all his might straight at his offender. But at the very last moment, he was again restrained by shackles, which ultimately saved the red-haired man, who fell to the floor. The slave's owner did not expect such agility from him at all, so he covered himself with his hands in fear from a possible strong blow. But literally a moment later he realized that he was in control of the situation again, and so he began to wield his whip again. A few hours after this situation, one man slowly descended into this very dungeon with slaves. It was Rosalina, who had put on an animal mask just in case, so that no one present would recognize her. But the owner decided that the girl was just joking when she asked permission to look at all the fighters. Then the heroine placed a bag with a decent amount of coins on the table in front of the man, which jingled heavily. Seeing such a generous gift just for watching the gladiators, the red-haired man instantly changed his mind about refusing. He even personally told the rich girl exactly how to find the right calyx among all the slaves in the dungeon. As soon as she went down, the lady immediately noticed how bad the conditions were for keeping the slaves around. Behind some of the bars, there had even been stinking skeletons lying for quite some time, which no one had even thought of removing. Despite all this, the heroine stubbornly went towards her goal because she decided to help the heir of the Blake family at all costs. The lady approached the dungeon she needed, but apart from traces of fresh blood on the floor, she could not find anything inside the darkness behind the bars. To see if she had come to the right place, Miss squatted down and peered inside, slowly turning her head. Literally a few seconds later, someone's incredibly crazy purple eyes flashed inside the darkness behind the bars. A guy silently approached the edge of the bars, and Rosa, in order to introduce herself, immediately took off her mask, saying that she knew that his real name was Calyx. The boy didn't say anything in response, but instead he tensed the muscles in his arms and suddenly destroyed the bars of the chain that partially held him back. The lady watched in fascination at the incredible cuteness of Calyx, when suddenly, with a lightning-fast movement, he threw his hand forward, trying to catch the miss. This time, only her own reflexes and incredible luck separated the heroine from meeting Blade's tenacious grip. Rosalina looked at the hand that hit the floor with confusion because she didn't expect the guy to suddenly attack her. And the gladiator's eyes continued to glow madly in the darkness, which eventually even frightened the Duke of Brighton's daughter. The girl had the impression that Kaylee was not a man at all, but a real wild animal, which was impossible. However, Duchess Felsden was prepared for the fact that it simply wouldn't happen, so she only sighed sadly because of what had just happened. Suddenly, the lady remembered her own past from that world, when there was a heavy rain, flooding her room. Then she barely managed to return home to prevent the rented apartment from being completely flooded, because she had not closed the window before leaving. When everything was done, the girl was still ankle-deep in water, which led her to conclude that she hated rain. The thing was that on absolutely every day when something very bad unexpectedly happened to her, it was raining outside. However, the heroine, even experiencing difficulties time after time, still did not allow herself to relax and give up. She understood perfectly well that whining alone would not change anything, so she took basins and began to collect the leaking water in them. At the same time, since heavy thoughts stubbornly crept into her head, the heroine tried to simply not think about absolutely anything around her. And so the lady lived from day to day, moving from one lonely moment to another, since she had no goal. She was very sad. She wanted to eat and drink, and also to be hugged by someone close, but all this was constantly unavailable for various reasons. It was only now that Rosalina decided for herself that it was not the right time to get upset once again. With a confident glint in her eyes, the Duke's daughter reminded herself that she should not give in to the foolish original so easily again. Looking at the guy, Rosalina remembered that his body would not be able to withstand such torment, and he would not be able to escape on his own. Although Miss knew that Daisy was supposed to come, there was no longer a single living place on Calyx's body, which caused her mental pain. But what bothered Rose most was that, because of some poison, Blake behaved like a real wild animal who had rejected his humanity. However, for this case, the heroine saved one remedy, although she did not particularly want to waste it even in such difficult situations. Just a few hours ago, the girl said goodbye to her fairy for a while, who sent her to rest by the tree. But the little girl couldn't leave her owner without anything, so she blessed the flower, saying that it would help if she was suddenly injured. So now in Lady Felliston's hands was the very healing plant that the little fairy had given her. Rose understood perfectly well that at that moment this flower was needed by another person more than she was, so she did not regret anything. Concentrating all her existing magical powers, the girl asked the flower to heal Calyx at least a little. As a result, the boy's entire dungeon was filled with bright light, as the blessed plant had just activated. Blake covered his eyes with his hands in surprise as the sudden change in light began to hurt his eyes. When, a few moments later, the guy opened his eyes again, their colour became completely normal, as did his actions. Moreover, the lady who was watching Kaylee closely seemed to see a lively mind and great intelligence appear in his eyes. Miss decided to approach the gladiator and carefully asked how exactly he felt now after everything that had happened. Just in case, the Duke of Brighton's daughter even introduced herself again with a smile in order to win the trust of the Blake heir. In response, the guy, somewhat hesitantly, as if for the first time in a long time, repeated the name of the girl who had come to save him, syllable by syllable. Rosalina was delighted even with such success and asked if the boy remembered his name, and he immediately nodded affirmatively. The heir of the Blake family remembered all too well how often he was called a beast and a monster for no reason. But then Rose said that his name was Calix, and he confusedly repeated his real name, not understanding how he could have forgotten it. At that moment, Arzentian was informed that his wife had once again gone to the gambling house, which caused him to even spill tea on the table. Maurice repeated that the lady did indeed go there occasionally, and the Duke asked why he had only told him about it now. In response, the butler apologized and said that he would not make such a mistake again because this time he was too busy. But when the guy opened his eyes to see the gentleman's reaction, there was no one in the room except himself. At this time, the lady gave young Calix a potion that was intended to protect him from accidentally turning into a beast. When the miss offered the guy something to eat, he very impatiently snatched the food from her hands because he was incredibly hungry. But all the food seemed tasteless to the gladiator because of the previous medicine, for which Rose asked for forgiveness. When he looked at the Duke's daughter with displeasure, she sadly explained that this had to be done for the good of Calix himself. Since the heir of the Blake family did a good job of fulfilling Rosalina's requests, she gave him a candy, which immediately made the boy beam. Since the heroine approached Carly only now, she was surprised by the unexpected changes in his appearance. But what struck Miss most was the fact that his eyes suddenly changed colour from violet to piercing blue. Deeply interested in this, the lady forgot herself and extended her hand forward, asking permission to look at the guy's eyes closer. But then, to the girl's great surprise, Calix suddenly gently grabbed her hand, although he did not cause any pain. After which he quickly, but still carefully, pressed the lady's warm hand to his cold face and smiled contentedly. From this position, the guy opened his eyes and looked slyly at the puzzled girl, even smiling with his gaze. And, what surprised the heroine even more, Kaylee suddenly said that she could look at him as much as she wanted. But then the gladiator's eyes narrowed sharply, looking to the side, because he noticed something hostile from the side that he did not like. It turned out that the master suddenly appeared in the dungeon and pulled the lady away from the cage, which Rosalina could not have expected. Because of the surprise that struck her, the lady was not immediately able to ask her partner what exactly he was doing in this evil place. In response, the Duke stated that Rosalind needed to stay away because the guy in front of her was very dangerous and extremely strong. From behind bars, Calix was also worried about Rosa, since he saw Arzentian for the first time and did not know that he did not intend to harm her. With his mind fully restored, Kaylee concentrated all his strength on his hands to break the strong chains. When he managed to at least weaken them, he immediately rushed forward to save the Duke's daughter from the stranger who had appeared. The chains, firmly attached to the wall, immediately tightened sharply, although Blake used all his strength to tear them out by the roots. The Duke himself had already managed to draw his sword and was not at all against fighting one of the gladiators, since he considered himself stronger. But then Rosalina couldn't stand it any longer and screamed for the guys to stop, jumping right in front of them both for this purpose. She scolded each of those who had almost started the fight in turn, and Kaylee was especially depressed about it all. Seeing the sweet face of Blake's heir, Rose still couldn't stand it and changed her anger to mercy because he didn't know much about this world. Noticing this, Arzentian's expression immediately changed as he guessed that the gladiator was simply pressing on the girl's pity. Here, the lady remembered that there was a business partner next to her, so she turned to him as she wanted to talk. Since it was more of a personal conversation, the miss took the masked guy away from Kaylee's dungeon, which he was unhappy about. But then the Duke could not stand it, and loudly asked again if the lady really wanted to release that gladiator. To Arzentian, this man was like an untrained beast, so he did not want to have anything to do with him, and Blake feels the same way about the Duke. But Rosalina did not share her husband's fears at all, so she fervently declared that Calix absolutely had to be helped. Suddenly, the gentleman froze and asked if this guy was really the lost heir of the Blake family, which the girl confirmed. But then it dawned on her that she herself had not spoken about such things, which meant that the Duke himself had found out about everything from somewhere. In response, the gentleman asked somewhat rudely whether Rosalina was planning to do a favour for the Blake family or was just being altruistic. After which he clarified that perhaps the Duke of Brighton's daughter was going to save all the gladiator slaves in the area. Rose listened to the guy in silence, perfectly understanding that he was just being sarcastic and needed to be given the chance to speak his mind properly. When he finished, the heroine confidently declared that she was going to finally get rid of this evil establishment with slaves. But even the girl herself understood that right now it would be extremely difficult for her, so she wanted to start by freeing at least one. She confessed to her friend that she felt guilty because she was unable to help Calix in time, who had been suffering all this time. So now, although the heroine understood that she was late for some time, she still really wanted to finally correct her mistake. So, making cute eyes, the girl asked her colleague if he would help her this time, and absolutely free of charge. Arzentian had no plans to do anything like this, but he knew he couldn't refuse this lady's request. Hearing that the guy sighed and still agreed to help, Rosa was delighted, and even Kaylee suddenly noticeably cheered up. The heroine immediately took out a previously prepared map and began to tell what she had come up with when she came down here alone. But here the lady abandoned the plan and said that now that they were in such a composition, there was no need for it. At this moment, one of the slave guards, taking with him a huge bag of bad food, announced that he was going to feed the gladiators. His comrade at his post was fast asleep, so he didn't react at all, as he didn't even wake up. Suddenly, the first guard burst back into the hall with a loud noise, which immediately woke up the second assistant. Turning around, he saw a group of 3 people who asked no one to make noise if they wanted to remain safe and sound. Here, Arzention found a secret passage, the existence of which he had known for a long time, and suggested going this way. Since he had never personally travelled through this place, he threw Calix down to check how dangerous it was. In the end, Blake landed safely and began to glare at the Duke from below, who had so unceremoniously thrown him down here. Next, the masked gentleman asked Rosalina to come down, and she almost did so, when she suddenly remembered something. So, looking at the already tied-up prison guard, the lady demanded that he return her bag of money. Only after this did the heroine calmly and leisurely begin to descend, because she had done everything she wanted. Suddenly, at the very last moment, Miss accidentally unhooked her hand and almost fell down when Calix unexpectedly caught her. And following the girl, clearly jealous of the guy, Arzentian allegedly accidentally dropped his boot on him, for which he didn't even ask for forgiveness. As they were walking along the passage, the gentleman asked if they would go straight to the Blake estate, but Rose wanted to get to the Henner's Guild first. The heroine explained that something about Kaylee's appearance, namely his eyes, confused her a lot, so she first wanted to find out everything about them. Although the Duke's daughter continued to gaze intently into Blake's clear blue eyes, she could not understand what they reminded her of. Suddenly, Rosa and Arzention, looking into each other's eyes, exclaimed that such a colour was evidence of imperial lineage. But looking at the guy with no manners and who had just been a gladiator, they couldn't even think that their thoughts were correct. The Duke wondered out loud if he had any potions that could temporarily change the colour of the eye, and the heroine immediately jumped up in joy. She rummaged through her clothes and pulled out from somewhere in her pockets a bottle of the drink that she had personally given to Calix earlier. Rosalina gave this potion to her partner so that he would now be responsible for the administration of the medicine to the heir of the Blake family. Arzention did not expect the girl to act in such an impudent manner because she essentially shifted all responsibility onto him. Rose herself explained with a smile that it was time for her to return home to the estate, to her beloved father and brother. The heroine promised that when Carly recovered, they would send him to the Blake estate, so the Duke had to be patient for a little while. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the former gladiator spoke up and asked if he wouldn't go right now with Rosalina. The boy and girl, hearing this, froze in shock, because all this time Blake had not said a word normally. Carly himself did not understand at all what was wrong, but from the reaction of his friends, he noticed that they had time to think. A little later, they all safely climbed out of the hatch in the ground, since that was where this not very long secret passage led. The whole company found itself in the middle of a beautiful and decorated city square, which was one of its central ones. Thanks to this, the Duke was able to catch a carriage for the lady quickly enough so that she could return to her home as quickly as possible. Calix had no intention of being left alone with the Duke, who was incomprehensible to him, so he jumped into the carriage after the girl. But before Blake had time to properly settle into place, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar by the attentive Arzention. And the former gladiator did not have time to do anything, as he was already dragged away from Rosalina's carriage, forbidding him to go with her. Holding the bewildered Kaylee tightly in his arms, the Duke asked Rose for forgiveness for not being able to personally escort her to the estate. But the heroine was not at all offended by this, so she cheerfully waved goodbye to the sad Calix and the serious Mister. Finally, Miss managed to explain to the heir of the Blake family that she had a family at home who were not allowed to see him. The guy took a few steps after the cart in confusion and then froze in place, completely sad when it drove away. But here Carly became much more collected, including because the Duke asked him to stop playing his cunning role of helplessness. Arzention threw a bottle with another dose of medicine to his new ally, and the guy deftly caught it with just one hand. After which he looked sternly at Filesden, whom he did not like at all, unlike the sweet and beautiful Rosaline. A few days later, the butler was rushing to the hall of the estate as fast as he could, because a meeting with the Duke's daughter was scheduled there. The heroine herself had already been there for a long time, since she tried never to be late for such important events. Maurice greeted the girl politely and said that he had brought the very book that she had been looking for so much all this time. It told the entire history of the imperial family, which immediately pleased Rosalina, who wanted to study this material. The thing is that from the first meeting with Calix, she was haunted by the colour of his eyes, which for some reason were piercingly blue. Miss could not remember whether there was any mention of this in the original or whether she had really missed something important. Rosalina was so engrossed in her reading that she was startled when the doors to the room suddenly burst open and Calix ran in. The guy himself, very unceremoniously, grabbed the bewildered Rose by the hand and immediately dragged her somewhere behind him. After a few questions, the lady was able to find out that Blake had decided to show her the little chicks at the top of the tree. But the Duke of Brighton's daughter immediately reminded the boy in fear that she would never be able to climb to the top of the tree. Blake thought for just a few seconds, then dropped to one knee and offered to lift Miss up so she could look up. Suddenly, the Duke appeared from somewhere behind him and dropped many books on Kaylee, hinting that it was time for him to urgently read them all. At the same time, Arzention, barely containing his anger, declared that becoming part of the aristocracy was not as easy as the young man thought. Rose greeted her partner happily and asked if he had been able to secure an audience at the Blake estate. The guy said that he found the Duke's reaction strange because he didn't seem to be at all happy about it. Moreover, rumours even reached the Mister that the return of the imposter son had increased the toxicity of relations within the family. A little later, when Blake was finally seated to study the material, the guy showed with his whole appearance how bored he was. In the end, even Rosalind felt sorry for the young man who tried his best, but found learning very difficult. But despite everything, Kaylee did not give up and continued to study the necessary information because he set himself a difficult goal. The heroine watched the efforts of the former gladiator with surprise and could not understand what the reason for this was. But the real point was that Calix hoped that he would be able to play with Rosa if he studied hard and well. Through his boring history books, the boy anxiously watched the dialogue between the Duchess and the masked gentleman. And in Calix's imagination, these two were not just talking seriously about business, but were conversing with each other with sweet smiles. This circumstance made the guy incredibly angry, and he couldn't even really concentrate on his studies, which he wanted to finish early. But then, unexpectedly, Rosalina asked with a smile if her friend wanted to look at the little foal that had recently been born in the stable. After this question, Cayley instantly forgot all his negative emotions because he immediately wanted it very much. So the Duke allowed his student to take a break so that he could admire the new baby. At some point, the guy even wanted to take a closer look at them, but the lady explained in time that the horses would be scared of him in that case. After a few minutes of walking, the master approached the girl and said that the item that changes the color of the eyes had recently been delivered to him. The heroine immediately remembered the information she had read in Maurice's book and was able to learn almost everything about the imperial family. It turned out that the current prince was the only heir to the throne and was eagerly awaiting the time when he could ascend to the throne. But even the information from the book did not explain to Rosalina where Calix got such piercing blue eyes. For the first time in all the time she had been in the novel, Rose could not find answers to her own questions, which were growing. After a few days of preparation by Calix, the entire familiar company of 3 people arrived at the Blake estate. Just before the representatives of the family appeared, the lady noticed that the guy's bow tie was uneven and quickly corrected it. The girl tried not to be nervous because she hoped that this whole meeting would ultimately go well for everyone. Looking at the grown and transformed Blake, the lady happily reported that he had become a real handsome man. Miss knew that if they were in the original now, the guy would still be fighting hard for his life until he was completely tired. The girl shuddered as she recalled the moment when Blake was simply thrown away as unnecessary, like a consumable. Only at this moment the main character of the novel should have completely accidentally discovered Calix in the middle of a forest road. And all these events would have eventually led to the original story, but it so happened that the heroine had already violated it. As a result, Rosalind felt a little ashamed in front of Daisy, who was left without such a good friend, but she could not help but help. Here the Duke's daughter remembered without whom it would have been much more difficult for her to cope, so she thanked her partner for his help. After which the trio, with varying degrees of excitement, began to await the arrival of the representative of the Blake family and Carly's relative. As soon as he appeared, the old man immediately said that he was afraid he would not even recognize his son, whom he lost more than 10 years ago. However, he admitted that he was still able to recognize in Calix the very same child who had been accidentally stolen from him a long time ago. At the sight of the dark-haired youth, the Duke immediately rushed to him to warmly embrace and greet him. At the same time, he even cried a little, apologizing for being such a bad father and not being able to find his son earlier. So, as not to disturb such a touching reunion, Rosalina said with a smile that with this, she and Mr. would go home. But then the Duke stopped the boy and girl and said that he could not let them go empty-handed because they had returned his son. First of all, he ordered his servants to set the table as quickly as possible in order to feed such precious guests. After which the old man invited the lady to choose from among the decorations in his estate any that she really liked. Suddenly, Arzentian, crossing his arms in displeasure, declared that the girl was too busy for fittings. Lady Felliston sensed how angry her business partner was at that moment, so she did not dare to object to him. However, the old man asked for forgiveness for his persistence and explained that if the guest did not accept anything, he would be disgraced. Rosalina smiled sweetly and replied that she hadn't expected to get anything in return, although she secretly wouldn't mind a few things. Suddenly, Duke Blake remembered a very expensive thing that had been passed down from generation to generation in their family. And soon the servants very carefully brought into the room a huge vase, which the old man decided to give to his guests. Rosalina was immediately delighted at the sight of such a gift, because she could not even imagine how much it cost. Only after all this did the owner of the estate finally let the boy and girl go, giving them parting words. Rosalina had a completely good impression of this trip, so she said goodbye to everyone with a smile. Unexpectedly for everyone, Calix rushed forward and shouted that he too would like to go right now with the Duke's daughter. Hearing this, all the inhabitants of the Blake estate immediately changed their faces, as they ended up being very upset. Before leaving, the heroine turned to Kaylee and asked him to try not to cause problems for his father. As they parted, she cheerfully promised that they would definitely see each other very soon, so the guy didn't have to worry at all. As a result, Blake's son was left to watch once again as his girlfriend left without him. He watched the carriage with her until the very end, and only when it disappeared over the horizon did he turn to the old man. At that moment, the Duke roughly grabbed the guy by the face, since he did not really have any pleasant feelings towards him. He moved closer and noticed that the boy's eye color had not yet fully returned, although enough time had passed for this to happen. Since he didn't need the guy at all, the Duke ordered him to be taken to the estate, and he himself began to think. It remained a huge mystery to the old man why Lady Felliston had suddenly decided, out of the blue, to help Calix. He approached the rose bushes and picked one of them, turning it over in his hands thoughtfully because he couldn't find the answer. After which the Duke mercilessly trampled the flower and said that he hated the stupid lucky ones of his fate the most. At this point, Rosalina had covered part of the way home, but was still anxiously reading the documents that Morris had found for her. For some reason, she had the feeling that she had missed something very important, but the lady could not find it. What worried Miss most was that they did not try to find such a noble child with the help of shadow guilds, but filed official lawsuits. In the end, the girl even came to the conclusion that they didn't need to leave Kaylee at all, after which the Duke couldn't stand it and interrupted her. He asked in confusion why Rosalina was so upset about such a strange little thing. Having taken his seat in the carriage, the guy sternly declared that he would not read anything else to the lady today, so as not to worry. The heroine was a little offended by the tone in which the Duke spoke to her, so she turned away and looked out the window. Suddenly, Arzentian leaned towards the girl and asked why Calix called her Rosa, while he was forced to call her Rosalina. In response to this, the Duchess excitedly recalled that she had once suggested to the guy to call her by a shorter name, but he had refused. But this weak excuse didn't work, and the masked gentleman was still unhappy with the girl who had so strangely divided the friends. Unexpectedly for the heroine, the guy suddenly sighed heavily and said that all this was absolutely unimportant, so they could forget about this dialogue. But the lady who was sitting right opposite him still felt that the atmosphere in the carriage had somehow changed strangely. Miss could never have imagined that her partner would ever be upset over such a stupid situation. Rosalind rode in the carriage for some time in silence as she tried to give him time to calm down enough. It was only when they were almost there that the lady smiled and decided to call out to the guild leader to talk to him. She admitted that she had been rather cold towards him all this time, but she never touched the body of her silent friend. However, Rosa did not finish speaking there because she decided to say what she thought, so she thanked her partner for everything. She remembered that the Duke had rushed after her into the dungeons, although he himself could have suffered, and the lady appreciated this. And even at the Blake estate, the Mr. constantly supported the girl and protected her from the old man's constant questions. At this moment, as they were driving to the Mrs. estate, Arzentian was still silently accompanying her, asking for nothing in return. So the heroine said that the Mr. can call her whatever he wants, because she will not be against it at all. To her great surprise, the lady suddenly noticed that the gentleman's ears had turned red, and he himself asked her not to get worked up. Realizing that after such a fiery speech she had been forgiven, Rose laughed out loud at the whole situation. Arzentian watched Mrs. Laughter for a while and then finally decided to ask the question that was bothering him. The guy couldn't understand why the man who was previously colder than ice suddenly became so lively and pleasant. The heroine herself froze in fear when the Duke suddenly announced that she had been replaced so that no one noticed. Since the Duke of Brighton's daughter was not going to give any answer, the gentleman was left to think about everything himself. But Rosalina was still afraid that the guy would suddenly ask her an even more personal question, so she jumped up in fear. After which the girl stuck to the window and said that they had already arrived at her estate, which meant that they would soon be leaving. Not to be silent for a second, Rose said with a smile that her father was already starting to worry about her absence, so it was time for her to go to him. The Duke finally asked the lady if too few people knew her real self, only when he was helping her down the steps of the carriage. When he suddenly mentioned the Duchess's husband, she shuddered nervously, since she still really wanted a divorce. Suddenly, the gentleman lifted the girl up and asked if perhaps she should give another chance to the Duke of Felsden, whom she disliked so much. But at this point, Miss asked her friend to be quiet and explained that she did not believe that her husband would ever stop hating her with all his might. So the heroine didn't even intend to make any attempt to talk to Arzentian, and with that she said goodbye to her partner. But at the end, Rosalina suddenly turned around and with a joyful smile announced that she had new ideas for business. When the girl could no longer see the guy's actions, he took out her handkerchief with a slight smile on his lips to feel better. At this moment, Anthony loudly opened the doors to the young lady's room, since she had already missed her very much. The Duchess herself was glad to see her closest and best maid, so she smiled cheerfully at her in response. In fact, the assistant did not sit in the estate either, but went for a walk around the city, which the lady told the lady about with delight. Anthony pressed her hands to her chest in quiet joy and announced that she had finally been able to visit the finest perfume shop in the Empire. Moreover, when she met an amazing spirit master and showed her skills, he offered her to become his student. The maid thanked the miss warmly, saying that it was her merit, but Rose herself replied that Anthony had achieved this success personally. Then the assistant suddenly remembered that the rose perfume that the lady had asked about did not contain rose extract at all. After which the maid handed the box with the bottle to the Duke's daughter and said that she had tried to recreate that pleasant aroma. The maid was not sure whether Rosalina would accept her gift, so she closed her eyes tightly out of fear and excitement. Imagine Anthony's surprise when, opening her eyes, she immediately saw how the young lady was already applying her perfume. The maid froze in shock because she was very pleased with such a gesture of respect from the aristocrat. And at that moment, the heroine was inhaling a pleasant aroma that strongly resembled the one she needed. So, with a grateful smile, the Duke of Brighton's daughter said that the assistant was simply an angel to her, since she was able to do such a thing. Suddenly, the doors to the ladies' room swung open and a servant ran inside, clearly out of breath from running. The butler carefully carried in his hands a letter from the imperial palace itself, which he immediately reported from the threshold. Rose immediately became serious and accepted the message, looking carefully at who exactly sent the letter. And in the line with the sender, the name of none other than the Empress herself was indicated, who wanted to see the girl. The heroine immediately wondered what all this could mean, since there was nothing like this in the original story. Moreover, what surprised the miss most was that the Empress invited her only to one of the tea parties that were periodically held in the palace. Rosalind didn't like the fact that she even had to handle the envelope for the reply letter carefully. In the meantime, the girl was thinking about her business affairs, so she came up with the idea of sending another letter through Anthony. That same evening, almost before going to bed, the Duchess decided to once again study the various documents on her desk. Suddenly, Rose noticed some unusual sound coming from the window and therefore broke away from studying the information. At that very moment, a guy in a blue raincoat jumped onto her balcony. He had come to visit his business partner. Since he did not want to reveal his identity, he held the mask during the jump so that it would not fall off. As soon as Arzentian landed, Rosalina opened the window in surprise to talk to him. But she was in a great hurry, so before the Duke could ask a word, the lady grabbed him by the collar and pulled him along with her. Only after inviting the guest into her room did Rosa ask why he had suddenly appeared to her so late and so unexpectedly. What worried the heroine most was that if anyone saw the mister, a huge scandal would immediately begin. In response, the guy pulled out a letter that the lady had sent him through Anthony and said that it indicated a meeting at 11 o'clock. With a heavy sigh, the Duke of Brighton's daughter asked her friend to reread the letter because she had meant 11 in the morning. The Duchess could have continued to scold her partner for a long time, but suddenly she noticed that some kind of aroma was coming from him and immediately sniffed. At which point Lady Felliston recoiled in displeasure as she detected hints of alcohol in the scent, which she did not like. The Duke had to admit that he had indeed been drinking, but that it had nothing to do with his mistake in timing. He became a little emotional and therefore admitted that he usually did not try to drink, but today was an exception to the rule. Arzentian was tormented by thoughts today, so he decided to drink a little, although Miss would not say that he took just a little. Still not showing his face to the young lady, the boy suddenly asked if he could ask her a somewhat personal question. When Rose gave her permission, the Duke looked back and asked who she was thinking of choosing as her partner for the upcoming festival. The girl couldn't even imagine that the masked gentleman could be concerned with such questions unrelated to business. But she didn't want to reveal all her plans, so she smiled slyly and said that it was her little secret. Then Arzentian clarified his question about himself, asking about the girl's husband, with whom she had not spoken for quite some time. But Rosalina stated with absolute certainty that this person was not even one of her candidates and would not be. This deeply hurt the Duke, although he tried not to show it, since for the lady it was about a completely different person. Here Rosa suddenly remembered why exactly she decided to invite her partner to a joint business meeting tomorrow. The Duchess revealed that she had a new idea for their business and would really like to discuss it with Mr. Masked. The Duke of Brighton's daughter admitted that she had thought a lot in this direction, and it seemed to her that something more was missing. So Miss boasted that she had turned flowers into decorations that could now be worn among clothing items. Lady Felliston calculated that if she could sell these things among aristocrats, they themselves would become good advertisement for the product. It was at the next festival that Rosalina planned to show everyone the latest in her jewellery. Arzentian couldn't help but be impressed by this idea, because the girl tied the status of a person to the status of an accessory. The Duke was more than confident that such products would sell extremely well, and the first batch would quickly sell out. As a result, this fashion will soon reach even the lower strata of the aristocracy, who will try to keep up with the upper ones. The guy suggested that ordinary families would also buy jewellery if they could find something that suited their price. But he was afraid that all this could lead to the attitude towards Rose, who was trying to monopolise beauty, becoming even worse. But the master didn't have time to finish this thought in his head because the lady called out to him, putting her hand on his shoulder. Rosalina stated that neither status nor honour mattered before money, so she was not afraid of anything at all. The heroine was sure that in this world of the novel, everything in the world came down to money, so she worried little about other values. The Duke was surprised to hear Mrs. Wise thought that there was no point in worrying about trifles. At this point, Rose completely lost her temper and loudly declared that the day would come when everything would depend only on money. Listening to the girl's fiery speeches, which seemed unrealistic to him, the Duke smiled slightly in response, after which he picked up Rosalina's transparent cape from the floor to gently cover the girl with it again. Having done this, the guy asked if there would be a place for him in such a wonderful and money-rich world that Rose had come up with. Suddenly he began to lean towards her very slowly, whispering that he would accept gratitude if the miss wanted to give it. Suddenly, the father knocked on the door of the Duke's daughter's room and noticed that the light was still on. After this, the man looked in on his daughter and excitedly asked why she had not gone to bed, since it was late. In response, Rosalina, as if nothing had happened, said that she simply had a lot of things to do, although the lady had barely had time to sit down at the table. While the father and daughter were talking to each other, Arzentian listened to them from the balcony, since he had managed to hide there. However, the guy did not stay in this place for too long, so as not to be discovered, so he went home. The next morning, very early, the butler of the Felsden estate was no longer asleep, so he came to the master with the documents. Imagine the boy's surprise when, for the first time in his life, he discovered that the Duke's office was not empty at that time. Arzentian couldn't sleep that night, so he decided to start work early to keep himself busy. Maurice noticed that the gentleman had become much more active and less aggressive, to which he immediately ordered his assistant to get to work. At the same time, Arzentian only now realized that he had completely forgotten about the attacks of madness that had not tormented him for a long time. And all this was thanks to Rosaline's handkerchief, which the Duke had no intention of returning because it was the only thing that helped him. Only after learning about the thing's abilities did the guy give the order to fully study all other similar materials. But for some reason, no matter what Arzentian did, the only thing that helped him was the handkerchief that the lady had once given him for a while. But the Duke wasn't sure that the girl was his soulmate because communication with her hadn't helped in any way before. Madness was an ancient curse that was passed down only to the male members of the Filesden family. But there were people who were kindred spirits, as they could save the Dukes and their children from the curse. For this reason, all Filesden search for such a soul throughout their lives, and then fall in love with it at first sight. However, Arzentian remembered the prophecy that the shaman had told him, supposedly about the boy not having a soulmate. Because of such bad news, the son's parents quickly fell into complete despair because they were very afraid of a curse. As a result, at some point they left the boy alone because they did not want to be responsible for him. The mother and father, with false smiles, told the child that they would go north in search of a cure and would return soon. But since then he had not seen them, and now suddenly he personally met the Duke's sweet and smiling daughter named Rosalina. However, the Duke put out of his mind the thought that she could be his soulmate because madness could subside on its own for a time. Looking at the handkerchief lying on the table, the Duke decided that there must be another reason why he was experiencing such sensations. At the same time, the heroine herself happily walked with her recovered brother and was happy about how cool he was. The guy was well prepared for the festival because he was his sister's partner, so he asked her to dress him up. In response, Leodor noted that the girl was shining no less than he was, so they were both very beautiful. After such a dialogue, the guy offered the lady his hand because the doors to the main hall suddenly opened, inviting them to enter. There were already quite a lot of people in the hall who immediately turned around to look at Leo and Rose, who had appeared. Suddenly, the heroine noticed that her brooch with an artificial rose had suddenly come off at the wrong time and fallen to the floor. She immediately asked her brother to slow down as she wanted to pick up the decoration and put it back in place. Imagine the surprise of the Duke's daughter when the guy said that he would pick up the brooch himself, and she just had to wait. Leodor explained that he was finally accompanying his beloved sister for the first time in his life, and wanted to help her as much as possible. It was for this reason that the guy could not allow the girl to strain herself unnecessarily in some such small matters. The heroine was very pleased with her brother's care, so she smiled happily in response, since she was able to enjoy life. The aristocrats around also saw the guy so handsome for the first time, so they admired his appearance with all their eyes at that moment. Arzentian also came to the festival in the hope that his wife would choose him, but she ended up going with her own brother. So now the Duke felt uncomfortable at this celebration of life because his dreams and fantasies had not come true. In order not to further torment his soul, the guy drank several glasses of wine, after which he walked away as quickly as possible. A few days later, the aristocrats discussed with great interest everything that had happened at the recent festival. What surprised them most was the fact that Rosalina, who was suffering from the curse of the roses, was somehow able to put them on herself. Suddenly, another lady approached the ladies who were chatting about everything and anything and wanted to join their dialogue. It turned out to be the Duchess of Roman, who was smiling cheerfully, despite the fact that she herself was wearing a rose as an ornament. Seeing the panic in the girl's eyes, Miss explained that she was not suffering from the curse because she was wearing a beautiful artificial rose. Mary loved flowers very much, so now she was incredibly happy that she could touch them, even in this form. The girl shared with the others that she had always remained on the sidelines during rose events, but now she could participate. So, clasping her hands, the Duchess joyfully announced that at the moment she was no longer worried about anything, because she was not afraid of the curse. After such an inspiring story, the aristocrats immediately became interested in where they could buy the same roses. That night, one of the guards, as usual, lazily went down into the dungeon to feed all the prisoners in the dungeon. The man was very tired because it was late, So he walked slowly and hardly looked around the whole time. Here he opened Eliza's grate to feed Madam, and suddenly froze in horror at what he saw inside. It turned out that this woman had somehow managed to escape, which the guard immediately ran to report to the Duke. The next morning, the Duke of Brighton showed off his new brooch to everyone, which he boasted of with great pride. The man shared that he was able to touch a rose for the first time in his life, only thanks to the efforts of his daughter. So the gentleman was extremely proud of the lady and told everyone that she was just like him because she had taken up a profitable business of growing roses. The aristocrats, who had heard this kind of thing before, realized that the Duke only needed a reason for pride. And the man himself was completely unaware that he had long ago gone too far and was quite contentedly discussing Rosalina's successes. Suddenly, one of his assistants ran up to him and said that he had urgent information about the dungeons. Hearing that Eliza had somehow escaped, the Duke was horrified and could not even contain his own negative emotions. He arrived at the dungeons as quickly as possible and went down with the servants to examine everything as best he could. For Mr. Brighton, time passed extremely slowly at that moment, and the key in the lock turned as if it were an eternity. Eventually, the guard opened the prison bars and the man entered, asking how long ago the woman had escaped. The assistant reported that they only found out when, very recently, they once again delivered food to all the prisoners. And at that moment, in the Blake estate, Calix was very diligently solving complex mathematical equations and wanted to go play. When Rosalina noticed that the guy was completely exhausted, she nevertheless suggested that he at least take a little rest. As Blake began to whine that studying was hard, the girl laughed and advised him to be patient. After which the heroine herself began to think about what had been happening around her all this time. What worried her most was the behaviour of Duke Blake, because the lady had gone through all the formalities and officially arrived to see him. However, the old man almost immediately said that he had urgent business and disappeared somewhere as quickly as possible so that the miss never saw him again. In addition, Rosalina was worried about the fact that Calix was ready for events, but he had not yet been taken out into public. The girl could not understand what the Duke was thinking about when suddenly his son jumped up sharply, slamming his hands on the table. He did so because he could not stand it, and with a smile suggested to Rose that they go somewhere to play together while it was time to rest. Carly reported that not far from them there was a beautiful small lake that was worth seeing for everyone. But then suddenly the Duke appeared next to the friends and placed the book right between them in order to move it away. Arzentian stated that Blake only thinks about how to play with someone instead of studying properly. After which the masked gentleman stated with complete confidence that now was not the best time to have fun. He suddenly looked straight into Rosalind's eyes and said that they needed to get to him in Hennes as quickly as possible. The heroine asked in surprise what the urgency of this event was, since she was in no hurry. Unexpectedly for everyone, a maid burst into the room, bringing with her some not very good news. The assistant was shaking incredibly badly with fear, so she asked the lady to read everything in the newspaper herself. The Duke's daughter had no idea what had happened this time when she suddenly found herself being called a villain. The newspaper wrote that the girl's artificial roses did not protect against the rose curse at all, as she herself claimed. What surprised the lady most was that Daisy's condition worsened when she touched one of the roses produced by the business. Miss thought that she would encounter references to the original's main character much later, but it happened now. At the same time, in the Roman estate, only on the surface everything was so sunny and pleasant, but inside there was a different atmosphere. Mary could not believe what was written in the newspaper because roses had a very good effect on her. So the woman even jumped up in emotion and concluded that someone had hatched a huge conspiracy against Rosalina. Since the lady was very grateful to the Duke's daughter, she decided to personally sort out all the misunderstandings regarding the flowers. But as soon as the woman went outside, she immediately ran into a whole crowd of ill wishers protesting against Rosa. However, Roman did not give in so easily and began to call for her to be heard, as a result of which Miss was rather rudely pushed in response. As a result, Mary fell right into the arms of a man who was hiding his face under a wide, dark cloak. Only the woman managed to look under the hood at the moment when the man asked if she was okay after the fall. And by the color of her eyes and hair, Roman instantly recognized this stranger in a cloak as the very same famous Rosalina. Realizing that she had been exposed, the girl raised her finger to her lips, asking Mary not to reveal her current location to anyone. After which the heroine screamed loudly, and Lady Felisden ran to the right, pointing in that direction to everyone with her hand. Only when all the disgruntled people had fled in the direction indicated did the Duchess rise and extend her hand to Mary, asking her name. The woman never thought she would ever shake hands with the lady who invented artificial roses to combat the curse. Unexpectedly for Roman, the Duke of Brighton's daughter immediately asked if she could ask her new acquaintance for something. Since Mary was only too happy for such a thing, she smiled happily and immediately agreed to anything. In order not to stand in one place for too long, the girls proceeded to the Brighton estate, although the woman did not know how she could help. Rosalina did not immediately say what exactly she needed, but instead suggested discussing all matters inside. At the estate, the girl was immediately met by her brother and father, who had learned everything from their assistants, with worried faces. The Duke even ran up to his daughter and, gently hugging her by the shoulders, asked if she was sure everything was all right. Following the man, a guy ran up to the lady and also promised to protect her from all stupid attackers. Duchess Roman did not expect to encounter such strong support from Rose's relatives, so she was pleasantly surprised. And the heroine herself suddenly showed the family that she even received a summons to court because of everything that is happening right now in the area. But Leo and Mr. Brighton immediately declared that they would under no circumstances let Rosaline go to that place, because she did not deserve it. However, to the great surprise of everyone present, the girl suddenly declared that she was very happy with such an invitation. The whole point was that someone had set the lady up, and she knew that this person would definitely show up at the trial to deal with her. And the Duke's daughter was going to take advantage of this to personally defeat her incomprehensible and cunning enemy. Mr. Brighton at this moment watched with pride his daughter, whose eyes were burning with the desire to avenge herself. Since he had no intention of interfering with the girl, he said that he would support her decision to join the fight if she decided to do so. But the heroine did not listen to her father at all, since it was much more important for her now to communicate with her guest. Since the plan of what she had to do was already prepared, the lady took her guest without even listening to the end of the Duke's speech. It was only a few minutes after Rose and Mary had left that Leodor turned to the man to stop him from speaking. It turned out that Mr. Brighton was so carried away that he didn't even notice how his daughter had already left. At this point, the heroine invited Roman to the dining room, since that was where part of her plan lay. Lady Felisden even brought the tea tray herself, so that none of the servants could interrupt their important dialogue. Miss was a little embarrassed that because of this she could not treat her friend normally, so she asked for forgiveness. But Mary was happy with everything as it was, so she immediately reminded him that she had not come on an official visit. Here the woman looked around and with surprise noticed the strange-looking vase that Duke Blake had given her. Rosalina told this and then drew the Duchess's attention to the sheets of paper laid out on the table. Mary almost immediately thought that they would be conducting a secret correspondence while continuing to talk out loud to each other. But Rosa suddenly showed a piece of paper on which she had just written that the guest should respond only with consent to all her words. After which the heroine specifically called Duchess Roman Bronze and asked her to bear false witness in court. At the same time, the Duke's daughter herself smiled cheerfully, showing with her whole appearance that they were playing a very fun game. Mary even blushed because it was the first time she had to lie intentionally, but she admitted everything that Rose asked for. At the end of her speech, Roman could not help but add that the lady was her benefactress, so she could not help but help. In response, Rosalina laughed heartily and asked the fake bronze to control herself and speak more slowly. At that moment, as the heroine had expected, a complex and very rare magic was hovering around the vase. She conveyed almost word for word to the magicians, at a great distance, the whole essence of the dialogue between the two friends in the room. As soon as the men wrote down the words that Rosalina had persuaded someone to bear false witness, they were very happy. The magicians did not miss such an extremely important moment and immediately recorded it on a specially created film. After which one of them informed Duke Blake that they had managed to record the lady's request to help her no matter what. The old man chuckled happily as he was glad that he was able to get around such a smart girl who asked him to lie for her. The next morning, Rose decided to take care of all her other affairs, so she arrived at the Imperial Palace. The security guards at the entrance stopped her almost immediately and demanded that she tell them the purpose of such an unexpected visit to the Empress herself. In response, the heroine calmly showed the letter and said that she personally received an invitation to a tea party, which she attended. At that moment, the Empress was absent-mindedly looking out the window at her domain, since she was not expecting anyone to visit. Suddenly, Rosalind was allowed to approach her, and she politely introduced herself to the woman, as she had long since learned imperial etiquette. Following the lady, the madame introduced herself and said that the miss could call her Agnes, so as not to be too familiar. After which the owner of the empire offered her guest to taste absolutely any sweets that were on the table. But Rose couldn't allow herself to relax, so she kept her hands pressed tightly to her legs the whole time. Only after a few minutes of dialogue did the lady finally ask Agnes why exactly she had invited her to tea. This question brought a smile to the woman's face, who said that for some reason young people are always in a hurry. She suggested that they start by drinking a cup of tea on the table, and the heroine immediately recognized it as poisonous acarosia. Only after realizing this, the heroine did not even believe her assumptions, although Miss would now recognize this scent anywhere. So Rosalina realized for herself that she was not mistaken at all, which had already become quite boring for the girl because there had been too many poisonings. And the Empress smiled slyly and asked why her guest was behaving so impolitely and not drinking the offered tea. However, Rose was not going to drink the drink before she could understand what Agnes' true intentions were. But unexpectedly for herself, Miss abruptly changed her plan and thought that sometimes being deceived is not so bad at all. So, while the owner of the empire watched the girl with a smile, she obediently drank a cup of tea despite the danger. And literally a second after that, blood began to flow from the lady's throat, which quickly flooded almost the entire space around her. At the sight of this, Agnes immediately fell into horror, since she was completely incapable of providing first aid to other people. So the heroine fell dead on the floor and did not move at all, while the woman who invited her panicked. With poorly concealed horror on her face, the Empress whispered that she had no idea about the poison in the tea. After which she shouted to the servants to call a doctor immediately as quickly as possible to save the guest. Realizing that the assistants would run for too long, Agnes nevertheless approached the body of the girl lying on the floor. Not knowing what exactly to do, the Empress called out to Rosalina with great hesitation, although she knew that she was unlikely to answer. At this point, the woman noticed something strange, so she leaned over and brushed the hair away from the lady's face, revealing a smile for some reason. This shocked Agnes so much that she immediately covered her mouth with her hand and took a few steps back. And Rose, as if nothing had happened, stood up and with a sly smile suggested that they finally have a real talk. In response, the owner apologized for her inspection and said that she heard that Miss had recently rescued Calix. She admitted that she was just a puppet, but in reality she could not control either power or wealth. So, although Rosalina was against it, the woman knelt down in front of her and begged the girl to help her. To the heroine's great surprise, Agnes suddenly, with tears in her eyes, declared that Calix was in great danger right now. But Lady Felliston did not immediately understand why the madame said so, because the guy was at the Blake estate. However, the woman shook her head in response to this, since such information did not comfort her at all. Only a few seconds later, having collected her thoughts, she admitted that this would only make things much worse for Kylie. Then Rose asked warily how the Empress could speak like that about a nephew she didn't know, to which Madame remained silent. But the heroine really wanted to know the truth, so she asked if Calix was actually Agnes's child. The woman did not expect that even someone would guess about this terrible secret of hers, so she froze in place from surprise. The whole point was that behind all the power all this time stood Duke Blake, who was in charge of imperial affairs. But the old man did not resolve all business issues on his own, but consulted with wise aristocrats from different families. These people had long since become his close confidants, since they completely shared his views on management. Agnes tried to suggest that they develop more gradually, but the Duke flared up and reminded her that it was he who had put her in the position of head. No matter how much pain the Empress was in, the old man only made fun of her, because he knew that he was much stronger than the woman. Even the assistants, although they were very faithful to Agnes, still did not dare to resist the hot-tempered old man, and he took advantage of this freely, as he continued to shout and constantly restrict his sister's freedom. The woman admitted that her real son had been replaced a long time ago, and she needed to obey so that he would be completely fine. So she believed that the boy was living well in the Blake estate, and did not even suspect how much he suffered all this time. Agnes couldn't stop crying because she was worried about Calix, when suddenly Rosa promised to keep an eye on him. Moreover, the heroine asked the woman to trust her and ask for help if something difficult happens. But then there was a knock at the door, and Rosalina's face immediately changed, which ended up somewhat frightening the Empress. The Duke's daughter herself asked publicly whether the poisoning was really the famous imperial manners. She turned around sharply and promised that her family would never forget such a terrible blow in the back received here. As a result, the heroine did not even receive any medical assistance, although the servants successfully called the best doctors. Instead of helping the girl, the maids lifted their Empress from her feet, surprised at how the meeting ended. As for Rosalina's own affairs, she quickly discovered a listening device in a vase given to her by the Duke. The masked gentleman tried his best to suggest that the lady simply throw away this strange and completely unnecessary gift from the enemy. But the heroine suddenly came up with a completely different use for the vase, so she asked the Duke to help her carry the item. Even in front of her partner, the Duchess did not reveal all her cards, but only smiled mysteriously and asked him to trust her. Finally, after a few days, the day of the trial arrived, which the Duke's daughter had been waiting for with great impatience all this time. Even the witnesses called to the trial suspected that it was not just about the roses, but they still could not change anything. Duke Blake listened attentively behind the screen to the cries of the people, some of whom demanded reprisals against Rose, while others still pitied her. In any case, the old man was incredibly pleased with the effect achieved, but had no intention of stopping there. While no one was looking, the secret owner of the empire silently laughed maliciously, already anticipating his quick, easy victory over the lady. When the trial finally began, the Duke was more than confident that society had already managed to choose the side he needed. Here, one of the representatives of the imperial servants asked for silence, after which he introduced everyone to the emperor himself, who had come to judge. But the representative of the Blake family could not have expected such a turn of events, so he was too surprised. Rosalina managed to create this effect unexpectedly, only at the very last moment, which she was pleased with. And the ruler suddenly declared that he had decided to personally judge the Duke's daughter, since she had some connection with the saints. The man then reported that Rose was accused of distributing artificial roses that carried an ancient curse. But what angered His Majesty most was that the accusation stated that Miss was receiving a lot of money for this. The Duke of Brighton's daughter stood before the Emperor with her back as straight as possible, because she understood that it would not be easy for her. However, the girl quickly found the strength to begin denying all the accusations against her because they were impossible. The lady was well prepared, so she asked Duchess Roman to testify and confirm Rosalind's words. And Mary immediately reported that, from the moment she began to wear Rose's jewellery, she had never experienced an attack from the curse. The woman had prepared her speech very well, as she was incredibly eager to help her friend Lady Fellisden. But then, without listening to Roman at all, Duke Blake banged his stick on the floor and declared that she was lying in the most sacred court. So that no one would think that he was slandering, the old man immediately took out a scroll with a recording, which served as proof of his words. At the end of his speech, he even looked down sadly and said that he was very disappointed in the girl who saved his son. The Emperor listened attentively to all the arguments presented, but it was impossible to tell from his face what the man was thinking. Since he was not very patient, he asked to quickly turn on the recording in question. Duke Blake obeyed instantly, and words poured out of the scroll stating that the lady was asking Bronze to be on her side in court. Upon hearing this, the aristocrats around immediately began to whisper as they realized how important this recording was. And the old man himself joyfully shouted that he was able to prove the fact that Duchess Bronze had to lie in court. But in reality, the heroine had thought this moment through completely, so she supposedly coughed awkwardly to attract attention to herself. Making sure that everyone was looking at her, Rosalina announced that Duchess Roman was on her side and that there was no Bronze at all. The Duke clearly could not have expected such a turn of events, because with surprise on his face he suddenly froze in place for a long time. Here, unexpectedly for the old man, the Emperor announced that the entire Bronzen family had recently gone to the southern lands. Since Representative Blake was relying only on this protection, he began to scream in panic that some mistake had simply occurred. But before the old man could object, Agnes and Calix, who had been completely cured from the potions, suddenly appeared in front of everyone around. At the sight of these two people who had just arrived, His Majesty even jumped up in surprise, forgetting his manners. The man looked at Calix's face with incomprehension, which by all indications belonged to the imperial family. Then the Empress spoke up, asking for forgiveness for being late, as she wanted to sort out all her mistakes. She said that Duke Blake wanted to put his son on the throne, so he swapped the real heir and Blake. But the old man did not let the woman finish, shouting that the colour of the eyes and hair could easily be faked with the help of special potions. Here, Rosalina entered the conversation, sarcastically noting that Duke Blake was well informed on this topic, but the ruler asked everyone to remain silent and announced that he would test the boy to see if he belonged to his family. However, the Emperor wanted to be merciful, so he promised not to touch the Duke's family if he immediately confessed to everything. The old man immediately remembered his sad past, when he did not understand why he was unlucky enough to be born with the inheritance of the throne. He understood that he would never be able to take the place of the Emperor in his life, but he decided to secure such an opportunity for his son. The Duke needed this so that the boy could raise his family to the very top, from which his father could rule. However, even having come up with such a plan, the Duke was never able to fully implement it, which made him very upset. To the heroine's great surprise, the old man suddenly admitted his guilt, and the game showed her a window with the end of this quest. But the lady didn't expect that she would even end up receiving the title of Hero of the Empire, so she blushed slightly embarrassedly because of this. However, the Duchess did not have the opportunity to be distracted by the game for long, because someone suddenly called out to her. It turned out to be Calix, who missed her very much, so he eagerly rushed into her arms. The Emperor suddenly came down from the rostrum, declaring the trial over and saying that he was indebted to Miss. The Duke's daughter could never have imagined that His Majesty himself would ever suggest that she ask him for anything at all. But the heroine was not going to miss such a wonderful opportunity to achieve one of her dreams, so she quickly voiced her secret desire. That same evening, the girl sent her husband a letter in which she enclosed all the necessary documents. The guy opened it eagerly because he was curious about what Rose had written to him so unexpectedly. But in the end, the Duke felt only disappointment because the lady once again insisted on a divorce from him. Arzentian himself had already changed his mind, so he was thinking about what he could do to refuse to dissolve the marriage. A few weeks after the court situation, the Great Imperial Holiday finally arrived and people gathered for it. His Majesty, without hesitation, ordered the Duke of Blake to be placed under indefinite arrest in order to later bring charges against him. The news that Calix was the true heir to the Empire left everyone, except Rosalina, in complete shock. The heroine herself was most concerned about the question of what changes the title of hero she had recently received in the game would bring her. Here she heard the aristocrats whispering that the Villainess had somehow saved the Crown Prince, which shocked everyone. But what confused people most was that Rose eventually even became a hero of the Empire, since this happened very rarely. But at that moment, all the gossip and rumours ceased because the Emperor slowly and importantly entered the throne room. All those present immediately and delicately saluted such a respected man who ruled the entire empire. While the man was walking, he did not answer anyone or anything, since he was forced to maintain a majestic face. He then announced that Duke Blake had been sentenced to death for imperial treason in order to scare everyone. Lady Felisden knew full well that this would be expected, while the aristocrats were alarmed by it. Suddenly, Miss heard people talking about how Felix should have been given the death penalty too, which surprised her. The girl knew that the guy ultimately did not suffer any punishment, since everything happened against his will. Rose was interested in whether the guy's eyes would change color without medication, so she was going to make sure to keep an eye on this a little later. At this point, the Emperor announced that Calix had undergone several tests for kinship, all of which had yielded positive results. That's why right now the ruler introduced the guy as the real and only heir to the empire. When the former Blake got the floor, he smiled sweetly at everyone around him and announced that his name was Calix. At the same time, the guy tried to look only at Rosalina, since he needed her support more than anything in the world. The prince himself was thinking about how beautiful the girl was today, and she sincerely thought he was cool. Here, Rose suddenly heard that the emperor continued his speech, and for saving her son officially gave her the title of Hero of the Empire. All the aristocrats immediately began to approach Filesden one by one to personally express their respect, instead of the previous hostility. And His Majesty suddenly called the girl to him, which she did not resist at all because she herself asked to reward her in this way. When the miss stood in the right place, the ruler announced that he would also grant her the personal title of Duchess, as well as a lot of money. But the Duke of Brighton's daughter could not foresee this, so she was pleasantly surprised by the freedom she had just received. This gift caused a great stir among the nobility, as never before had titles been given to women. Because of this, some young people even had a big fight among themselves, since some considered this to be fundamentally wrong. But there were also those who did not waste time, but instead invited the girl to visit them, counting on her good disposition. Rosalina remembered very well that it was these people who had left no trace of her in court, so she was secretly very angry. While the girl was angry at the aristocrats around her, she didn't even notice that the crown prince suddenly appeared behind her. Rosa asked him in confusion what had happened, and Calix cheerfully said that he also really wanted to give her a small gift. Suddenly, the miss heard the aristocrats start talking about how she was very close to the heir, and she didn't like it. But the lady herself was not at all interested in all this gossip, so she ultimately decided to simply not pay any attention to it. The girl asked what the gift was, and Kaylee responded by pulling a rose out from under his jacket and asking her to dance with him in front of everyone. Since this was a great honor for Rosalina, she smiled happily and immediately agreed to this request. But the Duchess did this not even for the sake of her friend, but because she once again wanted to successfully advertise her flowers. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for herself, the Duke's daughter heard from the outside some very impudent and direct words addressed to her. It turned out that Count Mulzigak decided to express his not at all modest opinion, and for some reason slandered the artificial flowers. But, to the lady's surprise, Duchess Roman suddenly stood up for her, screaming so loudly that the man even moved away. Mary stated that each of these roses was beautiful, not only because they ultimately freed the person from the curse, but in their essence. The heroine was very happy to see her friend, so she immediately approached her to say hello and talk. But Duchess Roman did not end her indignation at the Count's insolence, as she began to argue with him again. Only the man suddenly confidently declared that Mary was simply talking complete nonsense by siding with Felisden. Realizing that he had become too brazen, Rosalina stood up for her friend and asked whether the Count would be held responsible for his words. Then Duke Roman suddenly came to the lady's aid, angrily asking if Mulzigak was really attacking his wife. This guy was a famous guardian of the Magic Tower, so usually no one even tried to contradict him. The Count tried to correct his words, but from his speech the keeper understood only that he called Mary insensitive. After a few minutes, the Duke got tired of listening to these pathetic excuses, so he turned away in disappointment. Since the keeper was a very busy man, this time he came to the Imperial Palace not for his wife, but on business. The Count was horrified when he suddenly heard from the Emperor that he would be punished for accidentally insulting the Roman family. Rosalina only had a semblance of a smile when she heard all this news because she was interested in knowing what business the head of the wizards had come for. The Emperor was also burning with curiosity, so he asked to quickly tell him about Duke Roman's urgent news. In response, the guy did not delay and directly stated that he had found a way to cure the ancient curse of the rose forever. Because of such unexpected news, His Majesty even forgot about his manners and jumped up from his seat in great surprise. The Guardian said that Rosalina's roses contain energy that can at least temporarily ease the curse. Rose knew perfectly well that the words of the tower representative could be trusted, so she froze in place, amazed. The girl could not believe in such a wonderful coincidence, which would now lead to the prosperity of her business. The tower leader then reported that he had already contacted the Hennes Trade Guild to obtain materials for further research. Suddenly, he turned to the Duke's daughter and said that he would also need the lady's permission to conduct the experiments. The heroine could not help but rejoice at this, when suddenly behind Romana's husband, she noticed the familiar face of Duke Arzen. Upon seeing him, Rosalina immediately remembered with indignation that the guy had sent a check with money, but in the end he hadn't said a word about divorce. Moreover, the lady was very embarrassed by the fact that for some reason her husband was again standing with such a sour face, as if he was about to burst into tears. Suddenly, the thought came to Mrs. Mind that the guy did not want to divorce her at all, and that was why he was behaving so strangely. But this was so incredible to Rosalind that she decided that he was simply upset about losing the money. So the girl slapped herself on the cheeks to come to her senses and no longer think about something completely impossible. Looking around, she noticed that the aristocrats were talking about her again, but this did not frighten the lady at all. Therefore, Rose declared as loudly as possible that she would be only too happy to help eradicate the curse that was troubling the entire empire. Noticing Count Mulzigak heading towards her, the lady quickly said that he personally would not face any consequences for his recent bad behavior. Since it was in the Emperor's interests for Rose to cooperate, he promised to fulfill all her demands. A little later, the Count still tried to reach the lady's heart and reported that his son was now in serious condition. But all these words only made Rosalina even more angry, as she no longer believed Mulzigak since he had already scolded her. Besides, the heroine knew very well how terrible his son was, so she asked why she should help. The Count was very scared because he carefully hid all this information about his son's bad deeds. Realizing that he would not be able to achieve anything, the man declared that he would not forget this insult, after which he ran away. In response, the heroine only sighed and once again thanked the game system, which provided her with various information. Then Calix approached the girl again and asked if everything was okay with her, because the miss looked somehow tense. Lady Felliston was pleased that her friend was so concerned about her and so attentive to her. To change the subject, the miss suddenly suggested that the prince dance with her and not think about the sad past at this good moment. She admitted that she had been thinking about it ever since the guy gave her flowers, and Calix was very pleased to hear about it. So, not at all embarrassed by his emotions, the heir blushed slightly, feeling the warmth that spread throughout his entire body, after which he took the lady's hand and promised that he would never disappoint his beautiful friend who trusted him. Rosalina was quite satisfied with this promise, so she smiled and quickly called the guy to the center of the dance floor. As the lady and the prince danced in front of everyone, the Emperor and Empress remarked that they looked good together. The ruler even admitted that he would not mind if Rosalina eventually became part of the imperial family. The next day, at the Hennes Guild, the Duke's daughter was happily talking about how business was going well. The girl even allowed herself to dream that by the time of her divorce, she would be able to earn a ton of money and would need absolutely nothing. The gentleman heard the lady giggling for some reason and asked what was the matter, but she never told him anything. In any case, what was important to Arzentian was that the miss was in a good mood, which he admitted to her, after which they both began the usual checks of their business affairs, because this tedious work would not do itself. Rose's first order of business was to help the citizens who had the most severe symptoms of the Rose Curse. After which, the Duke suggested sending the remaining raw materials to the Magic Tower so that they could improve their research. Here, the Duke of Brighton's daughter suddenly jumped up and asked her partner if he would start another new business with her. Since the guy was noticeably deep in thought and remained silent for a while, the miss even managed to get scared that he would refuse. However, a few minutes later, the gentleman delighted Rose with his consent, so the girl immediately gave him another smile. The lady then announced that she had prepared a piece of jewellery called rose gold for the autumn hunting competition. The guy was clearly surprised that the miss had managed to process gold, and even somehow in the form of a rose. After which Arzentian thought about the idea of capturing the value and honour of hunting in such a small but expensive decoration. The girl admitted that this is all she has been able to invent so far, and she doesn't even know how to achieve the same colour again. In response, the Duke promised that he would personally select all the necessary proportions that would help to produce the same pink shade. When her partner asked if Rosalina would participate in the hunt herself, she thought hard, as she had not thought about it yet. But the Duke's daughter assumed that Calix would still win, so she did not want to interfere with him in any way. When the gentleman was surprised by this assumption, she reminded him how strong the former gladiator was. These words made the guy clench his fist in extreme displeasure, since he did not want to admit that the prince was inferior in anything. But, to avoid a quarrel, the Duke eventually changed the subject and said that he would definitely study the new segment in their business. Unexpectedly, before leaving, Rose suddenly remembered recent rumours that she wanted to share with her friend. The masked gentleman immediately announced that he was listening attentively to the young lady because he was genuinely interested. Then the lady continued the conversation and sadly said that her friend had sent a letter to one person but had not been able to receive a response. The girl really wanted to know her partner's opinion on why a male representative could ignore her like that. After which the miss nevertheless hinted that the Duke had promised a meeting only when the lady had fulfilled all his conditions. Arzentian could barely contain his emotions out of anger and only clenched his fists because he guessed that they were talking about him. But in the end, the guy couldn't resist and asked if the girl was supposed to accidentally bring a certain amount of money to the meeting. Noticing Rose's surprise, the gentleman explained that it wasn't the first time he'd heard something like that and called the guy a real idiot. From these words of his, the Duchess guessed that her partner somehow knew perfectly well about her conversation with her husband. So the Duke of Brighton's daughter nevertheless admitted that in fact the whole conversation was about her, and not about the unknown friend. After which she added that she simply had to divorce Duke Filesden because he had promised her a lot of money for it. Arzentian's mind immediately flashed to the smug image of Calix, who had a good relationship with Rosa, unlike him. Only now did the guy realize how many stupid things he had done, although he had initially considered the prince to be a real fool. What bothered the Duke most was that he had openly ignored the girl's request, and she had ended up talking about money. Meanwhile, the lady was still trying to find out from Arzentian how she could finally get an answer to such a question that was troubling her. A few days later, the lady became furious that her husband had not responded to her, but had signed up to participate in the hunt. The heroine did not understand how it was possible to behave so brazenly and ignore some important person. Suddenly, the miss jumped up, as the idea came to her that the Duke had decided to take away the money promised for the divorce. The girl was afraid that Arzentian could win the hunt and give her a gift, after which it would be difficult for her to divorce him. Meanwhile, soldiers and aristocrats were busy preparing to take part in the annual autumn hunting competitions. But it came as a surprise to them all when a carriage from the Duke of Brighton's estate suddenly appeared in the distance. The fact is that Rosalina herself personally decided to come to the hunting site in order to be informed of all the events as quickly as possible. The Duchess knew she had to be prepared for any surprises, because according to the plot, the hunt was supposed to end badly. Today, Calix will have to fight a huge number of monsters that will appear from somewhere during the competition. And Daisy, who comes to the aid of the suffering people, will suddenly show all her powers, and as a result will become a saint. Thinking about all this, the heroine, with the help of a servant, got out of the carriage, but did not yet know what to do next. The lady also planned to catch her husband in conversation, so she looked around but did not find him anywhere. This somewhat upset the girl, since she had planned to dissuade Arzentian from participating in the competition even before it. Suddenly, the Duchess was distracted from her thoughts by Calix, who quietly jumped up to her as soon as he could see her with his eyes. Rosalina was sincerely glad to see a friend who was always ready to help her in everything, no matter what. Moreover, the lady could not help but note to herself that these imperial clothes suited the guy very well. Out of habit, Rosa began to address Carly formally, but he immediately took offense and asked his friend to speak informally again. In response, the girl laughed and said that something like this is only possible when special relationships are created between people. But the guy suddenly said that they had them because the Duke of Brighton's daughter was his mistress, and not just a person. Hearing this, Rosalina shut the prince's mouth in fear because it was impossible for anyone to find out about this. Having explained the rules of conduct to her friend once again, the girl wearily moved away, since this was not the first time she had talked to him about this. The heroine sincerely could not understand why such an independent and mature Calix considered her his mistress. Suddenly, the guy asked again when she, as his mistress, would come to the imperial palace to play. Noticing that the emperor and empress were whispering about this, the duchess was horrified because they could be misunderstood. So the lady nudged the prince in the side with her elbow and pretended that he was just fooling around and joking when he said such words. Miss hinted to the heir that neither he nor she were the masters of the palace yet, since they had not occupied the throne. At the same time, the heroine closely watched the reaction of the rulers in the hope that she would be able to deceive them. And His Majesty actually eventually concluded that the boy and girl were simply cooing among themselves. When the adults had moved away, Rosalina sighed and asked her friend why he kept calling her his mistress. After which she asked not to call her that in public, which clearly upset Calix, who believed that he was telling the truth. So the lady had to come up with the idea that if anyone heard about the mistress, they would not see each other for a week, and it worked. The heir hugged the girl tightly to himself in fear and asked how she could even talk about something like that. But Rosalina calmed the guy down, saying that if he listened to her, they would only go for walks more often. In response, the prince took advantage of the moment and contentedly hugged his girlfriend, who had not yet freed herself from his arms. But then Miss heard the gong that signaled the start of the hunting competition, so she called Kaylee forward. The guy immediately became inspired and promised that he would definitely win and give his victory to the daughter of the Duke of Brighton. Rosalina didn't respond to such loud words. She just waved after her friend to give him moral support. As soon as Calix left her field of vision, the lady immediately became serious as she concentrated on business. Suddenly, she heard some strange rustling in the bushes and turned around to find out what was going on. Imagine Miss's surprise when she discovered that the Duke of Felsden was watching her with sadness from behind the plants. Miss even froze in place out of surprise because she didn't think that the guy would be watching her so clearly all this time. Even the Duke himself understood that he was behaving like a madman, since he was already paying too much attention to his wife. Arzentian couldn't find an answer to the question of why he suddenly liked this pink-haired lady so much, because he hated her. The guy was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice that Rosalina suddenly approached him with an unexpectedly quick step. But what scared him most was when the Duke of Brighton's daughter suddenly suggested talking, which the Duke did not want at all. Since it was not in Felsden's plans to discuss divorce, he quickly and deftly jumped onto his horse. And before Rose had time to really come to her senses, the guy was already galloping towards the forest in order to get lost among the other trees. The heroine could not have expected such a turn of events, because until now no one had ever run away from her for no reason. However, the lady did not think to be upset, but instead rolled up her sleeves, preparing for her own battle. She ran up to one of the aristocrats and rather brazenly asked him for a horse, just for a while. The guy tried to stop the Duchess by saying that it was impossible, but she didn't even think of listening to him. The girl pulled the reins as quickly as possible to gallop after Arzentian, whom she did not want to lose sight of at all. It was only after a few minutes that Rose realized that she had wandered too deep into the forest, so she did not know exactly where she was. But the only thing that upset the Duke of Brighton's daughter was that no matter how much she looked for her husband, he was absolutely nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the lady heard from somewhere in the depths of the trees a very loud and terrible sound, the source of which she could not determine. Miss looked around in fear, hoping that it was not one of the monsters that were soon to appear. But for now, there was silence and calm all around, and no more strange sounds were heard in the middle of the forest. However, as soon as the heroine had completely relaxed, to her horror, a terrible monster emerged from somewhere behind the trees. The lady knew he wasn't very strong, and she just needed to stay calm, when suddenly the horse jumped up in fright. As a result, Rosalina lost her grip and fell off the animal, as she completely forgot to think about him. Suddenly, literally at her feet, Miss noticed some strange green liquid that was not part of the forest. Only then did she think to raise her head and discover that the monster was now right in front of her. This monster was obviously very hungry, so it was not going to wait any longer and, growling loudly, opened its mouth. Rose was not prepared for this, so she didn't know what to do, when suddenly she heard quick and skillful swings of a sword. The heroine froze in place because she didn't even have time to figure out what exactly was happening right now in front of her. And the already dead monster fell to the ground like a heavy carcass right in front of her, because it was easily and simply defeated. But it didn't end there, because the Duke who killed the monster screamed that there was poison in his blood. To save the lady, the guy rushed forward and hugged her tightly, dragging her as far as possible from the lying corpse of the monster. The Duke was a little tired from all this quick action, so he paused for a moment to catch his breath. Imagine his surprise when the lady suddenly said that she had finally managed to catch her runaway husband. The girl grabbed Arzentian tightly by the hands so that he would no longer dare to run away from her in this dangerous forest. The heroine was simultaneously happy that her plan had succeeded and irritated that her husband was evading the answer. The thing is that about 3 minutes ago the lady completely gave up because she still couldn't find the Duke anywhere. But Miss had no intention of giving up, despite the lack of any geolocation in this world. Instead, the Duchess decided to cheat and turn to her gaming abilities, as they could help in the search. Rose carefully studied all the conditions available to her now, trying to find something similar to the search engine of other people. After a few minutes of searching, the Duke of Brighton's daughter finally managed to reach her goal, which made her very happy. So it turned out that the Duke was actually quite close to her, although he was hiding so that they wouldn't have to talk. Rosalina didn't expect that the guy would be so worried that he would start watching her even in the forest. Suddenly, a crazy thought came into Mrs. Head that Arzentian might want to sort things out with her without a divorce. Moreover, the lady even thought that the guy might try to kill her just to maintain his status. So Rose decided to urgently save herself by any means necessary, and first looked for a way out in the game program. The girl decided that she could use a small weapon that still had a fairly powerful attack. But summoning this item cost too much game currency, but the heroine still had no choice. So she paid anyway, and a slingshot appeared in front of her, which only looked useless and fragile. After trying it out for a while, the lady was satisfied and moved on to the next stage of her plan, which involved catching her husband. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacked the Duchess right now, since it did not intend to wait for the Duke to appear. Rosalina didn't expect this, but she was able to quickly pull herself together instead of running away in panic like she would have without her weapon. Instead, she tested the power of the slingshot on a living creature and instantly saved the impudent monster. So in reality, there was no danger for Rose, and she used the monster as bait for her faithful husband. The Duke was completely unaware of this, but was still unhappy that he could not escape, when suddenly a heavy rain began to pour down. The heroine was no less happy about this than Arzentian, since getting wet and sick was not part of her plans. She decided to find a place where she could wait out the rain, and again grabbed the guy by the hand so that he would not run away. As a result, when they both finally managed to find shelter, the girl didn't really know where to start the conversation. But what irritated her most was that she had accidentally fallen into the most classic cliché of all romance novels. The lady periodically watched Arzentian out of the corner of her eye, but he behaved completely calmly and did not arouse suspicion. At some point, Rose could not stand the silence and invited the Duke to sit down next to her so that he would not stand any longer. When the guy refused, the Duke's daughter became noticeably furious because she was already pretty fed up with this whole situation. She said that she had absolutely no intention of eating her husband, and the guy, hearing this, for some reason blushed. And even though the miss immediately explained that it was a joke, an awkward silence still arose between the husband and wife. Once again, Rosalina was the first to break down and, shivering, admitted that it was chilly in the rainy forest. Suddenly she felt that the Duke was carefully covering her with his warm cloak because he wanted the girl to warm up. Having done this, Arzentian turned away abruptly and again moved away, ordering his wife to sit still and warm herself. The guy said that he was hot, and the lady noticed that his face was very red, which was visible even from behind. Rose accidentally said out loud that the plot of this novel was extremely simple, which surprised the Duke, and he looked at her questioningly. Miss immediately realized that this was not something she should be talking about, so she said that she had just said nothing important. To change the subject, the lady suddenly said that she wanted to talk to the guy about something, if he didn't mind right now. But the Duke suddenly interrupted the girl, as he remembered that she had recently received payment for her services to the Emperor. The heroine immediately understood why the guy had even started talking to her about this, and she felt a little awkward as a result. She looked at the back of the thoughtful Arzentian and saw that he was upset, because now the lady had the money to divorce them. The only thing Rosalind didn't like was that her husband had accidentally fallen into one of the classic clichés of almost every novel. The heroine in her world read a lot of books, and most often when girls ended up in another world, handsome guys fell in love with them. And now Felisden was under just such a spell of the cliché of the novel's history, although he himself was completely unaware of it. It so happened that Rose, who had been irritating him, suddenly changed for the better, and the guy could no longer treat her badly. And as luck would have it, it was at that very moment that the Duchess found herself locked in the wilderness with her husband, who did not really want to listen to her. However, Rosalina herself had no intention of not falling in love with anyone, since for her love was equated with death. Suddenly, Arzentian said that the lady could come to him for a divorce in exactly 3 days, which she never expected from him. This made the Duke of Brighton's daughter very happy, so Miss really wanted to finish this business as soon as possible and become freer. Suddenly, a system sign appeared in front of the girl, which informed her that the chance of failure of her destiny was somehow increasing. Rose didn't understand at all what exactly the game wanted from her, because she was already divorcing her husband, which she considered the right decision. But the lady did not have time to think about it, since Calix wanted to contact her, and the miss was not against talking to him in this situation. Rosalina explained to the heir that she had gotten lost in the forest, ending up accidentally stuck there due to the rain, along with Arzentian. But, to the surprise of the Duke's daughter, literally a few dozen minutes later the guy somehow managed to find her in the middle of the area. The prince asked the lady's forgiveness for being so carried away by the hunt that he completely forgot about her, although he should have been helping. But the heroine immediately calmed her friend down, saying that he was not guilty of anything at all, since she herself went for a walk in the forest without saying anything. Since everything was completely fine with her in the end, the girl extended her hand to the heir and suggested that he return back as soon as possible. Calix was extremely happy when he was able to take the Duke's daughter by the hand, as he had always wanted to do, because he liked the lady very much. But before leaving, Rose turned and looked at her husband, as she was still a little worried about his current state. The guy was so thoughtful at that moment that he didn't even notice how Rosalina looked at his face for quite a long time. However, Calix was in a hurry to get back, so he called out to his friend and asked if she was coming with him, since he had finally been able to find her. Therefore, the heroine decided that she would not touch Arzentian, because in 3 days they would already be strangers to each other, so she turned away. When the boy and girl arrived at the camp, a very sad picture appeared before their eyes, because the monsters had already attacked. Seeing all this, Rose became thoughtful, because in the original story, it was she who brought all these monsters to kill Daisy. Because of this, the Duke of Brighton's daughter could not even imagine who exactly had summoned the monsters instead of her and shown them the way to the camp. Then the lady turned around and saw how that same Daisy appeared behind her to start healing another damaged guard. Taking a break from her work for a few moments, the girl looked up and suddenly met Rosalina's eyes. Because of this, the heroine of the original story immediately jumped up to talk to the Duke's daughter, who had just arrived. But at the same time, Rose herself could not shake off the feeling that something was wrong because the feeling of anxiety did not leave her. Meanwhile, Daisy suddenly approached the heroine and said that she was very glad to see her, since she had wanted to meet her for a long time. No matter how much she was frightened by everything that was happening around her, Rosalina did not want to spoil her relationship with the lady, so she smiled and wanted to answer her. But suddenly, the brown-haired girl brazenly interrupted the Duke of Brighton's daughter because she addressed the heir instead of listening to her. Rose stared in surprise at the saint, who was practically sticking to Calix, who was trying to be polite to her in return. However, even he suddenly stopped liking this girl, who spoke only about herself and how scared she was without an heir. After Daisy's speech, suddenly there was a murmur of people around as they were outraged that Rose had been running around somewhere while they were suffering. The Duchess of Fellisden sighed heavily, for only now did she realize what this supposedly kind girl was trying to achieve. And she suddenly hugged Kaylee tightly, and with a sad look asked everyone around not to say such nasty things about the Duchess. After which, smiling sweetly, she declared that she was sure that Rosalina had also suffered enough during this time in the dark forest. The people around immediately began to whisper in surprise, encouraging the saint's kindness because they would never have thought of such a thing. The only person who did not approve of such childish behavior was Rose, because she understood what it was for. Suddenly, the lady felt someone's warm hand gently and supportively land on her shoulder, which greatly surprised the girl. The Duke publicly announced that he and his wife had been attacked by monsters, so it was time for everyone around to stop their stupid speculations. Only after these words did the impudent aristocrats finally have to remain silent, since it would have been impolite to continue spreading rumors. Daisy unexpectedly apologized to Rose for Duke Blake using her name in a recent trial to achieve victory. The saint screamed loudly that when she first started working with him, she had no idea how terrible this man was. Listening attentively to all the girls' statements, the heroine did not know how much she and her emotions could be trusted at that moment. Since she quickly got bored with all these meaningless apologies, Miss said that she understood everything and would leave it at that. Although the brown-haired girl tried to call out to Rosalina, she stated that she had important things to do, so she couldn't talk now. However, Daisy continued the dialogue anyway, and once again asked the Duke of Brighton's daughter for forgiveness for everything. As a result, Rose could not stand it any longer and turned to the persistent saint and said that she could apologize as much as she wanted. After which, the heroine pointed her finger at the surprised lady's face and said that she needed to ask the heir for forgiveness, not her. After these words, the girl grabbed Calix's elbow even more tightly and asked with excitement what Rosalina meant. But from such actions, the guy noticeably shrank inside and looked at the saint almost with hatred because her embraces were unpleasant to him. Hearing the words that she, as an unmarried woman, should not have gotten so close to the prince, Daisy lowered her head and eyes. She was still trying hard to pretend that she was a sweet and harmless person because she had been building this image for a long time. Suddenly, Calix abruptly took his hand away from the lady because she had lied that they could heal people if they stuck together. The saint had nothing more to say to this, and Rosalina came closer and asked her to show the manners of a lady and not their complete absence. The heroine herself at that moment was thinking that she was not going to believe the miss who had built such a false reputation around herself. Instead, Rosalina changed the subject and said that she had with her the rose gold that was to be awarded to the winner. This particular flower was made using her business partner's technology, so it was much better than the very first sample. But then Daisy, seeing this award, loudly asked how the Duke's daughter could even think about anything else in such a situation. In response, the Duchess of Fellisden explained that this gold could grant small wishes, which greatly surprised the saint, who was interfering with her. At that moment, Rosalina herself asked the created reward so that all the people who suffered could be safely cured. After her words, a bright light immediately began to spread throughout the entire hunting camp as the girl's wish was fulfilled. As a result, in just a few moments, all of the soldiers' wounds were easily healed, which was noticed by one of the youngest soldiers. Following him, the others examined themselves, realizing that even all the pain had completely passed and they could calmly continue fighting. Daisy watched in complete shock, not believing that this was possible, and Rose decided that she could finally return home. Calix immediately ran after the Duke's daughter, quickly rushing past the saint as if she were not next to him at all. The heroine heard her friend calling her, so she turned around to find out what exactly he wanted from her now, since he was following her. Imagine the lady's surprise when she discovered that Arzentian was also following the heir, although this was not at all planned. As a result, the Duchess got the impression that she was completely, unintentionally leading two huge dogs behind her. Exactly 3 days later, fully prepared, the lady arrived at the appointed place, as Arzentian promised that they would finally get divorced. She was already imagining how, after this meeting, she would go to her business partner, who would certainly be very happy to see her. The heroine already saw in her head that she and her husband were about to sign all the documents and everything would be completely finished. After which the girl will definitely come to the head of the guild to share this good news with him. Rosalina was sure that the guy had feelings for her, so she was going to get a confession from him because she would be free. Mr. was so realistic in his imagination that he said that he had never even thought about anything like that, so he didn't understand what we were talking about. After this, the lady came to her senses and decided that for now it was best to focus on completing the divorce proceedings. Unexpectedly for herself, Miss remembered that it was in this restaurant that she and her husband had once started talking about divorce. Suddenly, she came down the steps and discovered that the restaurant where they were supposed to get divorced was no longer there. This horrified Rosalina, because she could not even imagine that the Duke would suddenly set her up in such a vile way by demolishing an entire building. Suddenly, from the left side, as if nothing had happened, Arzentian came here and smiled at the sight of his wife, who had arrived even before him. Rose turned slowly to him, trying not to show her anger, and asked why the place where their restaurant had been was now empty. And from the guy's reaction, she immediately realized that he really had tried and made sure that the building was quickly demolished. And the Duke suddenly declared with a smile that since there was no necessary place, they could not now divorce the Duke of Brighton's daughter. But until the very end, Miss could not believe what she heard, because she had already managed to imagine how she would finally become free. Suddenly, a game dialogue box appeared near Rose, informing her that she had failed the divorce quest. But what is most terrifying to the heroine is that she was now forced to follow her destiny for some time. Because of all this, the Duchess suddenly jumped to the side because she realized that she would now have to quarrel with her cunning husband. Rosalina was not at all happy with the fact that simply because the meeting place had disappeared, they could no longer officially divorce. In complete shock, Rose screamed that this simply couldn't be happening and asked why the guy was treating her so cruelly and viciously. In response, Arzentian looked at the girl silently for a while, trying to guess how angry she really was. All because the guy really fell in love with the lady and didn't want to divorce her at all, so he noticeably became sad towards the end. About an hour later, when the heroine returned to the Brighton estate, she walked in circles and thought about what she should do next. Rosalind did not want the sad ending with the reprisal against her, which was in the original plot of the novel. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a glow appear on the side for some reason, which meant some information from the game. The tablet, which the girl immediately began to study, said that she could now tame absolutely any creature. But the lady was much more interested in the information that some magical powers were sealed inside her. All this helped Mr. calm down and not think about the failed divorce for now, because there were things with the magic tower. In order to deliver another batch of flowers to Duke Roman, Rosalina summoned a rose, but noticed that its appearance had been changed. Imagine the Duchess's surprise when she learned that she could now summon entire bouquets of roses, which were even more healing. Rosalina pressed the flowers tenderly to her cheek, as she was incredibly happy that her skills were, albeit gradually, increasing. This progress greatly inspired Rosalind, so she became noticeably more cheerful and decided to work as hard as she could that night. The next morning, the heroine arrived at the Roman estate, which Mary herself was incredibly happy about, although she was not warned about anything at all. Rose took the girl by the hands and asked for forgiveness for such an unexpected visit, but the Duke's wife was not at all against such a guest. Here the Duchess of Felliston remembered why she had come and handed her friend a bouquet of roses that she had created just yesterday. However, the lady explained that it was a new product, as it had better healing properties, which surprised Madame Roman. She immediately guessed that Rosa had raised her level again, so she praised the girl for such diligence and determination. Suddenly, the keeper of the magic tower entered the room and asked for forgiveness for being a little late due to his work. Mary immediately ran up to him to hug him and said that her husband had been busy with research lately, which was why he had been so late. After which the woman showed her husband the bouquet she had just been given, which Rose took advantage of and told him about its properties. The keeper examined the bouquet with undisguised surprise and noted that it really did contain magic, which he had not seen for a long time. He concluded that the flower's effect was enhanced by the increased purity of the magical power constantly used to create it. But what pleased Rosalind most was that the Duke was interested in her, so she suddenly offered to collaborate with him at the same time. Because of this funny and unexpected coincidence, the future partners froze in place, looking at each other in confusion. Mary, who also heard this, remarked that they thought alike, and the whole company laughed merrily and good-naturedly. Rosalina really couldn't miss out on such a profitable collaboration for her, and the keeper thought exactly the same because he studied magic. The head of the tower even nodded favourably and said that he would be happy to take the Duke's daughter as his student so that she could better develop in magic. To talk in more detail about their plans together, the guy extended his hand towards the lady and asked her to follow him. He invited the girl into his office and told her where the scientific library was and where he conducted his research. Rose listened to everything attentively, as she was genuinely interested in it, after which she sat down in a chair as they decided to drink tea. When they were seated, Duke Roman said that he wanted the miss to answer one question of his before they began their training. He shared his thoughts that Rose was definitely not an ordinary alchemist, but she could not be called a magician either. Although the heroine smiled cheerfully in response, the lady immediately began to worry about whether the Duke could guess that she had moved in. For some reason, the keeper of the magic tower himself took a very long time to ask the girl a question, trying to choose his words as delicately as possible. After which he suddenly asked in all seriousness whether the lady was by chance a great creature, which is rarely encountered. The heroine expected anything but such a question, so she froze in confusion, not knowing what to answer Duke Roman. Rosalina even thought that it would be much more logical to compare her strength with the capabilities of a magical dragon. A few seconds later, the miss came to her senses and said that she was an ordinary person, and the keeper politely asked to check this. Not doubting the outcome at all, the Duke of Brighton's daughter extended her hand to him to find out what the boy would ultimately say. The tower chief studied the girl's hand for a while and then suddenly declared that he had never encountered such pure magical power. He immediately asked for forgiveness for his previous words, but the lady was not offended, as she learned that she actually did have abilities after all. And the keeper at that moment shook his head because he was surprised that such a power had not been discovered by anyone before for a long time. A little later, Rosalina was extremely happy that now she would be able to study with a very skilled and knowledgeable person in magic. The girl remembered the words of her new teacher, who said that every subject can be subconsciously controlled. So now Miss wanted to practice summoning the same item to try to eventually strengthen it. To do this, Rose chose her favourite and most powerful weapon in the form of a slingshot, the power of which actually began to increase due to the summoning. Duchess Felsden looked at the result of her labours in surprise and concluded that magic really was a useful thing. As another day passed, the Duchess sighed tiredly, but was pleased that she had managed to work normally in the office. When she arrived at the main hall, she noticed that although the maids were happy, they were still very worried. This circumstance greatly embarrassed the Duchess of Felisden because nothing bad was supposed to happen in the estate this time. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice from the guest room, which should not have been there at all, since no one had called. It turned out that Arzentian had arrived at the Duke of Brighton's estate and was not going to leave until he was sure that everything was okay with his wife. Last night he worked late as usual, sorting out paperwork so that there would be less work for the butler. Suddenly, the same handkerchief that Rosalina had once given him for a while fell off his desk, and the guy immediately reached out to pick it up. Suddenly, such a terrible madness came over Duke Filesden that he could not restrain himself and screamed loudly throughout the room because he could not control himself. And in the process of this state, the young gentleman clearly saw how the lady for some reason fell from his own hands and sword, and he could not stop. What surprised Mr. Felsden most about this vision was that at some point the miss stopped resisting altogether. Her face, stained red with blood, expressed complete resignation to fate, which frightened Arzentian, who did not want this. So now it was incredibly important for the guy to find out what condition Rosalina was in, since he was very worried about her. Sitting in the hall, the guy suddenly heard the voice of his wife, who was asking behind the door where her father was now, which calmed him down a little. Suddenly, despite the fact that he wanted to see the girl so much, Arzentian felt that madness was once again taking hold of him at such an inopportune time. So when Leodor asked him to leave once again, the Duke jumped up and said that he was indeed leaving now. The speed with which Mr. Felisden fled the room frightened even the Duke of Brighton's son, because he did not think that the guest would really leave. But as soon as the guy opened the door, he saw Rose in front of him, asking the maids what her husband was doing in their estate. Since madness was still gradually taking hold of him, Filesden decided to leave before the girl could notice him. At this point, the Brighton heir ran out into the corridor in agitation, as he was trying, out of politeness, to find the guest who had just escaped from him. But as a result, the guy only ran into his sister, who didn't even notice how the Duke ran past her. They both began to talk about this situation with surprise, and Arzentian heard them perfectly well, since he was very close. The young master now thought sadly about what he would do if Rosalina really died, because he absolutely did not want this for her. A huge number of sad thoughts overwhelmed the guy, so he sadly sank to his knees, not knowing what to do next. That night, when the heroine went to bed, she opened her eyes and realized that for some reason she couldn't see anything around her. Then she heard familiar voices behind her, who were indignant that they had missed something incredibly important, despite their status. Rosalina turned around and recognized the two silhouettes as the butler and her father, who were clearly worried about something she didn't yet know. If at first the dialogue between them was calm, then towards the end, the Duke could not stand it and loudly shouted out of emotion. His daughter, who was watching from the sidelines, was very frightened by this outburst of anger, but she understood that she could not help in any way. Unexpectedly, the lady heard that the third child of the Brighton family, who was believed to be dead, had died quite recently, which shocked her. Before the girl had time to think about it properly, she suddenly noticed that in her dream she was moving to some other place. She found herself right next to her brother, who was shedding tears and begging his father, lying in front of him, to finally pull himself together. But the Duke blamed himself terribly for having made a mistake that caused his third youngest child to die without him even knowing it. As a result, Rosalina was so frightened by what was happening that she suddenly jumped up in her bed, waking up unexpectedly. Sitting on her bed, she gradually calmed down and could not believe that it was just an ordinary dream. Here, the heroine remembered that the keeper told her that the stronger the magic becomes, the higher the probability of seeing a prophetic dream. Rose was frightened by the fact that somewhere there really could be only one of her younger relatives, so she urgently tried to find him. But for some reason, the searchline stubbornly told the girl that it was impossible to find the desired object and set a specific goal. Looking closer, the Duke's daughter discovered that at the very bottom of the search board, it was written that she needed to know the name of the target. This angered the Duchess because she had no idea what the name of the child was, whom she had never seen in her life and only heard about now. Suddenly, Rose thought that Eliza might well know about this child, so she set a goal to find her insidious and evil stepmother. But this time the system reported that it was impossible to fulfill the specified request, which greatly upset the lady. But this situation did not suit the girl at all, so she vowed to try to search until she got the desired result. At that moment, the escaped Madame Mulliot was walking along dark alleys and looking around to make sure no one was following her. The woman understood perfectly well that this was her last chance to carry out her plan, because she could be caught again and locked up forever. So Eliza, while she was walking towards her goal, thought that in any case she was obliged to achieve success as soon as possible, and not failure. She soon reached a shelter called Hope, which was so abandoned that few people knew about it among the establishments. Inside it, despite the dark night, one little boy still continued to work with all his might, although it was very difficult for him. However, he had no intention of giving up, because he understood that the better he carried out the instructions, the happier they would be with him. Just now he brought food to two scary creatures and called them to eat, not being afraid at all because they had never touched him. So even though these monstrous creatures were opening their terrible mouths right in front of him, the child smiled completely calmly. He wished them a pleasant appetite, and the monsters immediately began to eat because they were indeed very hungry. When these creatures had finally had their fill, the boy rose from the ground, for his business was not finished and there was still something to be done. The kid knew that if he didn't complete everything he was ordered to do before dawn, he would be locked in the closet again, which no one ever wanted. The man who kept him and gave him food along with tasks cursed every time that he should be grateful that he was alive at all. And the child nodded obediently and did not even complain about the difficulty of the tasks, praying that he would be able to complete everything. Suddenly he heard someone's barely noticeable steps and, turning around, saw Eliza in front of him, who had not come for a long time. The boy immediately became happy and jumped up to her, telling her that he had missed her very much all this time because she had not come for a long time. But Mulliot did not share this joy at all, so she angrily pushed the child away from her, screaming for him to stay away from her. The boy immediately fell to the ground, barely avoiding the blow, but asked for forgiveness for his emotions, although he himself now felt pain. He was very happy to see her every time, because Madame promised to take him away from here when he grew up a little more and got stronger. In the meantime, Eliza went to talk to the owner and discontentedly told the boy to sit in the attic as quietly as possible and not bother anyone. These words noticeably upset the little boy, but he, sadly lowering his eyes to the floor, only nodded obediently, since he never argued with anyone. The thing was that he really disliked this dark and gloomy place in the attic, but he tried to be obedient. Suddenly the boy noticed some kind of glow that appeared from the floor and immediately headed purposefully towards him. The boy had already seen such a beautiful light more than once before, so he was not at all scared, but only happy to see his friend. And the dim ray of light itself was cheerful when it met the boy, so it gently pressed itself against his head to stroke it. Suddenly the light flew up to the floor itself and revealed to the boy what was happening literally underneath him, between Eliza and his master. The child immediately understood that his mysterious friend was showing him what was happening right now in the office, and he was very surprised. The boy was immediately interested in what the adults were talking about so secretly, so he began to listen attentively. Mulliot at this point said that the day had come and ordered the man to calm down, as he immediately became nervous about this. With a terrifying change in her face, the Madame declared that the prepared victim would soon be taken away, and they would have no more problems. The owner of this shelter, hearing these words, was very happy and said that at last the real grace that they had been waiting for a long time had descended upon them. But Eliza immediately reminded him where his place was, because she always acted on her own and had no intention of uniting with anyone. The gentleman realized his mistake and asked for forgiveness, which immediately calmed Mulliot, because she was glad that everything would soon end. The woman smiled broadly and said that they were almost done with that nameless, stupid boy from their orphanage. Hearing this, the child immediately guessed that they were talking about him, because he was the only one who did not have a name in this ill-fated place. But the little boy found it hard to believe that they were going to kill him very soon, although the adults said that he had committed many sins. However, the boy did not want to die at all, so he began to pray intensely, promising that he would do even better in all the tasks given to him. The child prayed so fervently that he did not immediately notice how some strange and loud sound was heard not far from him. To everyone's surprise, part of the walls in this wooden building collapsed, and the debris immediately rained down on Eliza and the man next to her. After which, literally a few seconds later, a female figure proudly appeared on the threshold of the room who was not afraid of anything. It turned out that it was Rosalina who had come, trying out her slingshot on the terrible shelter to find out its true power. The boy never thought in his life that he would hear something like this, so he stood there, confused, not knowing what to do now. He didn't see what was happening on the first floor, so he was very scared, and even fell to the floor when he heard approaching footsteps. All the child's thoughts now were only about begging for forgiveness, and, along with it, his small and insignificant life. So the baby begged with all his might not to kill him, and, hearing no answer, still decided to raise his head and see who had come to him. The silhouette of the girl that he saw frightened the child so much that it even seemed to him that death itself had already arrived. So he cried even harder, begging them not to kill him, but Rose explained that she had no intention of doing so because she had come to save him. The girl knelt down in front of the baby and explained that she was his older sister, so she would never do anything bad to him. After which the lady, with tears in her eyes, even asked for forgiveness for not being able to come to the boy earlier because he was suffering here. But what surprised the child most was that Miss said that he had his own home, as well as his own father and brother, who were really waiting for him. The baby couldn't help but cry when he heard that he was the Brighton family's precious child, something he hadn't even known about all this time. So he suddenly completely lost control of his emotions and burst into loud tears, because he was very glad that he was not alone after all. Rose noticed how fragile her brother was, even though he must have been about 14 years old, so she promised to protect him. Suddenly, the child calmed down and, moving away a little, asked if he even had any name at all. The boy explained sadly that in this place he was never called anything, but only called by rude nicknames that were offensive. Rosalina felt so much pity and sympathy for the baby that she asked if she could give him a name, which the boy immediately became happy about. So, after gently patting the baby on the cheek, the lady thought carefully for a while and then asked if he liked the name Leonhardt. She explained that little Leon had endured so many trials that he would be suited to a name that meant he was stronger than the lion himself. Just as the boy said that he really liked the name, they both suddenly heard Eliza's angry cry as she crawled out from under the rubble. She appeared right next to her brother and sister, although she was breathing heavily and could barely stand still without falling. The woman was pretty battered, but she still managed to find the strength to get up and scream at the lady who had once again gotten in her way. In a mad state, Mulliot promised that she would kill Rose right now in front of her little brother, and then him. But the heroine was not at all afraid of such threats, because she knew perfectly well that her slingshot alone would not be enough to defeat all the villains. The mocking look of the Duke of Brighton's daughter only further angered the woman, who was already extremely angry and hot-tempered. Gritting her teeth, she declared that the lady was mistaken if she thought she was the only one with a weapon, and snapped her fingers to summon her own. After that, chimeras immediately flew to Eliza, and Mulliot laughed, saying that the pathetic slingshot would not allow her to deal with them. In response, Rosalina laughed and asked her opponent why she needed a slingshot against such powerful magical creatures. The Duke's daughter was not afraid of what was happening because she had recently become a beast tamer and could tame absolutely anyone. After these words, the heroine activated her skill, and the chimeras immediately headed towards Eliza, which she did not expect. Rosalina herself noted that these creatures were quite funny because they behaved like cats, which Leonhardt also noted with delight. The Duke's ex-wife could not have expected such a turn of events, so she once again clenched her teeth in anger, realizing that she had finally lost. In the end, she couldn't stand it and completely gave in to her emotions, screaming that she would kill Rosalina, and for this she took out a sharp dagger from under her clothes. But even in this situation, when an angry Eliza was rushing at her, Rose did not move and was not even a little bit afraid of her. This was because Rose actually had everything under control, so she just sighed with a smile at this attempt to kill her. The girl said that she had not intended to come alone, and Maliot turned around in fear as she heard a voice coming from the door. It turned out that the Duke of Brighton's daughter had taken him with her, as she had told him what was happening and had called him to save their youngest son. So now the gentleman was even more angry at his ex-wife, who not only killed Beatrice, but also deliberately took Leonhardt away from him. With a confident and masterful movement, he took out his sword and announced that it was now Eliza's turn to answer for her crimes. The former Duchess could not have expected such a turn of events, so she was very frightened by everything that was happening around her. The woman sincerely believed that she was about to be killed, so she screamed loudly and pleadingly to be spared, no matter what. But although the Duke swung his sword, his plans were only to frighten Eliza, but not to harm her at all, even though she had caused a lot of pain. So at the last moment, he stopped the sword right in front of the frightened woman's face, who fell to the floor in surprise. The man announced that because of her actions, Eliza would be stripped of all her titles and sentenced to death. Maliot felt a shudder run through her body when the Duke said he would have killed her on the spot if the children had not been there. Since Mr. Brighton had taken a guard with him, he lowered his sword and ordered his assistants to take the woman to a stronger dungeon. As Eliza was being led away, she continued to scream that the demon was actually Rosalina, which angered the Duke even more, so he stopped listening. The heroine decided to distract her father, so she called him to show him the youngest, and Brighton immediately turned to them with interest. Leon didn't yet know how to react to such drastic changes, but he was open to communication with the supposed father. The gentleman sat down in front of the baby in surprise, because until the very end, he could not believe that his youngest child had somehow miraculously remained alive. Rose noticed that the boy was not reacting to the man, so she leaned over and whispered that he could talk to him. At this point, the Duke introduced himself to Leon, as he was very interested to know how his missing child had grown up. Realizing that they were treating him well, and for some reason loving him, the boy could not stand it, and shy tears appeared in his eyes. But the girl pushed him, and Leonhardt threw himself into his father's arms, something he had dreamed of since his childhood, because he did not know that he had a family. Rosalina herself wanted to cry because she finally managed to really help at least someone in this world, which she eventually did. A little later, they all returned to the Brighton estate together because it was necessary to wash and feed the youngest son. Continuing to care for him, Rose sat down next to Leon's bed and began to read him a bedtime story so that the baby could sleep better. When the lady finished, the boy was still awake, so he asked her to read him another story, as he liked it very much. Rosalina looked up thoughtfully and asked what her brother would like to hear a story about, and he replied that he wanted to hear about the moon spirit. The heroine didn't expect the kid to ask something like that, so she smiled and asked if he really liked stories about different spirits. Imagine Mrs. Surprise when Leonhardt reported that, before their meeting, there was always someone small and glowing next to him. Since Rose asked to tell more details, the boy thought about it, remembering when exactly he first met the spirit. After listening to the child's story, the girl realized that he had indeed seen a spirit, which surprised her greatly because she had never heard of anything like this before. The lady knew that an ordinary person was not given the ability to see these, but Leon clearly did not know about this since he was still too young. However, Rosalina did not hide the fact that her brother might be a natural-born spirit caster, which greatly surprised him. Since the Duke of Brighton's daughter was not sure of anything, she suggested that they watch a little later and continue reading the fairy tales for now. This time the girl only pretended to read a book, but she herself composed a beautiful story about her little brother and his friend in the form of a moon spirit. This finally had an effect on the Duke of Brighton's youngest son, so he gradually began to close his eyes, although he tried to listen. The heroine continued to speak until she realized that this time the boy was really sleeping soundly and sweetly. Only then did Lady Felliston put aside the book, which had long since been of no use, carefully placing it on the nightstand. Before leaving for her room, the miss examined the baby and covered him up properly so that he wouldn't accidentally freeze on this first night at the estate. After this, although the baby was already asleep and would not have known it, the girl gently kissed him on the forehead and quietly wished him good night. She herself walked down the corridor to her room and began to think about everything, the conversation that had just taken place between her and her new brother. Suddenly, a thought appeared in her head, completely unconsciously, that if she called the spirit by name, it would immediately return. But Rose didn't remember where exactly she heard this from, so she froze in shock, trying to understand at least something for herself. Suddenly, the lady remembered the dialogue with her own assistant in the form of a fairy, who said that he would appear when the miss called her. But Rose had no idea how she was supposed to find out the name of the spirit in order to be able to summon it. The next morning, waking up especially early, Leonhardt quickly ran to the beautiful garden of the Brighton estate. The boy really wanted to find that fairy tree that his sister had told him so much about, and was glad when he finally succeeded. Running up to him, the little boy hugged the tree and greeted it, because he felt that this would be the right thing to do, even though the plants did not respond. Since Leon closed his eyes in pleasure, he did not immediately notice how some strange glow suddenly appeared in the crown of the tree. Only after a few seconds did the boy seem to sense something and therefore raised his head up with interest, trying to see something. Imagine the surprise of the Brighton's youngest son when he met the very fairy who once came to him in the attic. The child gently and tenderly placed her in his arms to thank her for everything the magical creature had done for him. Unexpectedly, Leon admitted that she had previously thought that he had been abandoned because he was bad and useless, even without a name. However, the little fairy constantly visited the boy, and his sister came for him, so he realized that he was deeply mistaken. Leonhardt cheerfully announced that when he grows up, he plans to help children like him, which requires him to become much stronger. Suddenly, the fairy spoke and asked if the boy wanted to receive a rare power worthy of a real king. But the baby didn't understand at all what exactly his friend was talking about, so he continued to smile calmly and happily at her. In the end, he scratched his head in embarrassment and admitted that he did not refuse the power because it could help her sister, who saved him. After these words, the fairy instantly flew up, greatly surprising Leon because for some reason she suddenly called him her king. She said that she was returning to the boy the power that she had been protecting all this time, even at the cost of her life, although Leon understood little of these words. Suddenly he noticed how a very pleasant warmth began to spread throughout his body, something that the Duke's son had never felt before in his life. The baby even closed his eyes in bliss to fully enjoy these warm moments that were incomprehensible to him. When Leonhardt finally opened his eyes, for some reason all the fairies had flown away somewhere, which made him feel a little sad as a result. However, unexpectedly, the child heard his sister's voice nearby, which eventually distracted him from his own sad experiences. The boy immediately almost forgot about everything that had just happened to him, as he immediately ran towards Rosalina. At this moment, the heroine was sternly interrogating the chimeras, as she understood their language perfectly well and wanted to know who Eliza Mulliot was working with. Hart just came running and appeared next to the girl so suddenly that the lady even interrupted her conversation with the creatures for a while. But Rose was not at all against this, since in such a short time she had managed to fall deeply in love with her little and sweet brother. She asked what the boy was doing there, although she explained that he was welcome to come and look at the fairy tree in the estate garden at any time. Suddenly the chimeras bowed before Leon, calling him the Lord of all spirits, and saying that they bowed before him with recognition. Lady Felliston did not know that the fairy had given the boy powers, so she watched the strange actions of the chimeras with surprise. The Duchess looked at her brother in surprise, who was just as confused as she was because he didn't understand anything. The girl openly asked her younger brother if he knew anything about his status, but the boy, with an embarrassed smile, admitted that he did not. This made Lady Fellisden think hard, for she felt that there was something fishy about it all, but she did not know how to find out the information. In the end, Miss decided that it was much more important to learn about their enemy now, so she asked the chimeras to tell her again everything they knew about Eliza. Even if the creatures could tell something about Mulliot, they were completely unaware of her accomplice, which puzzled the girl. The only thing the monsters remembered was that the man always lit candles when he came to the shelter, and they remembered the smell. Rosalina knew very well that candles were used extremely rarely in this world, and this greatly increased the chance of finding her enemy. A little later, the lady came to the Shadow Guild and with great surprise saw the tortured and long unslept Maurice in the place of the master. The miss asked the butler in confusion where the chief had gone and why the assistant was now sitting so calmly in his place and dealing with affairs. Having heard that her business partner had disappeared, the heroine panicked because there was very little time left before the main presentation of their product. In response, the guy raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and explained that this would definitely not happen, so Rosalina did not even have to worry. Since Morris did not want to say where the gentleman had gone, the lady slammed her hand on the table and asked him not to force her to use violence. So the butler had no choice but to admit that the master had a hideout that he used alone. So the heroine headed to approximately the place that the assistant told her about, and mentally continued to grumble at the masked gentleman. She was so deep in thought that when she finally opened her eyes and looked around, she was very surprised. It turned out that for some reason the girl saw Arzentian ahead, who was doing something incomprehensible for her in this place. As a result, Miss wondered whether she should catch up with her husband now or try to find a master, because it was important to sort out the business. However, in the end, Miss decided that divorce was much more important to her than money, so she turned around and went to meet her husband. At this moment, Duke Felsden did not even suspect that Rose was heading towards him, so he walked calmly and relaxed among the crowd. The guy ran away from the estate because the madness still hadn't completely left him, so he wanted to wait it out alone in the shelter. He was already feeling so bad that Arzentian didn't even notice how his wife was gradually getting closer and closer to him at that moment. Suddenly, Felsden still felt as if someone was watching him, so he quickly turned around and looked back. But in the crowd of commoners, he could not find anyone familiar or suspicious because everyone was busy with business. So the Duke concluded that his senses were considerably dulled by the approaching madness and moved on. In fact, Arzentian turned out to be right because Rosalina really was following him and only at the last moment managed to hide behind a resident. The young man she had so brazenly used blushed deeply, but the girl didn't care at all. Suddenly, the guy said that he liked her too, and the lady even reflexively hit him in the face so that he wouldn't say such stupid things. After which, despite the fact that this resident began to scream because of a slight pain in his face, the miss ran after the Duke. And at that moment, Rosa's husband was only getting worse and worse, since he could not overcome the gradually increasing aggression within himself. Therefore, the guy tried to quicken his pace in order to get to his shelter as quickly as possible, where no one would touch him for sure. However, the Duchess, no matter how hard it was for her to run after Felsden, had no intention of letting him go this time. The girl had no idea where exactly he was heading, but the longer they walked, the more interested she became in finding out. Having finally arrived where he had been striving to go all this time, the Duke took one last look around, just in case, and then went inside. All this was perfectly noticed by the Duke's daughter, who carefully peered out from around the corner, since she knew how to behave so as not to be noticed. She waited a few minutes before running up to the very building where Arzentian had just disappeared so hastily for some reason. The heroine was in such a place for the first time, so she looked at it carefully and suddenly realized that the Duke had come to the master's shelter. This led the lady to the terrible thought that Arzentian and the guild leader had suddenly, for some reason, started collaborating with each other behind her back. At this point, the guy was already completely relaxed in his secret place because he was sure that no one would ever find him here. His family curse was getting stronger and stronger, and the Duke could do absolutely nothing about it this time, so he simply endured it. He thought sadly about Rosalind, and that if they were to meet by chance now, something irreparable and terrible would happen. So Arzentian leaned back in his chair, concluding that he definitely shouldn't see his wife for a few days. Imagine the Duke's surprise when he suddenly heard Rose's voice right behind him, which he was not happy about. He jumped up in panic and asked how the girl had managed to find him, but she wasn't going to answer anything like that. Instead, the lady asked what her husband was doing in the secret hideout of Guildmaster Hennis, and the guy immediately looked away in embarrassment. The heroine immediately noticed how scared the guy was by her words, so she made her own conclusions about this situation. Arzentian was truly incredibly afraid that Miss would now realize that he was in fact the very same head of the Shadow Guild Hennis. However, instead of this question, Rosalina suddenly asked what exactly they both had suddenly planned that they even decided to meet behind her back. She remembered her husband's recent words that if the meeting place had disappeared, then they could no longer get a divorce according to all the rules. And now the heroine was 100% sure that, in order to arrange all this, the Duke turned to the head of the guild for help. Arzentian could not have expected such a turn of events, so at first he did not even believe in his luck and salvation at the same time. At this point, the Duke of Brighton's daughter loudly declared that she had figured out her husband's plan and that he did not really want to divorce her. The lady, in a fit of emotion, accidentally got as close as possible to the guy and demanded that he risk refuting her words. Arzentian was silent for a while after that, as he tried to collect his thoughts and take in enough air into his lungs. As a result, he confessed to something that did not actually happen, and said that he asked the master to help him find a way not to divorce Rose. Hearing this, Rosalina crossed her arms over her chest in satisfaction, as she finally heard the confession she needed so much. After which she looked around and asked where the leader was, to which the Duke said that he should have arrived a long time ago, but he was not there yet. Then the girl suddenly flared up and grabbed Arzentian by the collar, angrily asking what he was trying to achieve if he was the first to suggest a divorce. The lady even shook her fists, as she really wanted to know the answer to her question, because she even prepared the necessary check for the money. Miss yelled at her husband because she was extremely unhappy with him at that moment because he continued to remain silent in response to all her questions. All the thoughts of Brighton's daughter became so clouded that she completely stopped noticing the condition of the boy, who was getting worse. And Arzentian himself could now only think about what exactly he should do so as not to harm the screaming girl in any way. So he jerked out of her arms, trying not to hit her too hard so as not to cause Rosalina any unnecessary pain in the process. But the heroine was not going to let her husband go so easily and simply once again, so she grabbed him by the collar again, pulling him towards her. But unexpectedly for herself, the lady went too far, and as a result the Duke fell on her, accidentally kissing her, which the guy himself did not expect. At the same time, the young gentleman thought that he was breaking his own rules and needed to step away, but now he was unable to. So instead of taking a step back, Arzentian pressed his lips even harder into the surprised Rosalina's. This made Miss freeze in shock because she realized that now they were kissing not by chance, but at the request of her husband. The Duke himself could not even understand why he could not resist Rose, because he was so strongly drawn to her, no matter what he did. Literally a few moments later, the heroine finally broke free from the guy's embrace and immediately ran away, embarrassed, through the first door she came across. Rosalina knew perfectly well that they both couldn't do this because of the divorce, but they stopped too late. Not wanting to talk to her husband now, the lady ran away to get to her estate as quickly as possible, where she could think. The gentleman watched the fleeing miss closely, and he himself thought that this time everything had somehow miraculously worked out, and the madness had retreated again. He understood perfectly well that if he wanted to continue being with his wife, he would have to urgently resolve the issue of his family curse. At that moment, the girl ran through the city streets in complete confusion, thinking that she had kissed the man she was divorcing. What worried her most now was that getting a successful divorce would be even more difficult than before. Unexpectedly for herself, Rosa looked around and suddenly discovered that she was in front of a small organization that carries out divorces. She immediately went inside and was met at the very threshold by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as a lawyer named Joseph. He smiled slyly and asked how he could be of service to such a young and beautiful person who had come to see him at such a late hour. In response, the lady said that she would spare no money if only the man could help her finally get a divorce from her husband. This seemed like a tempting offer to the gentleman, so he immediately asked what the girl's husband's last name was. But as soon as the miss said that his name was Arzentian Felsden, the lawyer immediately shuddered in fear, since he knew that name very well. So he immediately announced that he would not take on this case, which greatly upset Rosalina, who really wanted to cooperate with this firm. The man explained that the lady's husband was one of the influential aristocrats, and he could not compete with him due to the difference in status. Then, without a second thought, Rose offered 5 times the original amount of money, which greatly surprised Joseph, since this was the first time. However, he still said that it was not about money at all, but the heroine did not calm down and said that she would increase the amount by as much as 7 times. Even though the lawyer thought about it, he again refused the Duke's daughter, and then she raised the stakes to 10 times the amount. And the man couldn't refuse such an offer because it was almost a year's worth of his income, so he shook hands in agreement. He said that he would immediately take up Rosa's case, and she once again concluded that money solves almost everything in the world. However, the Duke's daughter was somewhat upset, as she realized that for the divorce she would need even more finances than she had now. That's why the girl decided to do whatever it took to make her shop called the House of Roses flourish as soon as possible. As soon as she paid for the construction of this place, people began to gather around almost immediately, interested in finding out what this place was. The sign in front of the store said that its products could free anyone who wished to purchase the items from the curse of roses. When enough curious people had gathered, the doors of the store opened slightly, and Rosalina herself gradually began to emerge from it. As soon as she opened the doors, the common people were immediately greeted by an extremely pleasant scent of flowers, which they could not resist. They were surprised to notice that the smell was not only pleasant, but also had a calming and soothing effect. Suddenly, one of the girls realized that it was the scent of roses, so she covered her nose with her hand in fear so that her curse would not take effect. But then everyone noticed that everything was completely fine with them, despite the fact that more than half of them were suffering from this terrible curse. Just as they were wondering what exactly was going on, Rose stepped forward and attracted attention as she began speaking in front of everyone. The girl was very happy to finally present her main financial investment in the form of a whole and excellent rose shop. The heroine said that in honor of the opening, she and her assistants would give a small gift to those who came to the store. The lady waved her hand, and Leonhardt, who had been helping her of his own free will, immediately began handing out free bottles of perfume to people. Meanwhile, the miss explained to the surprised residents that this perfume was made from artificial roses, so it was safe for those suffering from the curse. Moreover, Rosalina even advised to spray her artificial flowers with perfume so that they would be indistinguishable from real ones. The girl's words were immediately confirmed by the surprised exclamations of the common people, who had already managed to try the perfume a little. Then the Duke of Brighton's daughter made the announcement that she herself was suffering from the curse of the roses, but everyone could see that she was perfectly fine. The commoners looked at each other, as they themselves remembered this well, because there were even legends about Lady Felisden's illness. Having achieved the necessary regret from the people around her, the lady raised her hand with the perfume to her throat and demonstratively sprayed it in front of everyone. Imagine the surprise of those around her when everything turned out to be completely fine with Miss, because now they too could use perfume. Moreover, for some reason unknown to them, this aroma even weakened the influence of the curse so that people felt better. Rosalina was very happy when people around her immediately jumped on her with questions about whether it was possible to buy this wonderful product. The girl smiled cheerfully and asked no one to push her, since there were a lot of bottles of perfume and there would be enough for everyone. The heroine was so carried away by sales that she didn't even notice how someone was watching her from around the corner with an angry look. It turned out to be the former Prince Felix, who was left without money and power due to the impudent and unceremonious, in his opinion, actions of Miss. The guy promised that he wouldn't leave it like that and told a random passerby behind him that he would destroy Rosa's miserable life. Suddenly, it dawned on the real son of the Blake family that he had unknowingly spilled the beans to someone about his terrible and insidious plans. But before the guy had time to recognize his interlocutor, he suddenly knocked him off his feet with one powerful and very precise blow. As a result, Felix fell almost dead on the cold street floor and even lost consciousness for a while as he hit his head. It turned out that he was knocked out with one blow by Duke Felisden, who had heard all the words of the former prince perfectly well, which left him dissatisfied. The husband had been watching his wife all this time because after their last kiss, his madness had evaporated, as if it had never been there. So the guy again came to the strange and unlikely thought that the lady could still be his soulmate. True, when he turned to a clairvoyant sage with this question, he gave too vague an answer, as if anything was possible. He explained that everything would depend on what kind of relationship Arzentian would ultimately build with this beautiful and intelligent girl. But the Duke was very dissatisfied, since he himself could have made a similar prediction without spending money. It was unclear from the old man's face whether he was offended by the proud guy for such words or not, but he handed him some kind of incomprehensible box. The seer asked the Duke to give the lady the box for help, because something terrible was about to happen that only she could cope with. Although the boy took the thing given to him, he was still too angry at the old man, so he punched the wall, calling him a charlatan. However, the Duke put on his mask and agreed that only Rosalina could put an end to the madness that existed around him. A few hours later, standing in her empty store, Miss happily announced that every last bottle of perfume had finally been sold out. Ansoni and Leonhardt sincerely congratulated Rosa, as they believed that everything that had happened was a huge and amazing success for her. The girl said with a smile that they had helped her a lot, so all that was left for them to do was clean up, after which they could go home. The youngest son of the Brighton family immediately began to deftly sweep the entrance near the floor, since he had managed to learn this task at the orphanage. Suddenly, raising his head up, he was surprised to discover that for some reason a visitor in a mask had come to them at such a late hour. Leon asked what the guy wanted and explained, somewhat apologetically, that they were already closed, but the gentleman replied that he was not a customer. As soon as she heard his voice, the lady immediately recognized her partner, so she turned around in amazement because she was not expecting him in her store at that time. The Duke, as if he were at home, calmly entered the room and asked Rosalina how today's business sales of their goods had gone. The boy still looked at the guy and the girl in surprise, after which he asked if the sister knew this man, whom he was seeing for the first time. The Duke of Brighton's daughter smiled and explained that she had done business with the guy and would like to speak to him in person now. Since Leon immediately understood everything and even took the maids with him, the girl turned to the masked gentleman with a brazen smile. She pointedly informed him that she knew that he was looking for her weak spots, and that was why he was so busy that they had not seen each other. But the Duke did not quite understand what Rosalina meant, to whom he had come for business reasons. Imagine the master's surprise when she said that Arzentian had paid him for helping to dissolve the divorce proceedings. The heroine was more than confident that the truth was on her side now, so she did not hesitate to scold her business partner. Arzentian had already managed to forget about this small nuance, so he froze for a while because he could not find the right words. As a result, he admitted that he had indeed addressed the mister, but did not say that he himself was actually that person. Then the miss declared that the guy had betrayed her because she believed that it was impossible to work against one's ally, which noticeably surprised the Duke. To interrupt the angry Rose's speech, he carefully and gently grabbed her hand, stopping her furious gesticulation. After which the gentleman reported that Felisden had indeed approached him, but he, without even thinking, had immediately refused his request. At the same time, Arzentian got so close to the girl's face that there were literally a few centimeters left before their lips touched. And her partner suddenly verbally jabbed Rosalina, reminding her that she had kissed the man she herself wanted to divorce. The heroine immediately jumped back and blushed because she did not expect that information about the kiss would surface anywhere. Miss admitted that she herself does not understand why she did this, and she is also angry at her husband for telling everyone about such personal things. Then the Duke deliberately put pressure on the girl and reminded her that her words about divorce and her actions towards her husband somehow diverged. In response, Rosalina frowned deeply and asked why her friend had suddenly started being sarcastic and reminding her of her accidental mistakes. She asked if the guy was jealous by any chance, and he suddenly fell silent, lost in thought, as he had not expected such a question. Eventually, Arzentian changed the subject and said that it was time for them to stop talking about such topics, after which he handed the girl some kind of box. The Duke's daughter didn't expect the masked gentleman to bring her something and also say that it was a gift, so she quickly opened the box. Imagine the lady's surprise when inside she found large and beautiful aromatic candles with a pleasant aroma. But Rose was not at all pleased at this moment because she remembered that the people who helped Eliza used these same items. The guy immediately noticed that the girl's face had changed for some reason, so he asked if she didn't like him, and she immediately lied. Only a few seconds later, he himself figured out what the matter was, which made him feel extremely awkward and stupid because he had made a big mistake. However, Rosa didn't even think about swearing and even became a little kinder because of the gift, so she decided not to talk about Arzentian anymore today. Leonhardt suddenly appeared in the room, and from the silence around him, he guessed that the business partners had already managed to talk to each other. The boy asked quite innocently if he could call the guy his brother, which ended up surprising the Duke, who did not expect it. Rosalina immediately remembered that she hadn't even introduced her little brother to her friend, so she corrected this unfortunate oversight. Leon smiled sweetly again and said that he really liked his new big brother, so he wanted to trust him. In response, Arzentian bowed politely and said that he was glad that he could please the little boy, so he would try not to disappoint him. Rosalina became curious, so she asked the younger one what attracted him so much to her old friend and the head of the guild. In response, the boy stated that the guy loved Rose, which immediately caused confusion in both partners, who did not expect this. At that moment, completely unexpectedly for himself, Felix, whom Arzentian had so mercilessly left on the ground, suddenly woke up. The boy muttered pitifully that he felt like he almost died, but at the same time he absolutely could not remember who he had fought with. Here the former heir noticed out of the corner of his eye his faithful butler, who asked if the young master was okay now. The guy immediately jumped closer to the assistant and asked if he had brought him here, to which he calmly answered in the affirmative. Then Felix gave the order to the butler because he wanted to destroy Rose, but the man suddenly said that there was no need for this. Hearing these words, the heir immediately tensed up because he felt some kind of incomprehensible and strange catch in them. In response, the butler's face changed dramatically and he snapped his fingers, saying that his victim had no reason to worry about such things. The blonde didn't even believe what he heard at first, since he was, after all, a noble aristocrat and couldn't be touched. But the mercenaries in cloaks didn't care at all about all the guy's indignation, since they only listened to his assistant. So the boys quickly and easily threw a bag of dark material over poor Felix's head so that he couldn't see where they were taking him. No matter how desperately the guy screamed, trying to break free, the butler did not listen to him at all, and only stood silently with a mysterious smile. At this moment, a huge crowd of people gathered again near Rosalina's rose shop, discussing how wonderful her perfume was. The girl was glad to see everyone, so she personally greeted and then escorted the customers, who were satisfied. Suddenly, the lady turned around and noticed someone's silhouette, in which she recognized the best thief in the world, Violet, whom they were not familiar with. The heroine immediately remembered that the girl's brother also suffered from the curse of roses, so it was quite logical to meet her in this place. Rose was glad to meet the thief here, since for one of her plans she needed someone of her powerful thief level. So the miss approached the lady from behind, who had almost stolen something, and smiling, asked if she liked the perfume around her. After which the Duke of Brighton's daughter introduced herself to Violet in order to at least slightly win her trust, since it was difficult. Since the girl didn't expect to be caught like that, she made a displeased face, wanting to get as far away from here as possible. Violet was afraid that this noble aristocrat in front of her might notice that she was trying to steal at least some perfume. Imagine her surprise when Rose handed her a magical bouquet of roses and asked her to take it for herself, because they had never done that before. The heroine said that perfume works best with artificial roses, so this will definitely help cure the best thief's brother. The girl didn't like the fact that the Duke of Brighton's daughter somehow knew too much, so she asked her about it with displeasure. To this, the lady calmly stated that she knew not only about this, but also about the work of the thief, which frightened Violet even more because few people knew this. Rosalina could clearly see how scared the girl in front of her was, and therefore was not going to let her go, since she had not yet finished what she wanted to say. Pointing her finger at the thief, the miss asked if she would change her life if she suddenly had such an unexpected opportunity. Violet instantly remembered her incredibly difficult childhood, which eventually led her to this way of life. The girl's face changed greatly at this, because she could not help but think about her brother, whom she really wanted to save. So she clenched her fists until they hurt and declared that she would change if she could, and Rose immediately believed that these emotions were real. So, to Violet's surprise, the lady said that she had hired her and would now pay her well to ensure that the assistant succeeded. But what struck the new worker most was that Miss promised to give her artificial roses until her brother recovered. For Violet, this was the most important thing, so she immediately took the young lady's side and fervently promised that she would serve her forever. In response, the Duchess of Felsden, somewhat confused, asked the thief not to exaggerate, since she had not taken her into slavery. At that moment, Arzentian was standing nearby and clearly heard how Rosa, for some reason, suddenly recruited Violet, who had a bad reputation. The guy was very interested in what exactly his wife had in mind if she suddenly needed the skills of a thief. Rosalina herself took a new assistant with her a little later and arrived with her to the huge and rich Felsden estate. The heroine did this for a reason, but she hasn't told anyone about her cunning plan yet because she was afraid that it wouldn't work. As soon as Violet heard about the rich estate, she immediately asked happily if she really needed to steal something from there because she was ready. The lady laughed at the thief, who was only thinking about stealing, and then admitted that she was indeed right. But before the Duke of Brighton's daughter could finish speaking, she suddenly heard a cold and arrogant female voice that sharply called her by name. It turned out that Arzentian's only relative and sister had already noticed the guests, so she went out to them accompanied by servants. The woman always walked around with a dissatisfied face, and even now the first thing she asked was where the Mrs. Manners were if she came without warning. In response, Rosalina only greeted Catalina kindly, as she guessed that she had accumulated many complaints against her personally. The heroine expected that she would quarrel with her husband's sister, as always happened because of her bad character, and Violet would steal what was needed. So for the girl who was so rudely invited to the estate, all this did not matter, because her plan was gradually coming into action. However, the lady quickly became confused and stopped understanding what was happening because for some reason Catalina became much kinder to her. Miss knew that they always argued, so the woman had never met her so well, so she did not know how to behave. Suddenly, the elder one softly called the Duchess by name, and Rose even jumped a little in fright because she did not expect such a thing. Imagine the lady's surprise when the elder sister Felsden first asked why Miss was not eating and whether she liked this delicious food. After which the mistress of the estate angrily jumped up and declared that she would immediately call this untalented cook who could not please. Because of this, Rosalina immediately shoved the food into her mouth and said that it was very tasty, so there was no need to call anyone to start swearing. In response, the lady sat down and said that she was glad that her guest liked the food, which only surprised the heroine even more. The girl didn't want to start a scandal first, but she realized that there was no other way, so she asked why Catalina was so kind. It was indeed rude, but the sister did not get angry, as was always the case, but thought that the girl was still young, so stupid. However, Madam still answered the question, stating that Rosaline still bore the name Filesden, so she would take care of her. Because of all these words, Rosa became even more embarrassed, because she had come specifically to make a scandal, and in the end, the woman behaved so well with her. Moreover, the mistress suddenly asked the lady to eat every last crumb, and she had no choice but to obey. Suddenly, Miss was approached by Violet, who was so delighted with the food that she forgot about the mission they had come here for. So the Duke of Brighton's daughter pinched her assistant on the side to remind her that she should not have been thinking about this food at all right now. This instantly brought the thief to her senses. Although she was sorry to refuse such a hearty lunch, she still got to her feet. But before the girl had even taken a couple of steps, Catalina suddenly called out to her rudely, so now it was the assistant's turn to be scared. The woman asked menacingly where Violet was suddenly going right in the middle of dinner, because it was unforgivable for her that the food was not finished. The thief scratched her head awkwardly, trying to think of an excuse, and eventually said that she really needed to go to the toilet. Madame Felsden's eyes immediately narrowed, as if she did not believe the words of Rosalind's young assistant at all. However, as a result, the older sister waved her hand and very easily let go of the girl, who was very grateful to her for this. Suddenly, Catalina got up from the table and said that she also needed to go somewhere, but not alone, but with Rosalina, who had arrived. The heroine did not expect that the woman would suddenly say that she had something for her, so she was very surprised and did not know what to say. And Arzention's sister suddenly announced that she had recently cleared out her wardrobe and decided to give the ladies things, since she was still married to her brother. Rose looked around in amazement, because she realized that all the dresses were very expensive and rare collections, and they were given to her for free. Moreover, Catalina declared that the lady should also take the terrible shoes that were not her size, and in them the miss recognized the best collection. After which Madame said that she would also give away the most unattractive jewellery for her, which even Rosalina did not have because of their high cost. Offering the girl new things, the sister called them ordinary trash, but the heroine knew how much money each of them cost. As a result, the Duke of Brighton's daughter sat tiredly on the sofa as she was mercilessly showered with various gifts. The Duchess now had no idea how she was going to get a divorce after all the gifts her husband's older sister had given her without her being asked. Here the girl heard the voice of Violet, who, after an independent walk around the estate, finally returned to her. The thief smiled slyly and demonstrated that she had managed to very successfully and secretly carry out her important mission of theft. Rosalina was overjoyed at the sight of the object, since now she could really try to implement her plan. She planned to sign Arzention's documents with this seal, since the thing belonged to the Filesden family. So the lady had already begun to think that the divorce was almost in her pocket, and the matter really only remained to take small actions. When Violet did not understand the lady's surprise, Miss kindly explained to her that she was going to get a divorce and become free. The heroine was so busy talking that she didn't notice how Catalina suddenly and unexpectedly approached her from behind for some other reason. The Duke of Brighton's daughter quickly ran up to the woman and asked what had happened, and in response she handed her daughter-in-law a notebook. After which the older sister abruptly declared that when elders give something, you just need to take it and say a big thank you to them. She didn't explain anything, she just said that it was a bad copy, so she didn't need it anymore, and only then did she leave. Rosaline immediately felt much calmer when this stern and frightening woman finally left her, finally leaving her alone. The girl was terribly curious to know what was in the notebook, so she quickly opened it to study the incomprehensible contents. Imagine the lady's surprise when it turned out to be not just an album, but one with various drawings of children's portraits of Arzention himself. It showed the complete maturation of Mrs. Husband from a baby to his current state, which ultimately surprised her greatly. Violet, also bent over the album, noticed that there was a huge amount of love and effort in it because he worked so hard. As a result, Rosalina became even more upset because she still wanted to get a divorce, and suddenly she was given such a precious notebook. A little later, when they were riding together in a carriage, the thief asked if the lady had heard that same old legend about the Felsden family. The heroine had no idea that her husband's family had some kind of curse, so she became frightened and turned to her assistant in surprise. The lady's eyes immediately filled with tears from panic, so she quickly approached the thief, but she remained absolutely calm. The girl even, still not worrying about anything, added that most of the Felsden family even dies from this terrible curse. For the first time, the lady heard that the servants of her husband's estate had seen him many times suffer greatly from unexpected and sudden pain. The heroine had never heard in the novel that the Duke of Felsden was suffering from some kind of curse, so she didn't know what to think. In any case, she decided not to rush to conclusions, but to first learn more about what kind of disease her husband suffered from. When they returned to the Brighton estate, the lady was so exhausted that she was not even ready to walk up the steps to her room. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl sharply, and suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, which ended up scaring her very much. The lady jumped up in fright and turned around, finding Arzen in front of her, who also visibly flinched at her abrupt actions. At the same time, the heroine accidentally dropped the very same album with drawings of the Duke's appearance on the ground, which made a loud slap when it fell. Before Rose could say a word, the guy suddenly announced that she had dropped something and bent down to personally pick it up. Suddenly, he recognized his album of portraits, because his sister had shown him her creation more than once, and asked what the girl needed it for. But Rosalina could not admit that she had received it as a result of visiting the estate, so she declared that it was not her husband's business. But then the Duke himself remembered that the lady had recently hired the best thief, so he decided that she had stolen this album from his sister. This immediately made Arzen's face become kinder, which did not escape the attention of the Duke's daughter, although it frightened her considerably, since for some reason the attitude had changed. Mr. Felsden concluded with a smile that his wife loved him so much that she even decided to take the album for herself, although they were getting divorced. At that moment, Rosalina at least somehow tried to get through to the guy to explain everything to him, but she realized that he was absolutely not listening to her. Then the girl changed tactics and asked directly when they would finally get divorced, since the Duke had promised her this a long time ago. But to the lady's great surprise, the guy suddenly declared that all this was no longer necessary and that she did not need to endure anything. Without explaining anything, he said that he would now decide everything completely himself, and these words made Miss even more tense, who, anyway, did not understand anything. However, the heroine could not help but notice that the guy who was now asking her to trust him was very handsome and attractive. Suddenly he finished his speech and, quickly turning around, walked away, leaving his wife completely alone with a bunch of questions in her head. The girl tried to stop Arzen because he had not listened to her to the end, but she realized that it was now useless. Rosaline was offended by the fact that the Duke had completely misunderstood everything and had made some of his own hasty conclusions. And Duke Felsden himself at that moment concluded that he would never let his wife go, even though she declared that she really wanted a divorce. A few days later, events gradually took their course, and Rosaline was invited to the Imperial Palace, where she took Violet with her. The girl, although she dressed beautifully, was still thinking only about how to steal something, because that was the only thing she could do best. Rose turned to her assistant and asked what she was capable of, and Violet proudly replied that nothing was impossible for her. Then the lady asked if a thief could steal information too, and the girl immediately confirmed it, because she had done it before. Hearing this, Rosalina seriously stated that she wanted to know the truth about the curse of roses, no matter what it cost them both now. The assistant looked at the miss with a puzzled expression and said that the curse came completely suddenly, so there was no data about it. In response, Rose stated that all her numerous studies showed that this curse was artificially created for some reason. So now the heroine was going to find at all costs the one who had treated all people so cruelly, and for some reason created him. Suddenly, Violet lost her temper and screamed that she also really wanted to find this man, so she begged him to let her help. The fact is that the girl's brother and younger brother suffered almost constantly, and she could essentially only ease his suffering for a short time. The Duchess placed a reassuring hand on her assistant's shoulder and explained that they had too little information at the moment. But it occurred to Rosalind that it was in the Imperial Palace that they could find a clue, which the lady told the girl about. The Duke of Brighton's daughter warned that they would even have to find out why the Imperial family was hiding something like this. Miss knew that there could only be two people who had the information she needed, and one of them was the Emperor, and the other was the Prince. The only problem was that Calix had only recently returned, so it was unlikely that he had been able to learn anything during this time. So they needed to find out everything from Phoenix, who had disappeared somewhere, and the heroine knew exactly where to find the guy. Violet was greatly surprised, and the Duchess of Felisden announced that the missing former heir was in the palace. At that moment, the former prince was lying unconscious somewhere on the floor of the dungeon, not even suspecting that they were finally going to look for him. Only when cold water began to drip onto the boy's face did he slowly begin to open his eyes and was finally able to wake up, although he still didn't know where he was. What scared Felix the most was that for some reason he was not only behind bars, but also firmly handcuffed to the floor. When the son of the Blake family began to scream loudly, the butler approached him completely calmly as he noticed that he had woken up. The man said with a sly smile that the boy was a very pitiful sight and he would like to leave him there. However, the man the assistant worked for ordered him to bring Felix, which the man reluctantly told the former prince. The heir tried to find out who exactly had called him, but the servant did not want to explain anything and only told him to follow him silently. The butler believed that his master's greatness was so much greater than the boy himself that he was not even allowed to know his name. In response, Felix shouted that he had never even thought of giving up so easily, after which he hit his assistant hard and ran away as fast as he could. The guy was very afraid that at any moment the guards could chase him, catch him, and take him back to prison. So the prince's plan was to get out of the imperial palace as quickly as possible before he was found by someone who would not help him. Suddenly, while he was quickly running along the corridors of the dungeon, he heard someone approaching him, and he needed to hide. Felix managed to hide around one of the turns just in time and followed them to make sure that he really wouldn't be noticed. At the same time, the guy could not understand why and who for some reason dragged him to the dungeon, which ultimately worried and frightened him greatly. However, as he had said before, the prince had no intention of giving up, so he approached the right wall and began to look for where he needed to press on it. Literally a few seconds later, the heir managed to find the entrance to the secret corridor in the palace, because he knew almost all of them. At this time, Violet was thinking that it was strange that Felix was hidden in the palace itself for some reason, while they pretended to be looking for him. Rosalina completely agreed with her assistant and suggested that the guy could be somewhere in the Emperor's or Empress's chambers. Since the lady also had to attend the presentation of her flowers at the Imperial Palace, she suggested that they split up for now. Miss explained in detail to her assistant exactly where she needed to go so as not to get lost in the confusing corridors. Having received the instructions, the thief immediately ran to carry them out, and the lady looked after her with satisfaction and concluded that she had not been mistaken in choosing her. After which Rosa herself went to a meeting that was organized for her business, since she had to be present at this event. But as soon as the lady entered the hall, the aristocrats around immediately began to whisper loudly at the sight of the supposedly impudent Duchess of Felisden. The girl sincerely did not understand what was going on this time, because she had not done anything bad that could cause a public outcry. However, she was still haunted by a strange and incomprehensible atmosphere with whispers around, which was very unpleasant for the heroine. Suddenly, Rosalina saw her friend Duchess Roman, whom she was incredibly happy to see, because she was the only one she could trust in this place. The lady ran up to Mary and anxiously admitted that she was afraid that she might not come, but the woman had not even thought of such a thing. The tower keeper's wife once again passionately declared that the Duke's daughter's artificial roses helped to overcome the curse. She earnestly asked the lady not to pay attention to all those stupid people who were looking at her angrily. Rosalina was extremely surprised when she learned that the aristocrats for some reason believed that it was she who sent the curse. In fact, the girl herself noticed that everyone who was always close to her also suffered from this terrible and horrible disease. Moreover, it became clear that Catalina, whom the lady had visited just the other day, had also suddenly fallen ill. The heroine promised herself that she would definitely find out more about all these rumors a little later and find the one who was spreading them. Suddenly, a strange and incomprehensible thought came to her about whether Rose in the original story could actually have been more than just a villain. Suddenly, completely distracting the miss from these thoughts, Duchess Roman took her hands to support her. She explained that Arzentian's older sister must have contracted the Rose curse entirely by accident. However, the Duke of Brighton's daughter was well aware that her relative's illness was still an excellent source of rumors. But most of all, the lady did not like the suggestion that she herself created the curse and then made a cure for it. While the aristocrats were enthusiastically considering various versions of what was happening, the doors to the hall unexpectedly opened for everyone. And suddenly Catalina Felsden came inside, who was completely fine and didn't even think about being sick. The woman had already managed to hear what the people around her were saying, so she was incredibly angry at them for all of this. The girls who had once accidentally encountered this lady, here they fell silent in fear, because they knew how terrible she was when angry. And indeed, without thinking twice, the older sister grabbed the first girls she came across and began to drag them by the hair in front of everyone. To stop the angry woman, Rosalina came up to her as quickly as possible and greeted her. The girl thanked her older sister for standing up for her, and Catalina sheepishly said that she could not have done otherwise. After which, since Lady Felisten had not completely calmed down, she pointed her finger at the arrogant and impudent aristocrats. Catalina warned that these ladies dared to tarnish the honor of her family, so now she will remember them forever. Unexpectedly, Arzentian also appeared in the hall, put his hand on his wife's shoulder and said that he, too, would not forgive anyone. Not only did Rosalina not expect the guy to show up at this event, but she was also surprised by the clothes he came in. Somehow their outfits looked like they had been put together, which immediately got everyone whispering. The lady did not like this at all, because it created the illusion that she and her husband had no intention of getting divorced at all. Then, unexpectedly for the girl next to them, Catalina clapped her hands, and she understood with whose help all this had happened. That's why the heroine immediately regretted wearing this beautiful dress that the woman had recently given her. As a result, literally a few seconds later, the lady resigned herself to her current situation because nothing could be fixed. And at that moment, Madame Felsden watched the hall with a satisfied grin, because she saw that everyone had fallen silent in amazement. Moreover, she really liked the behavior of Rosalind, who held herself with dignity despite the hostile looks. So Catalina eventually concluded that the Duke of Brighton's daughter was indeed the ideal wife for her brother. Suddenly, one of the girls approached the woman, somewhat frightened and embarrassed, and asked if she could ask her a question. She was very interested in whether Rosalina and Arzentian would get divorced, which the heroine herself accidentally overheard. So she decided to intervene in the conversation to say that all this gossip was actually the pure truth. Suddenly, before the miss had time to say anything, she was interrupted by the Duke, who declared that nothing of the sort had happened. The aristocrats immediately sighed, either disappointedly or understandingly, since they were finally able to hear an answer. But Rose was not at all satisfied with these words, so she reminded her husband that he had promised her a quick divorce. In response, Arzentian repeated once again that he really was not going to divorce her now, and that it had all been a mistake. After which he tenderly kissed the lady's hand and asked her to trust him and not worry about anything else. But the Duchess still couldn't calm down and reminded her that, in fact, the guy was the one who first suggested a divorce to her. The girl sincerely thought that the Duke was simply laughing at her, since he was changing his decisions so quickly and radically. Arzentian suddenly reminded Rosalina that she herself had changed her mind, otherwise she would not have recently taken the album with his portraits. But the guy didn't know that at that moment the lady was pursuing completely different plans, which she never had time to tell about. Suddenly, Catalina approached the couple and with a sweet smile on her face said that they were a very beautiful and nice couple. Rosalina decided to take advantage of the fact that the Duke was distracted by his sister and immediately broke free from his embrace. Arzention asked in surprise where the Duke's daughter was headed, since the presentation of her roses was about to begin. In response, the girl stated that she was sure that her business partner would do everything in the best possible way without her, so she would run away on business. The guy tried to stop the lady, but she ran away so quickly that he didn't even have time to catch up with her. Finally freed, albeit in this way, the heroine immediately headed to the Empress's chambers, where Violet should have been. But for some reason, the young lady could not find her assistant anywhere, although she walked around almost the entire place. Suddenly, the thief herself noticed and therefore called out to Rose, since she was very glad to see her at that moment. The Duchess of Felliston immediately asked her assistant if she had been able to find out anything about Felix, but she shook her head. Violet had walked around the place several times, so she doubted that the guy was really there, which made Rose think. She glanced carefully at her navigator, which was invisible to everyone else, and discovered that the prince had hidden in a secret passage. But the assistant was already so upset by her failure that she didn't even think about such secrets of the palace. Rosalina was trying to figure out how to push the thief to the idea of secret passages, when she suddenly noticed people behind her. The heroine immediately took advantage of this and called Violet, saying that they urgently needed to hide from the maids. As a result, they ran straight into the Empress's chambers, which is what the lady wanted, because it was here that the guy was hiding behind the wall. Rose decided to take matters into her own hands and said that Felix could have been hiding in one of the secret passages, for example, behind a painting. The thief immediately crossed her arms over her chest in disbelief, since she couldn't even think about something like that. However, the Duke of Brighton's daughter had no intention of diminishing her enthusiasm and declared that it was certainly worth a try. And suddenly, as soon as the lady moved the painting, behind it there really was a black hole of a dark secret passage. But what surprised Violet most was that it was precisely behind this painting that the former heir was hiding at that moment. Rosalina smiled contentedly at the sight of him and turned happily to her assistant, informing him that their mission was complete. As soon as the guy saw the lady, he suddenly jerked towards her, although in fact he didn't want to because his body didn't obey. The heroine was noticeably embarrassed by the fact that Felix was somehow so happy to see her, since she had taken almost everything from him. In response, he whined pitifully about the fact that he had finally been saved, which the assistant did not like at all. Seeing the guy's behavior like this, Rose stepped back in confusion because she knew that he must hate her. As a result, the Miss decided to deal with this a little later, but for now, she asked the former prince to stop crying and get up from his knees. The most important thing for the girl now was to at least find out something about the Curse of Roses, so that's what she asked about. Felix still couldn't control himself and didn't even understand what he was saying, but now he suddenly fell silent. In the end, the guy sighed and said that he really knew everything, although inside he was screaming that it was not true. After which, the former heir said that there was a secret library within the walls of the palace and he could bring Miss into it. Rosalina was just about to get excited when Felix suddenly pointed his finger at Violet and said that he wasn't going to take her with him. This arrangement greatly surprised the Duchess of Felliston, since she did not understand the reasons for such a restriction. But the guy was absolutely adamant and said that he would not show the way if the girl took an assistant with her. For a moment, the Duke's daughter stared piercingly into the former heir's eyes, trying to break him. But in the end, she came to the conclusion that there was nowhere to go, so she asked the thief to wait for her here for a while. Only after making sure that they would really go together, the guy obediently approached one of the walls to open the secret passage. This surprised Rosalina greatly, as she had not expected the library to be so close to them. Felix asked him importantly not to distract him for a while, after which he was finally able to find and press the right combination of books. Immediately after this, the very passage at the end of which should be the secret Imperial Library opened up before them. The heroine was noticeably surprised by this, since she had no idea how many secret passages there were in the palace. Since the girl suddenly froze in place, the guy grumpily ordered her to move if she was really interested. But in reality, Felix still couldn't get out of control, which he was deeply worried about internally. And the Duke's daughter herself managed to guess that something was clearly wrong with the guy, so she agreed to leave Violet. They walked in the semi-darkness for quite a long time, until finally the former heir began to look around. Before entering the doors in front of them, he once again checked to see if the lady really wanted to enter this secret place. Suddenly, the guy seemed to have a hallucination, as he began to repeat this sentence over and over again, which greatly frightened Rosalina. She said that he was behaving very creepily, and therefore moved as far away as possible so that the former prince would not frighten her even more. After which Miss nevertheless approached the door, since she could not understand what exactly was so scary there. She, without any doubt in her decision, opened the entrance to the room and noticed some silhouette ahead. This someone in a cloak smiled very mysteriously in the semi-darkness, and his evil eyes shone noticeably from under the cape. The first thing Rose immediately noticed was that this stranger was standing in front of what looked like a sacrificial altar in the middle of the room. She immediately asked to dispense with any formal greetings and asked if this was the man who had lured her here. The girl said that she was really tired of pretending that she didn't really know anything, so she took out a slingshot. She asked if people in cloaks were really called unbelievers, and the figure immediately looked visibly surprised by this. But Rosalina had no intention of explaining to anyone that she knew everything, because she had actually read the original plot. Since the Duke's daughter had no plans to listen to empty dialogues, she extended the slingshot and launched it at her opponent. As a result, the girl hit the target on the first try, and the blow was so strong that the cloaked figure crashed into the altar. At the same time, strange pixels began to appear from her body, which made the lady understand that in front of her all this time there was not a person at all. The Duchess of Felliston was not at all surprised by this, since she had expected this to happen, and that was why she struck. Then she remembered Felix, whose consciousness had been captured, so she turned to look at him. She hoped that she could help the guy, and indeed some white and dense air was gradually coming out of his eyes. Suddenly, the former heir woke up and realized that he could finally completely control himself. The guy was incredibly happy about this, and Rose happily reported that it was she who had just saved him. Since Felix did not understand who exactly the lady had saved him from, she told him briefly to bring him up to speed. After which the miss suddenly took out her perfume from somewhere and said that now she would cleanse the guy properly. At the same time, Rosalina did not miss the opportunity and once again advertised her most popular flower shop. But the former prince was not at all impressed by all the girl's seductive words, which was evident from his face. However, she still handed him a bouquet of flowers because their cleansing effect was truly real. As a result, the guy decided that it would be easier not to argue and admitted that it really did seem like he could breathe much easier. Noticing that Felix had finally cleared himself of filth, Miss grabbed his hand and quickly dragged him along behind her. The former heir asked, confused, where the girl wanted to go, and she explained that she was going to a real secret library. As a result, a little later, having taken their assistant with them, the three of them came to a huge, necessary place with a large number of books. But even Rosalina understood that they would spend an eternity looking for what they needed, so she decided to turn to her system. Completely unnoticed by everyone else, the Duke's daughter summoned the search window and gave it the query she needed. Since the system immediately said that it would search, the lady contentedly adjusted her glasses, which she had taken out to work in it. Suddenly, Violet approached the heroine and asked in surprise why the lady needed glasses, to which she only smiled. After which, in order to quickly change the topic, Rosalina suggested that they all quickly look for the necessary information. She looked around carefully, without taking off her glasses, since only they could help now. Suddenly, looking at one of the shelves, the lady discovered that one of the books was faintly illuminated because it was the one she needed. Taking off her now unnecessary glasses, Miss noted with disappointment that she had asked to find a book about the curse of roses, and not some story about witches. However, Rose began to read about how ancient witches lived in this world before the beginning of time, and even ruled the world before. and the most powerful among them was the Fire Witch, because she cursed with roses all who opposed her. After reading about this, the heroine was incredibly surprised, since there was not a word about anything like this in the original plot. She eagerly turned the page to read on, but suddenly discovered that someone had torn out the last part. This made the girl very angry, as she guessed that someone was persistently trying to hide information about the curse. In the end, the lady decided to calm down and analyze what she already knew thanks to her own research and the book. She knew that everyone around her was cursed by roses, and the last major outbreak of the disease was exactly 21 years ago. The heroine remembered perfectly well that this was exactly how old she was now, which meant that the villain from the novel was the Fire Witch. But all this enormous information could not fit into the head of the insanely surprised Duchess of Fellisden. So she even sighed and thought that she could certainly be wrong, because this simply couldn't happen. Suddenly, a sign with new tasks popped up in front of Miss, among which she had to find the names of the spirit and the witch. But at the moment, Rosalina didn't know anything about what was being presented to her, so she thought hard. As a result, the girl did not notice at all how one of the heavy books from the library flew straight into the back of her head. The heroine immediately screamed in pain and turned around in displeasure to find out what the matter was and who threw it at her. It turned out that it was Felix who did it. He was absolutely tired of being in this dusty place, so he started a riot. Miss was very angry at the guy's arrogant behavior, so she grabbed him by the collar to teach him a proper lesson. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the lady, a small glow appeared from somewhere to the side, which gradually intensified. Suddenly, the same fairy who had flown away to sleep flew to her and said that Rose had finally called her. Felix also noticed the fairy and was noticeably